right, guys, a little bit of a chill opening. I'm gonna cut all this out and repost the debate that we're doing. Why am I off center? I needed some help. I need you guys to make sure that all the Discord stuff and the audio stuff is working so that I can stream it, because if that doesn't work, then I can't stream it. So I guess first things first, let's make a better thumbnail. If you are, where are we? If you are here, let me know. If you are in the Discord, like I said, I need somebody to be able, let me just drop that link as well. What the hell is this? That doesn't do anything. Okay. So yes, at 9 p.m. Eastern, I will be debating. Value is determined by demand, not by labor. So I assume that I'm going to be debating a socialist, but I do not know. But again, I need to just make sure everything's working. So if nobody shows up, then you guys are gonna have to get this on the replay. If you are here and you are in, so I would want to output to headphones. So it should be as simple as that. While we're doing that, we can go. In case you missed my I'm gonna share the screen first. I also need some time to wake up. I wasn't doing much, so this is my Halloween costume for verbal combat. I didn't end up saying, but it's a good time. Good time. So let's make a thumbnail. We'll go with something. Do they not have me logged in? Yeah, they do. Okay. There we go. My recents. Use one of these. And just redo that. Actually, why do I just hide myself? I've been doing that. Put y'all up there. And see how the magic is made. So read that one. Yeah. Debate. Let's also get some vibe music. Let's get some vibe. Let me know. I need to make sure that my Discord audio is good, so that when the debate starts, that I actually can stream it. So if I don't have anybody, I'll try. But if it don't work, then it don't work. So let me know if you are. Yeah. Debate. Yes, it's coming up. A little bigger. It's almost like I've been doing this. And there we go. All of that. Because the thumbnail that you clicked on is one that I just slapped together using the StreamYard AI. And we can do better than that. We can do better than that. There we go. All right. So let's switch that up. So then we come to our debate here. Get rid of this silly little debate. And switch it out for that. Boom. All right. So now we got that all set. Again, let me know. Should I put up a banner? Let's do Discord members. Let me know you're here. I need ya. don't know. I feel like I'm getting I'm missing something because I don't see how you could be unless you're like a super high level academic socialist. And I'm not super well read on economics, but I know supply and demand. I don't know how you could determine that value comes from labor, at least more than demand. Shout out to Craig. Welcome to the party. If you want to help me out, you could do that very quickly by hitting the pinned link for the Discord. I need the debate I'm doing is in Discord, so I need to be able to make sure everything is good with the sound, so that I can send it over there. Hi, Mort. We got Mort in the building. Welcome. So yeah, let me know if you are here, if you can help. I just need somebody to hop in the. Come on, Mort. I just need somebody to hop in the voice channel real quick, and then that's about it. This. Oh, I know what we can do. Shout out to Liberty Plus TV and a bunch of stuff here. Hold on, Bones. Where is it?
Free societies as they actually exist.
The balance of power is on their side. Wrestling it away and putting that power back in the hands of the people is the first priority.
So this was one of the videos that Liberty Plus sent me to help me prepare. Now, I feel like there's not really much to prepare. It's very obvious that value and demand are not the same thing, but, kind of the same thing, unless we're bringing it somewhere outside of economics. And then we can have a more philosophical discussion about value. But then because demand and labor are part of the prompt, I don't know where else it could go than economics. I mean, we have this is not Discord yet. So that's what I'm saying. I need somebody to go into the Discord so we can see how it looks. We haven't done that yet. So we'll watch this, but let me know. I need help.
Sure, just not in the way that socialists think. Hello, internets. There's unfortunately a very common grift that BreadTube or often just socialists in general will often pull to try and trick people into thinking that socialism has all the answers. First, they will identify a problem in society, and to this end, they will often do a pretty good job of explaining the issue at length, and often do identify actual issues. Two, they will then blame capitalism for the problem, usually without any decent evidence, and often failing to demonstrate any understanding of how markets and incentives actually operate. And three, they will then try to sell you socialism as the solution, again, without any real evidence. They will then find another problem and repeat this process endlessly. Out of all the grifts that socialists pull, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, is the idea that socialism provides any kind of reasonable solution to the problems.
There we go. All right. Can you just hop in VC, please? Boom. There we go. What do you mean you're saying the same stream? No, I know this stream is here.
Hey, IJ, how's it going?
What's going on, man? Where are we here? Let me turn my camera off here. Turn my camera on here.
You got the first debate right tonight?
Yep. Well, is this not going to let me? All right. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm going to leave this stream, but I'm coming right back. So I'm going to turn that. All right, we are back. The mic on. There we go. Okay. So, StreamYard or YouTube, can you hear me? That's step one. And then if we share this, then we should be here. And Confluence, would you like to say hello to the chat and see if they can hear you?
Hello, chat. Can everyone hear me? Test.
And everybody left the stream. I said I need your guys' help. What the hell is going on, guys? So have you done this debate platform before?
No, the horseradish thing? No, never.
Yep, a first timer. Oh, there's
first time
Craig.
for you too?
Yep, first time. So Craig, you've got audio and video from the Discord, me on video in the thing. I'm looking at the YouTube and we're still a little bit behind. So there, it should be good. Yeah, he just DM'd me and was like, any of these prompts work for you? I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess this one. And he was like, all right, here you go. I'm like, hey, let's go. But yeah, I'm a little, what's your prompt? Getting votes?
Should prisoners be allowed to vote, with me taking the negative on that? Because this came from Tyler's channel, I'm guessing, right? Where you and me agreed on like almost all of the things. I think all of them.
There we go. Looking good. Yeah. Yeah. And so yeah, he was like yesterday I was just like, so do you have any information on like what channel this is on or like the format or anything? He's like, oh yeah, sorry, just a lot going on. I'm like, yeah, no problem. But yeah, I guess that's another thing. So now that we got this all set up, I gotta figure out my my opening statement. I'm not an opening statement guy. I don't like this.
I just made mine like 30 minutes ago because everything seems so last minute with this. So I'm like trying to furiously get my points together and shit.
Yeah, I know. All right, so you're good. That helps me out here if you want to go and do that. So I appreciate you.
Great. Yeah, no problem. Take care. Good luck tonight.
You too, sir. All right. So that is good. So then we can turn this on. And we can call right here. All right. So let's go. Yeah, that's another thing. I need to figure out my opening statement. Like, what am I saying? I think it's like 10 minutes. Figure this out. Let's go back to the format. And then it's a straw poll, guys. So there's going to be a it's so weird. This is not mirrored. So it's so weird to see myself mirrored. Usually I'm looking at like, anyway. Where'd it go? Okay. So 3 minute opening. So I need a 3 minute opening. I think that I can do. And then a 2 minute cross. So I think 2 minutes is just the 2 minutes. I just need to make sure I'm paying attention and go on about that. So what do we need? I had some notes. What do we need if we're going to have a debate on value? And the first thing we need to do is let's start a new one. We need to define value. So value, we had typically cost. Why is there so many of these open? Whatever. Okay. Different thing. Stay focused. Let me get that vibe music back. We need the vibe music back. Let's get a basic Google definition. Value definition. So we've got the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something. Or two, a person's principles or standards. That's a value. A value. So we're not talking about that, and then we're not talking about but to value. So yeah, we have a value is something that's regarded, but also someone's I have these values. I have Christian values. I have Muslim values, whatever. But then, the estimated worth. I think that's going to be the most relevant one. But I think that my opponent is going to try to take it in a different direction because of how simple, that kind of runs through. We know supply and demand and yada, yada, yada. So let's say, is there something? I wrote something else before. So the equilibrium between supply and demand, labor is simply a factor in supply. So let's take this part. And we'll do value. Okay. The regard that something is held to. I don't like that word deserve. Too important. Too importance. The word is impotence. Who knows what that's from? Regard that something is held of importance, or the verb would be do. Or we're not talking about someone's values. We're talking about the value of something. Or cost. There we go. Right? We'll go with monetary worth. Monetary worth. Okay. Did I spell that wrong? God! All right, so we got our definition of value. We need a definition of demand. We need a definition of labor. So I think demand, we can just go with the demand is how much, what people want. Since a preemptive request, to demand is to authoritatively, but an insistent and preemptory. What does preemptory mean? Insisting on immediate attention. I don't like that. So the demand for something, I feel like the demand is the value. So okay, we got to zoom out though. So why is it the value? It is the value because it is the desiring of it. So because you desire it, it's something that has value to you. You don't desire things that have no value, right? So, I don't like. What about insistent? Why are they using insisting or demanding? I don't feel like the demanding part needs to be part of it. Okay, so we'll go back to demand. A desire reflecting. Desire reflecting value. Is that begging the question? I think that's begging the question. If I define demand as value, then a desire reflecting preferences. Immediate preferences. There we go. That immediate preferences. So that's why the immediacy thing comes in, because I might not want, I might not want a hot coffee right now. And maybe not a lot of people want hot coffee at 8:30, 9 p.m. at night. Did he invite me to? Oh, okay. I did put it there. Okay. Making sure we're good. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, we're chilling until everything gets going. But I'm working this out. I figured I'll work this out with you guys together, because I don't usually do this. I don't usually do prep. I don't usually do opening statements. So a desire reflecting immediate preferences. So what I need you guys to do is try to poke holes in what I'm saying. Is there anything wrong with the definition of value here? There's anything wrong with the definition of demand here? Because if you don't catch it, he's going to, and now I'm already on my back foot. A desire reflecting immediate preferences, and then I'm going to say implies subjectivity, or no, I think I could put subjective in there. So I'll put, because we're essentially talking about the subjective theory of value or whatever it is versus the labor theory. And so in the labor theory, they try to say that, well, value, what somebody's willing to pay for something is subjective. What it's actually worth, its real value in the world is constant. But I would argue that there's no such thing as real value, at least in the marketplace. So again, if you can take, my opponent can take this entire thing, not just value, but value, demand, and labor outside of economics, then they might blow me out of the water. Because I've been looking. I do not see where else you can frame this. Again, value very easily into a philosophical discussion. But value and as its relation to demand and labor, that has to be the economy. So a desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences. I don't think that is begging the question. And so, does that apply? If I want to make sure I have my mug here. So I buy the mug. That is a desire for, like, when I'm hanging out in bed, I don't have an immediate desire for a mug. So I might not get up and get a mug in that moment. But right now I need a mug. So, okay, I'm good with that so far. Value and demand. Then we'll go with labor. Whoa. So work, obviously. I want something a little bit more specific. Here we go. Okay. Human effort, both physical and mental. Okay. I like that. Human effort, both physical and mental, used to produce goods and services. Fundamental factor, production alongside land and capital. Okay, I think we could lift that as is. Right? Let me just workshop it. So the human effort, because one thing I want to bring up is it has to be the human effort, because I want to know that if we are discussing the labor determines the value of something. So again, he's going to say, okay, that doesn't necessarily determine the cost, but it does determine the value. So I'm going to have to figure out how to make sure value, again, maintains. So, but yeah, again, so if we're not talking about, when we're talking about value, if we're not discussing cost and price within economics, then I don't know what you mean by value. And I can't think of a way that you could define value in a way that other people would understand it. If you just went out on the street and said a sentence worth the word value, they would understand what that meant. That would also fit this definition or a different definition of demand, and this definition or a different definition of labor. So let's start there. So the prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. So immediately I want to say labor course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something. Right. So labor is a cost in, or labor is a factor in the cost of something, but it doesn't determine. More labor does not equal more price. So as I would put it, economic terms, let me do a comma there. The value. So labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, but unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent will. I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. Okay. So I am almost surprised. I am certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics. How do you spell that? Dialectic. You know what I meant. As I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I'm not playing stupid. I just genuinely don't see how one could take the opposing position. I anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of communistic or communist or social coded. You add the word coded in there, and now, well, I didn't say it has to be communist or socialist. Socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental rule, fundamental actually I should put that in the banner. Hold on. Debate starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. There we go. Anybody coming in knows that we're prepping. Thank you for the likes, guys. That's cheers to you. Cheers to you. So one thing I never got to ask you guys for. Well, sometimes I do, but when I do, you always come through. All right. So, okay. So we're coming up on the minute here. In 9, I'm just gonna start talking, and we're gonna see how much space this takes up. So 2, 1. The prop tonight that I'll be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value, but unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I'm certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I am not playing stupid. I genuinely don't see how one could take the opposing position. I anticipate my opponent will use some kind of communist or socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental. Boom. So that's 30 seconds right there. That's 30 seconds right there. So go slower. All right. So the clear fundamental rule, not rule, but did I put right in twice here somewhere? Oh, the prompt. Aha. Okay. The clear fundamental rule or aspect of trade that value is what someone is willing to debate. Read the it's almost like I just made a banner answering that question. It's gonna be in it's in someone's Discord server, so I am gonna stream everything here. I got everything set up to make sure audio and video is good, so you'll be able to see. I'm just gonna put Discord up there and then put it like that, kind of like when we're doing panels. 9 p.m. So what time is it? 8:30? 8:40. Jesus Christ! I need to wake up. Blah, blah, blah. I'm fucking opening statement. All right, we gotta do this. Let's do this. Anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of communist or socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental aspects. Yeah, I like of free trade. Yeah, free trade. The value is what someone is willing to pay. If we are going to where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is. What value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical. Did I already say theoretical? No, I said theories. Some theoretical. Help me! Where I think this debate would be most interesting is a discussion of what value. I'm gonna capitalize. Let's capitalize that. I should have changed. I should have put the title as debate prep and then just got rid of the prep once it started. Whatever. I'm just gonna cut this whole part out though, and then I'm gonna repost it as its own thing. Anyway, where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by, and that's why we had our boom. Value is defined by the regard that something is worth, or I would put it, monetary worth. Value is defined by if that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it is rather clear that there is no other position than to What's up, Angry Amputee? Welcome. Trying to figure out. Debate starts in like 10 minutes, and I gotta hold on. Cross targets again. Part. Which channel should I be in? Okay. So again, I think the same thing's gonna happen. What I'm gonna have to do when I go over to Discord is leave and come back, because it won't let me open my camera on Discord until I leave this this thing for whatever reason. Yeah, we are doing debate prep, and trying to figure out position. There's no other position. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it is rather clear that there's no other position than to agree that demand or the definitions desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences. There's no other position than to agree that demand or okay, but so he's there. So I'm sure there might be another YouTube channel where I'm sure there's another YouTube channel where this is going, but okay. Values of, what time is it? Fuck. Okay, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. Desire reflecting subjective preferences determines the subjective value of a good or service to a much greater degree than labor, which I would define as like, you need me at 9? He's like, 9? I guess you're on the East Coast. Like, yep. That's me. Because this might be it. This might be it. So, okay, let's do another. Okay, we're coming up on the, another top of the minute. So I'm going to try this again. Here we go. I'm going to go slow. The prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it, in or as I would put it in economic terms, they're the value. But unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I'm certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I'm not playing stupid. I genuinely don't see how one could take the opposing position. I anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of communist or socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the fundamental aspect of free trade, that value is what somebody is willing to pay for your service or good. Where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by the regard that something is held to importance, or as I would put it, monetary worth. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it is rather clear that there's no other position than to agree that demand or desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences determines the subjective, we don't need subjective there, value of a good or service to a much greater degree than labor. So that was a minute and a half. I mean, you know, he's like, all right, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. I'm not an opening statement kind of guy, so still working on it. Okay. Hey, you are not late. You are not late. I told you 9 p.m. Eastern, and that is what is good. I'm getting my. Okay, so here's we're gonna use Liberty Plus. Shout out to you. All of that stuff really did help. So I'm gonna hold this down a little bit so I can read it a little bit easier. We'll do this. Okay, so this is my opening statement so far. And again, if you're just joining, the debate will be right here. It is in a Discord server. I'm sure there's a channel somewhere where it is, but I don't know where that is. But I will be streaming it right here shortly. All right, opening statement. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna wait for the top of the minute so I can give myself a good idea. 5, 4, 3, 2. The prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in academic terms, the value. But unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I am certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics, as I'm sure it will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I'm not playing stupid. I genuinely don't see how someone could take the opposing position. I anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of we're gonna add collectivist, communist, or socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental aspect of free trade, that value is what someone is willing to pay. Where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by the regard that something is held with the regard that something is held to importance, or as I would put it, monetary worth. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it is rather clear that there's no other position than to agree that demand, the desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences, determines the subjective value of a good or service to be to a much greater degree than the labor. So get rid of that. And okay, so that was about a minute and a half. And then if I go first, I'll just throw it there. I'll just throw it there. Because this is an opportunity. This is a situation where I can. The more I talk, the more I'm going to hang myself. So I'm just going to hang back and try to be like, so how does labor determine value? And then just, oh, what about that? Oh, what about that? Oh, what about that? Oh, what about that? And so like when we can get into like specific situations of like, okay, well, if I have a newspaper stand and I want to do this or whatever, that is where I'm much stronger because it's conceptual. And I don't have to know about what Marx said about this on page 32 of the Communist Manifesto or whatever. I don't need to know that. I just need to be able to engage with the reality of a situation where they say, well, the government could do this and that and that and that. I'm like, yeah, okay, but why wouldn't we just do it without the government? Or, you know, whatever the case may be. What do you think, Liberty? Anything to add? This is my opening statement and potentially the opening to the debate itself. I don't know if I'm going first. I'm in the affirmative, so I would assume I am. Did you leave? God damn! I'm a little nervous. I'll pee right quick. Okay, well, I got it. You fucking piece of shit. No. Oh my god. Stop. Jesus Christ. Stop. Go live. Jesus Christ. The debate hasn't started. Does it look like the debate has started yet? Let me know when you're live. It's on the screen. I'm reading it. And it's like, hey, let me go back. Okay, well, you can start reading. And I'm gonna take a piss. Oh, but right there. How does this happen? Just gone. The prompt that I will be affirming tonight is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a determinant, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in the economic terms, the value. But unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I'm certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I promise I'm not playing dumb. I just genuinely don't see how one could take the opposing position, and then I'll add their we'll add I generally don't see how. Okay, but hey, maybe I'll learn something that will change my worldview tonight. I'm always open to it. Okay. So the only thing I'm thinking, should I take out this part, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value? I feel like that is before, when we were doing just the definitions, we put the value was the demand, in demand we put the value of something, and that's begging the question. The question is the demand the value, or is the labor the value? So let's address something about if labor were a determinate factor in value, 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. If we were determined, and again, where the fuck did Liberty Plus TV go? If labor were a determinate factor in value, then then we would necessarily have to see goods and services of equal quality cost more simply for taking longer to offer the same thing. If I had to build a house and was I was building a house and is going to be paid based on the result, then I would want to put in as little effort as I could to achieve my standard of quality. I could easily drag my feet and pretend that I'm putting in more labor which raises an important question. Important question. If labor is what determines value, fuck. I had it. Oh fuck! I was right there. I could easily drag my feet and pretend that I'm putting in more labor. Oh, okay. So determined later, we need a mechanism to determine the worth of labor itself. This would need to account for things all the way down to the joules on each time I hit the hammer, minus the wind, minus the wind helping wind going in the same direction and gravity, or maybe the wind is blowing the other direction and would require more, thank you, angry, require more, fuck, minus the wind going, require more labor, and windy days I should get paid more than sunny days. If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are in for an interesting discussion. All right. So here we go. I'm going to read it one more time because it doesn't have to be on the dot. People trickle in. So Liberty, specifically for you, since you're the one helping with all this, I need your, I'm going to move the chat here just so we got it. Okay. So the prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor, and the cost of something, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value, but not unless these terms are taken. Wait. Labor's, of course, but not nearly as much as the demand. There we go. Okay. Unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm. I'm not sure how my opponent... Unless these terms are... okay, so that's a new sentence. Okay. Unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm. Okay, take two. The prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it, in the economic terms, the value, but not nearly as much as the demand. Unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I'm certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for clarification on something, I promise I am not playing stupid. I just genuinely don't understand how one could take the opposing position. But hey, maybe I'll learn something that will change my worldview tonight, and I'm always open to it. I anticipate that my opponent will use some type of collectivist, communist, or socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear, fundamental aspect of free trade that value is what someone is willing to pay for your service or good. For it. Where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by the regard that something is held to importance, or as I would put it monetary worth. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it is rather clear that there is no other position than to agree that demand, desire, reflecting immediate subjective preferences, determines the value of a good or service to a much greater degree than labor. Did we have the labor definition here? Human. Almost done. Come on, where are we? Okay. Labor determinant factor in value, then we would necessarily have to see goods and services of equal quality cost more simply for taking longer to offer the same thing. We have human effort and time. Time is labor, baby. Time is labor. If labor were a determined factor, then if I had to build a house and I was going to be paid based on the result, then I wouldn't want to put in as little effort as I could to achieve my standard. I would want to put in as little effort as I could to achieve my standard of quality. I could easily drag my feet and pretend that I'm putting in more labor, which raises an important question. If labor is what determines value, we need a mechanism to determine the value of labor itself. This would mean we need to account for all things down to the joules on each time I hit the hammer, minus the wind going in the same direction and gravity. Or maybe the wind is blowing in the other direction and would require more labor on windy days. Should I be paid more than on sunny days? If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are in for an interesting discussion. All right. I mean, that's what I got. That's not what we want. Okay. Okay, we got that here. Okay, so again, here's what are we gonna do? I have to leave the thing. I have to leave the studio in order to turn my camera on in Discord. So stay right there. Okay? Stay right there. Hey, we got Grid here. That is the plan. I'm not making any promises, but that is the plan that we will head over. I've been losing my voice and everything, so I don't want to make any promises, but that is the plan. Very good to see you, brother. Which I probably have a clear explanation of how price is determined. I would use this against them. If prices are too low, you will run out of resources. If it's too high, it hurts the consumers. Boom. All right, so I will be right back. Do not move.
They're vetted or vouched. That's to say, like, if one of you guys is like, hey, this is a buddy of mine, can he come in? Absolutely. Because on your
the
word.
link for that collab thing or whatever, like last time.
It should have been sent to you if you look in your your little notifications in Twitch. If you go to your dashboard, Twitch dashboard, you should find the link there. Anyway, afterwards, we open it up to anybody who's vetted or vouched, and they can kind of come in and say anything that they think didn't get said during the debate, or kind of keep picking at the prompts or whatever they think, yada yada yada. But also we can just we sit around and bullshit and fucking smoke and drink and fucking have a good time for the last 2 hours. None of that is necessary. You guys don't have to stick around for it. Sometimes it gets pretty messy in here during that period. Although starting earlier like this, if people are spelt drunk at 10 o'clock p.m. on a fucking Saturday, I guess. But yeah, we've had some fun times. But yeah, looks like we are just waiting for Lethe to get here. I think everybody knows Lethe, right? Doomer, are you back yet? Check, Doomer.
I think I've been consistently. I think I've been the most consistent, right? I think I've been in all of them, almost all
Damn
of them.
near. Yeah.
How often do you do
Yeah.
this, Horseradish?
There you are.
Is
I
this like a
do
weekly
this on
thing?
the. So eventually, it's probably going to become a weekly thing, or I'd like it to become a weekly thing, but because of how much prep and try to track people down and nail people on shit I have to do, it's tricky. So I do it the first, third, and fifth Saturdays of the month. Is currently the schedule. So, and basically like tomorrow after tonight, first thing tomorrow morning, or actually this weekend, probably won't get until Monday. I send out a list of like 5 or 6 prompts, as you guys saw. I send them out to anybody directly. I don't like putting them into, like, I put it in Tyler's channel. And I appreciate you, by the way, Tyler, for letting me do that, buddy. But I prefer to do it in private so that way you guys don't get to see who stands where. I do 3v3 debates and 1v1 debates. The first Saturday is 1v1s, third Saturday is 3v3. And the 3v3s are kind of fun. First of all, I don't see anybody else do them. Second of all, it gives less skilled debaters the ability to kind of work with more skilled debaters in prep and delivery. And also it's cool because I can make strange bedfellows. Like, for instance, I've been really hard trying to cook up an authoritarian debate because the people that I see, I've got MAGA folks and I've got anarchists who are equally authoritarian, right? I've got commies and I've got MAGAs who are going to stay on the same team. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been trying to be on this authoritarian debate for a minute now,
I know.
and I swear and I'm like, I don't know who else is also saying the same thing I'm saying when it comes to this, but I doubt there's many.
So the honest truth, the reason that one kind of got hung up was because one of our regulars specifically asked for a 1v1 debate on that prompt against somebody who's never debated here before. I knew him from the Bosses stream back in the day. So I kind of like took it off the group prompt for a minute, but then they keep not actually following through. So fuck it. I'm putting it back onto the group prompts. But anyway, so yeah, so basically the way I do it is I go through and I have a shit long spreadsheet of all of the prompts and all of the people's positions. I then look for the most interesting and the most well balanced of those prompts so that I can
I know you can't see
schedule
me,
it from there.
This is me,
and then I
talking
let
to
them
you
know
guys,
individually and make sure that they're okay with that prompt and that competitor. And then once I've got the confirmations and everything, that's when
Actually,
I send out the finalized.
Makes more sense to do this.
This is what's going to be on the schedule. So that's kind of how it works. I know it's a long-winded and kind of complicated.
If you see that, then I'm talking to you guys.
It never fails. I will have a couple of super fucking cool ones that I'm really psyched about that fall through. For instance, this week, Circa, down there in the bottom right, one of the prompts that you guys, who is it? Let me look. We still have it on tonight. Lonzo and IndianJesus's debate, actually. The value is determined by demand, not labor. So I had 2 people. One said yes, but both. The other said no, because neither. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's great. Like, I would love to see a neither versus both. That's dope, right? And then the other person, not Circa, flaked out. Like, and when I mean like flaked out, I mean like flaked out hard. Like, after I sent him the offer, or I could, before I even could send the offer, he like unfriended, left the server. Like, I don't understand why. So whatever. People are just weird. So yeah. Like I said, you could just say no, bro. Like, I don't get it, but whatever. Anyways, so yeah. So again, like I said, we're pretty chill here. The debates are as good faith or bad faith as you want to make them. It's your choice. We err towards good faith just because we prefer it that way. As you guys saw from the structure, I sent both of you guys a format structure. You can also see above my head here in the thingy that actually I should probably make it so you can see it a little better. There you go. The timer so that you guys don't have to like guess where you're at in your time and such. We go 3-minute AF open. You don't have to use the whole thing. We go 2-minute cross from neg. And again, this is your chance to either point out stupid ass shit they said in their opening or set up traps for your own opening. That's the way we kind of envision it. But we've had some people who just use that because they don't have enough time in their 3 minutes to do their opening. We've had some people who just didn't understand what a fucking cross-examination was, so they just like looked at me. So what you do with that time is up to you. It's your time. But just know that the judges do tend to judge based on how you control your cross-examination. Then it goes back to Neg. Neg does their open, then goes back to AF for their cross. Then we have a 10-minute open period of conversation. I, as the moderator, will add 5 minutes to it if I feel like it's productive or if the judges agree, like if the judges are like, let this cook. But usually I just kind of make the decision myself. After that, we go to the closes. Now, during that, and talking to you guys, audience, as well. The other cool thing about that is the judges during the open conversation can send me questions to the debaters that they feel should have been engaged with, or that they want to hear for their own. Like put this to them and see how they react. So if they do that, then I'm going to give you that as well. You're going to do your close, and then at the beginning of each debate, we have 2 judges, and we also have a straw poll. Everybody out there in the chat, and this is the other benefit of the shared chat, is everybody out there in chat. And for those of you who are streaming in YouTube, if you want to just copy paste it or something, I can, you know what? I'll put it into the Discord chat so that you can copy paste from there. Or no, I sent you guys the links.
Perfect.
You guys already have the links. So you guys can put that in your chat, and we do that in advance of the debate, and then we do it after the debate. And the whole point there is so that we can see which side swayed the most, right? It's not just a popularity contest. It's who was the most rhetorically persuasive. And then those are the 3 votes, 2 judges and the audience sway. So that was a lot of talking. Do you have any other questions?
Man,
It's less scary than he made it sound.
Is it?
That is true. Well, yeah, and maybe it's not. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Maybe it's
Honestly,
more scary.
I just usually,
You just black out.
Yeah, really. It just turns into like a debate. I say things, I don't know what they mean, and then the debate ends, and they're like, "You won." I'm like,
Sounds good.
I did it.
Sounds good. I did it. All right. So is everybody in the shared? They are. We are still waiting for Lethe. He should be here any minute now. The one that you just dropped in there, Circa. Is it Circa, Circar? Which do you go by?
Your mic's muted, buddy.
Good answer, Circa.
I thought you were saying Zerka when he was off cam, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, that kind of sounds like a frilly cocktail, doesn't it?
Again, when I pop over here,
Circa or Circar?
that's me talking to you.
Circa is what it is, but that account
And
is
welcome.
really old and I can't access it anymore.
Circa,
You're welcome.
I have a question
Gotcha.
for you. Are you in any way connected to the Chinese Communist Party? I just find it suspicious that you're able to not only not work, but be here conversating 24/7 in that chat about different things. And I just find that's weird because the only other person who I've known to do that seemed to have been a Russian asset. So can we get an explanation on that one?
Nice.
I won't use that.
Can I offer an explanation? Because if you extrapolate and you do a little deductive reasoning from the things that he has said, he has already mentioned the fact that he had a fairly successful business fairly early. So I'm guessing that he probably had a pretty decent nest egg. He said he doesn't anymore, but he also probably works from home or does something remote. Is that correct, Circa?
No, that's correct.
No.
You
Okay.
have
Yes.
that, you have that
He's just
tenant
a
media
CCP.
money. Is that
He works
correct?
in Moscow.
My business did well.
That's it,
Did well in like 2018, 2019, and then I lost everything. So that's definitely not it.
Oh, Wanzo's the
Uh,
black
Look
guy.
at the back of
That's
that
who I'm
wall there,
debating.
so-
Jesus.
Now he's turning.
So yesterday,
He's fucking good at playing.
unfortunately, because of Halloween,
I don't understand if he's good at playing or not. I'm just saying he said everything. I'm just trying to make sure that
he decided that since it was Halloween, he was just going to move it to today. And so I'm doing this now. I'm stretching. I'm trying not to burn myself out. We were up late last night, so I might head over there, try to win the prize, but we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes.
I'll take that as a no.
No.
Okay. Cheers. So it looks like we're still waiting on Lethe. Fuck me, dude. Where you at, bro? There's always
Is there like some backup if like no one, because he's my debate partner?
Yeah, no, he.
What am I
he
supposed
will
to
be
do?
here. Don't worry. No, he
Okay.
will 100% be
You
here.
automatically win.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Default.
There we go.
When you call
Exactly
it,
right.
That's the best kind of win, is a technical win, you know?
yeah.
I
So,
got one of those over somebody a little while ago.
Oh, I
That's
think
for you, Combo.
based
go.
on
Fuck.
holding
Yeah.
hands, yeah.
You did get a technical win on me.
Him.
tell us more. Tell us more.
I
And
had to
actually,
reset my vote.
Indian Jesus, would you do us a favor and just tell us a little bit about yourself as well? Confluence already kind of introduced himself, but
Yeah, sure. So this is my co-host Morty, the Overlord, and I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, and I do long form reactions, kind of where we'll take like a podcast or a debate, speech, something like that, and try to break it down so that we can be better at talking with people we disagree with, whether it's in a debate format like this or just a regular conversation. That is the goal. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on through. All are welcome, and I love to be challenged. And I don't know anybody who is more engaged with their chat than I am.
Oh well, that's I'm gonna have to
yeah,
tell you
that's a
what
bold
now.
statement, homie. Are you on Twitch or are you on YouTube?
YouTube, the Indian Jesus official.
Cheers.
So you've never seen a person make a 30-minute video 5 hours long because they spent that entire 5 hours debating one person in their chat over something that did not matter the whole time.
Brother, that's another Tuesday for me. Are you kidding
Right?
me? I get derailed. I get one guide so easily. It's not even funny.
So it's funny. It's funny too because like you'll see occasionally on the share chat, or if you guys don't get the share chat, but I actually had to make a Streamlabs like auto pop that says, "Hey, look, usually I swear to God I talk to you guys, but when I've got guests, I don't want to
Yeah.
be that dick."
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's like I have to explain to people because when I was doing full-time days, yeah, I would literally sit here for 8 fucking hours just yelling at people in chat, like, and part of it was. And this is one of my favorite things to do to this day is to do steelman myself. Like I will literally debate myself in chat. Like I will take both sides of a position and tear
That's a
myself
good
apart.
idea. I'm stealing
Thank you.
that.
Use it. Yeah, use it. Go ahead, bro. Another thing that I used to do is 5 minutes for $5. As long as it's TOS, you give me any fucking subject and I will give you a passionate 5 minutes on it. Whether that's why peanut butter and jelly is the single best meal. I've done that one. Or why toilet paper is a threat to the environment. I won't do anything that's not TOS, so don't fucking do anything about
5 minutes for
goddamn the
$5.
mustache. But yeah, so like I said, that was my stock and trade, other than just arguing with chat. So, but you actually said the sweetest song I've ever heard, which is helping people figure out how to fucking communicate with people you disagree with. Praise the cheeses, because that's what
That's
the fuck
the
we
name of
should
the
all
game.
be doing here. So yes, that's right, and that's also so. After
I was
each
doing that to
debate, the
prep
judges
this.
will give some feedback. Like I said, our 2 judges, Doomer Patrol Pilot. I'm sorry, no, Doomer Pilled Patriot. That's it. And Let's Chief here are 2 of the most solid debaters I've ever seen, and so they often will just give kind of some feedback and just like they're not like dicks about it. They're not criticizing you and they're not telling you that they wish you wore more makeup or something. They're just going to tell you, hey, maybe if you tried this or if you went at it like this, et cetera, et cetera. But on the same token, it's not like we're condescending about it. So you don't feel like you don't feel like you got to say, bro, I've been doing this for a fucking decade. You know what I mean? So anyways, good God almighty, Lethe. He has got to be almost here.
I think he's afraid of me.
Right.
That's the only thing I can get from that, you know?
That's how I would
Have you-
He's just nervous. We've talked on Grid before, and, you know, maybe I just left
Yeah.
such a good impression. He's like, holy shit, that Conflicts
Could be.
guy. Can't fuck
Could
with
be.
him.
Could
Right,
be.
that name for that 5 minutes for $5 is a crazy name, and I think that I think that could be improved for sure.
You have
Oh no,
feelings about it?
it was by design, sir.
Oh,
My innuendos are not ever accidental. So now, Circa, is that the first prompt that you're straw polling in there for me, buddy? Circa keeps fucking walking away. Oh, he's gonna show us
man.
something. He's gonna show us something. You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with a quick musical
Third
interlude. It's the third one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start dropping them all in there. Then, thank you for just selling yourself.
I'm a pretty good singer, sir. What you got, bro? I'll sing for you. You do the instrument.
Now that I would look forward to hearing, except for the fact that everybody else is probably going to leave. Boom.
Scam accounts are still
One
in play.
more. Boom. So once again, Jesus and Confluence, I'm going to suggest to both of y'all, if you don't mind, drop those straw poll links into your chats as well. If you don't mind doing all three, not, being like Circa and just thinking about yourself, that would be super awesome. Just because it gives everybody the chance to kind of, you know what I mean? And the more numbers we get, the better the percentage matters, et cetera, et cetera. So
I did someone else's first.
I'll
What do you mean?
drop the other ones when we do those.
I'm sorry.
polls.
I take back the mean shit I said. Anyways, so yeah. So you know what? I'm not going to make everybody fucking wait too much longer. If he's not here,
what does that even mean? And I'm in the affirmative.
My dude. Oh wait, I thought you were pulling out. the box for us, dude.
Yeah,
you're not going to tickle the strings. What the shit?
I only pull out my. I
wanted my
money.
I wanted the musical interlude that I was promised.
I know.
What
we were stoked. Like we were here for it.
You can't edge us like that, brother.
Oh man,
I was putting the thing back to cover the trust fraud. I had to tighten it.
Okay.
To get rid of some relief on it.
I have to try now. My cousin's watching this debate.
I am actually. Hello, Lonzo's cousin. I am serious though, Circa. I don't know if you've gotten to meet Grumple, nicest fucking asshole there is. He does karaoke nights, and while you may not be a singer, he is always about people who can actually play instruments and shit as well. So cool. Perhaps we can duet sometime, buddy. That'd be swell.
Yeah. Greatest description of Grumple I've ever heard.
Say what?
Greatest description of Grumple I've ever heard. Nice.
It's the truth, though. Yeah, no, it's the truth. I hate the fact of how much I like him. I really want to dislike the dude. I feel like I'm sure
I've done it before,
dude, but I can't.
I'm sure I've done it before.
And one of these days I'm going to get him.
Don't let me do it tonight
as well.
He's like, don't say
he is
this.
Just the hardest cat to herd I have found. So, tangentially related to Grumple. Say what? What was that?
I was just reading what Maida said. It looks like a jarhead version of me.
Is this TOSC?
What is oh,
tangentially.
What the fuck is that?
Gay.
That's Dota.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay. I was about to say it looks like wannabe league.
So
I wasn't wrong.
Wants to be
And it kind of is.
That's exactly what it is.
No, okay, so I don't know if you see. Yeah, no. Hold on.
My degeneracy is better than
Warcraft 3 came first, bro. And then somebody decided to make a sub game off of their back.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
Okay. Not everybody is like,
again,
video games
are
are gay.
I played the real thing.
That's how DayZ was born too.
It's like, sweet game, bro.
They all look the same, but it's new.
Lethe said that he is almost home, by the way. He just messaged me.
Good.
Okay.
He did say that 10 minutes ago, but cool, whatever.
Almost as relative,
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Well, you know what? Yeah. This isn't as bad as the Tocahontas issue. So, because that was the worst. It was almost an hour actually. It was almost an hour that she rolled in late. So, there is no reason for us to have to wait though, because again, we have enough people. Lonzo and IndianJesus are actually the first two to go, and Lethe can just slide up in here whenever he's ready. So that said, Lonzo, did you use the last 45 minutes of us fucking jacking our jaws to get some prep done?
Hell no.
Cool. All right. Easy W for you, Jesus.
He was too busy making sure both sides of his overalls were buttoned.
Wait, I don't use buttons on my overalls.
Are they inside out? Because no, okay. But backwards. Because inside out is wiggity wiggity whack. You're wearing hunting overalls, man.
Camo overalls.
Where'd he go?
Kind of crazy.
I'm impressed,
guys. I'm not an opening statement guy. I don't like this stuff.
No, that's okay. It's okay that you do. Like I said, you do not have to feel obligated to use all of your time ever, anything like that. So you just do what you can. And as I said, it's never lost on me that the way we do things is not the way that a lot of people do things. So we do not have too much. Hang on.
Don't
do
feel
not
like
have
you
too
have
much
to
shade.
soapbox. Just say some shit.
Yeah, just say some shit. Say some shit. That's it. That's how we debate.
Don't ever use AI.
Excuse me.
I never use AI. My brain is all the AI I need.
Who the fuck was it that used AI the other day? Who was it? Somebody did that shit. Who was that?
Probably Casey seems to use AI 24/7 if I'm being honest with you.
Maybe it was Casey. You're
I'll
right.
be honest. I use ChatGPT to make sure that I got the time zone correct because I always mess up time zones.
I do that too. I'm so bad with time zones.
Yeah, I had Peter Boghossian on. For it was like 3 p.m. and I like woke up early and it's like, oh, this isn't for another 6 hours, dude. What?
You talked to Boghossian?
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Every
Good
time
job.
I cover anything with him or he's around or anything, I accept you as the one true Indian Jesus. Makes me smile every time.
Wow.
Wait. Who?
Dr. Peter Boghossian. He was one of the people that worked with James Lindsay before he got woke to put in all those like woke academic papers that were complete BS and they still got passed and everything.
About like dogs being gay and stuff.
Whoa. Did I just hear
missing a few
woke
details there.
academic papers? That sounds like we're already falling into the trash can with our conversation.
No, he
What's
was
happening
he
here?
was actually a tenured professor, and he took advantage of that. And
Yeah, he showed how it's BS because he
articles
wrote
on
BS
journals
papers.
that- I know, and they trusted him, and then once they went back to go look at them, they realized they were fucking not good. But
It's insane that they got published. I think that's
What did
the
you
point.
say his first name was again?
they've been retracted.
Peter.
Peter
So
Pumpkin.
I actually I thought you were talking about Eric Boghossian. I'm a theater kid, and he's kind of like a god amongst men for theater kids. So I thought that you knew the Eric Boghossian, and I was about to fucking
He also
get all
published
like
in
fan
a
giggly.
field that doesn't really have a lot of people that do peer review. But once they got around to it, it was obvious it was fake.
You said it was about what now?
He had a bunch of different articles that were posted in journals that are like gender studies ones. Not many people
Gender
have
studies.
actually-
You said that's right
it'd be
about
like-
you.
It'd be like
Oh,
gender
hold on.
studies with like dogs, and if like the dogs understand the gender dynamics,
no,
and it was
I
like
understand
nonsense,
why
and
the one
they got
about
published.
people-
Yeah,
amazing
they did that on
culture
purpose
jam.
to prove how broken the peer review
Yeah.
system was.
Mhm.
I know
Yeah.
exactly
Not
the fucking
because it
story
was
you're
fixed
talking about.
Very
And
quickly.
the thing most people know him for is his street epistemology thing, where he'll go and everybody stands on neutral, and he'll give a prompt, and then everybody could do slightly agree to disagree, strongly agree to disagree, and then talk about that. I don't know if you've seen any of those. For whatever
did
reason,
work
Destiny
because
loves to do
all
those,
of
so he's
those
been on a bunch of
articles
those.
were taken down. All of them.
Gotcha.
So
Well, yeah, after Peter revealed it, they were taken down. I just want to say that.
no,
It was after
someone
he said-
finally got around to peer reviewing something that's only
Well,
5
no.
people would ever fucking peer review. It's like a gender.
A lot of
studies
them
fucking-
were up until Peter revealed that they were fraudulent articles. I
Again,
just want
it's
to point
not
that
a
out.
it's not like Nature or something like that, so it takes a while for someone to get to it.
Still bad journals, though. if
He
you think
also
about
lost his capability of, doing articles and stuff anymore. He just took
Well, yeah.
advantage of the fact.
What
that
a
he
martyr.
Took one for the team. Took one for
I mean,
the
to be
team.
fair, it's not like it was taken
be
seriously,
fair.
right? Have you guys looked at the articles?
No, but if
people
you're
don't take
if you're
it
able to
seriously.
get something published, that's problematic already if it's fucking nonsense, right? Like before you,
Right.
it doesn't matter about how long it takes. You shouldn't be published unless
Have
someone's
you looked
gone
at
through your
any
work.
of them?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I've looked at like almost all of them, and they're
Isn't there,
absurd,
like,
and
a
that's what gives me
difference? Don't
pause.
they,
Field-
like,
the
don't
field
they
in which
like
we're looking
mark
at, right?
when
Do you remember which
something
one it
is
is?
published from, that has been peer reviewed versus when it hasn't? Like there's stuff that's like preliminary research that gets published and it's just like, hey, this hasn't been peer reviewed yet. So just it's not super
took a bit.
astonishing that some of that stuff gets published. But
It is, though.
in the
It is.
context of
If it's
once
in
it
a
finally gets peer reviewed,
reputable journal,
Reputable
that
or
if it's in like a
publishes
if it's in a
stuff
nonsense
before
journal, I
peer reviewed. Like
agree.
if it's like, hey, this has an asterisk, it's not peer reviewed. Like if people want
Even
to
if it
take
was
and
a bigger
run with that
journal.
and act like it was like something it's not.
Okay, but I
No,
think
but
we
if
can
it's
all
a big
agree.
journal, they should take some due diligence
Yeah, I
to
think we
make
can
sure
all
it makes
agree that
sense,
if-
right? Like a cursory
they
reading
did.
tells you it doesn't make
They
sense.
did. They got
Wasn't
around
one of
to
them-
it.
Well, then they shouldn't have allowed it to be published. I mean, just obviously on its face.
Read first, then
Kampf.
publish.
I guess.
And then they
Good
took the
rule.
words
Yeah,
and
read before publishing. What IJ said.
Again, it's like gender studies, bro. There's like 5 people.
Okay,
Gender
I
studies is
just
a pretty
kind of-
big field.
Right,
To
it's
my
just crazy.
chagrin.
I only really just processed what the question actually is, and I think I have a really good argument already. So
But you do remember you're on the negative side, right?
possibly.
All right,
You should
good,
read
good,
some
good.
Karl Marx.
Leafy is just stalling for Lonzo to get.
Oh, don't worry, I've read
He really is. He really is.
I'm dyslexic, so
Hey,
it's not
welcome
really,
in, Nader. Welcome in. Again,
Didn't
Nader,
really
I have
process.
invited in the past. If you are interested in jumping into these in the future, just let me know. And this goes for anybody out there in the chat. Anybody who wants to participate in these in the future, reach out to me through Discord. Let me give you that. And let me know you're interested, and I will send you guys the prompts every time. Oh, fuck. Is my goddamn thing broken, motherfucker?
No, you just missed an eye.
Oh,
So they were accepted, by the way, right? It's not like they were
It's bro.
fully reviewed.
Okay, now it is broken.
Maybe we
So
can
Who's
long,
link?
janky.
What?
Game Boy said it.
Yeah,
leaky
actually,
doesn't
now
show
that
up.
What link
now
are you
that-
asking
now that-
about?
Now that I know you guys have that there, I didn't know even to think, or I never even occurred to me to use that as a prompt. But
Oh yeah, and that
shit, we're gonna have to.
sound. You also see in the
I might
corner
have
of
to
my
build
thing.
a
That means
prompt
I'm
around
muted.
the, peer
So if I'm
review
muted
system.
and I'm here, then I'm talking to you guys. There
And
he is.
so Doomer asked what
And then you'll hear the sound again,
journal it was that
and
it
you
was
can see the
published
mute
in.
thing go away.
A few different ones. I think 7 of the 20 were rejected right away, and then the other ones were pending. And once an editor got around to viewing them, obviously they were fucking fake. And then
Okay.
he lost. He just took advantage of the fact that he was a tenured professor.
Yeah. And
Because
Horseradish,
he's a tenured professor with
real quick,
experience.
what's the name of the your YouTube channel? Or are you just hosting this here?
The underscore horseradish.
The underscore horseradish.
No, that's just the symbol underscore, buddy.
Yeah, I get it.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's try that again now. Boom, boom, Discord, boom. What the literal fuck?
All right.
I quit. I quit. I don't even
Go
care.
show some
don't
love.
care.
I mean, yep. I couldn't get people into my Discord for anything because I can't ever remember to refresh the link. So it's always expired.
It's
Dead link.
it's goddamn setup.
I have
Just
one.
don't know why.
I did the forever link, and I have it there. So I just copy and paste the whole join the Discord thing. Because
Yeah.
same
You have
thing.
a forever? What is it? What?
So when you go to invite, we'll walk you through it. It says invite people, and then under the link, it says your link expires in 7 days. Edit invite link. Then you can have it expire after 7 days or never. And you can also have a max number of uses. So if you want to use it for whatever, and then you can generate a link. And then that link is permanently, if you do, it works forever.
Oh, wow, that's actually.
Hey, appreciate the sub, man. That is mighty kind of you. All right, so it looks like everybody is here. I'm glad you could finally join us, Lethy. You know, man, I think I mentioned to you that it was 2 hours earlier, like 3 times, but that's okay. I still knew at least one person was going to miss that.
I had no idea, was not paying attention. I just ordered food. I looked and I saw the alert. I'm like, wait a minute, why is everybody in the room? Oh, no.
Thank you, Lethy. Thank you, Lethy, because
Yeah,
I needed it.
You gave him the minutes he needed to be able to take this ass whooping with his feet under him. So that said, everybody out there in chat, let's fucking go. We are there. We got everybody here. Do you guys see that link right there in chat? Please click that link and make a vote while you still can. We're gonna do this before and after every single debate tonight. Your votes actually do matter. You guys are the third judge, but we're not doing it based on a popularity contest. It's not just who you think's prettier, because I'm pretty sure Jesus is gonna win that one. We're just gonna go based on who sways the audience most. So the percentage shift is who actually wins from the audience. Now, we do the audience last, so just like in reality, your vote only matters sometimes. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our judges here. We have got Doomer Pilled Patriot in the green screen all the way to the left of me. We've got Let's Chief, the faceless wonder here in the center, and then of course me, your moderator, the horseradish. We are going to be debating 3 different topics tonight. Each debate is going to be structured. They're going to be a modified Lincoln Douglas format with both openings, closings, and cross-examinations with a 10 to 15 minute open discussion time in the middle. Thank you, whoever it was that did that. That was super nice in my ear holes. And finally, and it took me right out of my goddamn ramble. Thanks again for that.
Final part.
We're going to go ahead and open this up right now to the first debate, which is going to be value is determined by demand, not labor. Now, a lesson that I have learned is that I do need to give at least some sort of an understanding of what that prompt means, because there's been people who didn't understand prompts in the past and it just went sideways and off track and it was ugly. So value, the net worth of something, is determined by demand, how much people want it, not labor, how much effort went into it. I feel like it's pretty simple, but I still want to just lay that general grid work. Now, is everybody ready out there in the audience? Have you guys voted? And debaters, do you both have your awesome openings ready?
Ready to go.
Written down right behind me.
Right down behind you. That's what I wanted to hear. All right, we got 3 minutes on the clock. Everybody, value is determined by demand, not labor. Get those last minute votes in. One last time. Boom. And Jesus, are you ready?
Ready.
One sec.
All right. I'm hearing a little bit of a feedback, a little comeback of my own voice. I don't know who that's coming through on, but it's not awesome. Test.
I don't think it's me.
Oh, it's
Let's
gone.
see
Thank you.
anyone
Whoever
lighten
fixed
up.
it. Nope, I don't either.
You
So,
didn't put a neither button for me. What is this?
neither
My
button
heart
for
is
what?
pounding right now.
For the
Oh yeah,
for the
because you're not
top of the
debating
value.
this one, man. No, but
know,
you
but
can
how
you can
people
go with the
vote on-
undecided. You can go with the undecided. Again, I'm very sorry, Circa, that you didn't get to do this debate. I was very excited about it, but I'm just
No,
as
you're
excited
okay.
to hear
You're-
these two go at it. So, Jesus, are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, cheers. 3 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, sir.
So the prompt tonight that I will be affirming is that value is determined by demand and not by labor. Labor, of course, is a factor in the cost of something, or as I would put it in economic terms, the value, but not nearly as much as demand. Unless these terms are taken outside of the economic realm, I'm not sure how my opponent could disagree. I am certainly not an expert in economics or dialectics or any of that stuff, as I'm sure will come up. So if I ask for a clarification, I'm not playing stupid. I really just don't understand and would like to. I genuinely just don't see how one could take the opposing position. But hey, maybe I'll learn something that will change my worldview tonight. I'm always open to it. I anticipate that my opponent will use some kind of collectivist, communist, socialist coded jargon and theories to obfuscate the clear fundamental aspect of free trade, that value is what someone is willing to pay for it. Where I think this debate would be most interesting is in a discussion of what value actually is, as opposed to some theoretical debate on capitalism versus socialism or some other economic structure. Value is defined by the regard that something is held to importance, or again, as I would put it, in monetary worth. If that is in fact what we are discussing, then I think it's rather clear that there's no other position than to agree that demand or desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences determines the value of a good or service to a much greater degree than labor, defined as the human effort, both physical, mental, and time used to produce goods or services. If labor were a determinant factor in value, then we would necessarily have to see goods and service of equal quality cost more or less simply for taking longer or shorter to offer the same thing. If I had to build a house and I was going to be paid based on the result, then I would want to put in as little effort as I could to achieve my standard of quality. I could easily drag my feet and pretend that I'm putting in more labor, but that raises an important question. If labor is what determines value, we need a mechanism to determine what the worth is of labor itself. This means we would need to account for all things that are in labor, all things in labor, all the way down to the joules on each time I use my hammer to hit a nail, minus the wind resistance going in the same direction, and the gravity, or maybe the wind is blowing in the other direction and would require more labor. And on windy days, I get paid more than sunny days. If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are in for a good discussion. And that's my thing.
Cheers. You landed it perfectly. So I hear somebody talking in the background from somewhere, and it's most definitely not coming from here. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but I definitely hear it. So that said, if you could just tell whoever it is to shut the fuck up, that'd be super dope. I'm going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock for you, Lonzo, to do your cross-examination. Are you ready for that, sir?
Sorry. Yeah, 1 second. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm sorry.
All right. It's your background noise, isn't it, Lonzo?
No, it's not. I'm just trying to, because I was listening to. Go ahead. Let's go.
It's okay. Yep. No. As long as you're ready, 2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead with your cross-examination.
All right. Okay. You said that they don't want this to be a discussion about labor being. I mean that, but whatever you. Okay. What I don't understand is what you said is that you want this to be a discussion about how labor and demand affects the market for the value of something. You through the market, how it affects the value of something, but you don't want this to be some communist discussion of what value is, which is a weird take to have, since value, which you just said through the market, does not only pertain to currency. So I don't like this can still step away from that. So I want you to explain to me what you mean by the value is in through the market. Is it purely just currency?
Are we going back and forth? There's just 2 minutes of you.
Yes.
My bad.
I'm asking you.
Okay. So yeah. So I was taking notes. So the idea about bringing up socialism and capitalism is that I don't think I'm not saying we can't mention those things. I'm just saying if we're going to say capitalism is better or socialism is better, I don't think that's useful.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, what do you think value is? Is it just a currency? Is it of currency, or is it of such as manpower, such as things that are provided to people? Would you say that if I had bread that required me to labor in the fields for a year and I were to try and provide that to you, would you say that that is less valuable to something that you have? Let it be something like medicine, because the demand for that
No, so those are both answered within the same thing. That's why I'm talking in the context of value. I don't understand how we would have this conversation in not the context of economics. And all I was saying is that if we are talking about economic value, we're talking about labor in the market, and we're talking about demand, then I don't see how my position could be incorrect.
All right, cool. Perfect. 2 minutes is over. 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening.
They're taking notes and stuff.
That's right. Sorry, 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Are you ready for your time, Lonzo? Whoever it is that has somebody stretching packing tape in the background, please go knock it out of their fucking hands. Thank you. All right. 3 minutes is on the clock. You ready, Lonzo?
Hold up. I really don't hear that myself. So is that something?
Yeah, I'm not hearing it either.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, the chat.
Is that like a stream you have open in the background?
What?
The chat? Did I have the wrong stream?
Y'all didn't hear somebody just laugh. A lady laugh.
Nope.
No, that's probably a browser you have open or something.
Do I have any browsers open? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not streaming anymore, so it's not coming from my end. And I was yelling penis earlier.
I think I know what's doing.
And Americans don't want their cities to be full of people who are almost certainly not legally in the US.
Somebody doesn't have the stream together muted. Oh my God, that'll do it.
Fucking
okay.
asshole.
Appreciate you, Lethe. Yeah, everybody. I've got. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense though, because I've got mine. Oh, it fixed it. Oh, praise it. Praise
it might have been me. It might have been me. I don't think it was, but it might have been me.
Nope. It was Lethe. He fixed it. Thank you very much, good sir. You're the best. All right, back to it. 3 minutes on the clock for you, Lonzo. Are you ready, sir?
Okay, so when it comes to determining the value of labor and the value of goods within this country, one thing that's pretty obvious is that labor, in large part, determines the value for every individual who works within this country. I mean, not for every individual, for a majority of individuals who work in this country, especially blue collar jobs. If you have a job or something that you're working on, such as a construction site, and your labor is what you're being paid for, they don't pay you that off of the demand for it, especially if you're working for the government and you're doing government sites. That's not paid off of demand for it because it has to be done. It's just how our economy works within this country, and it's actually how most economies work, because there are certain things that have to be done regardless of the demand for it. Things that you could apply this to within our economy that do require demand over labor would be such as the food that we produce within this country, but that is part of an issue in the first place. That what the question really is who gives it that value? Because if you're saying value to me for food is based off of the food itself being made. It doesn't matter the labor, nor does it matter the demand, such as if a person needs it in another country or something. Okay, it's what matters. I'm really trying. 1 second, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, man.
You got time?
I had a point. Okay, listen, when it comes to demand, my point here is that when it comes to demand, for example, right now within this country, I believe we waste around 2/3 of the food that we produce each year. Now, in order for us to accomplish that, and in order for the food to hold its value, we waste that 2/3 in order for us to drive up the demand, which means that the value of it is only determined by that demand that we've created whenever the labor is still being outputted. The reality is that to us as the people, the value of that demand does not matter, because that 2/3 of that food would be just as valuable to us even if you removed that demand in the first place. So the value of demand being what sets the value of things in this country can only work if you create that demand, and then by that demand.
I'll come to you guys in a minute. I just got to pay attention.
Like companies, for even with gas, they do this where they will say that there's an issue with how much gas that they can produce, which means that they can't produce enough for people, which means that they can inflate the price, which in reality isn't true, but the demand is their excuse for how they can inflate the price. God damn it.
And time. All right. God damn it, I can't was our closing statement there. All right, so good stuff. 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Jesus. If you would like to use that to pick apart anything or direct the cross-examination, go ahead.
Yeah, so you were saying that for blue collar work, that labor, they get paid on the labor, but they get paid by the hour on the demand for that labor. They only get paid because there's somebody who has a demand for things to be built. So it doesn't matter if you work construction, you just go in a field and start building things. Nobody's going to pay you for that.
Wait. No. First off, I was relating that to government jobs, which does not require that there's an actual demand for that to be built by. Now, first, they build things constantly, which if any government builds things constantly, regardless of actual demand for those things, they just do it so that there's a job that's being presented. I mean, that's quite literally done all the time.
Corruption exists. That doesn't change the fundamentals of what we're talking about.
But you're also saying that the demand of labor is an example of how labor is not value, but demand is. I
explicitly said in my opening that labor is an important part of this. It's just not as much as the demand.
So your argument here is that it's demand because demand for labor is a demand.
Yes,
that's what you're saying. That's your argument.
Yeah, it's not the work itself. It's the fact that somebody is willing to give money to somebody for that work. Like I said, if you're doing that same exact job, pick an 8-hour day of a construction worker, take it and do that exact work at a different place. The foreman or the company or whoever's not paying that dude because they don't have a demand for the labor in a field. They have a demand for the labor where they're doing the labor. So you said before, I don't know exactly what it was, but you said something would be the same value if you remove the demand. So this is where we get into what I was talking about, the economics, because there's such thing as sentimental value, but then I don't know how you put demand and labor into that.
I'm sorry. This is.
I'll tell you what, we're going to go ahead and just put the 10 minutes on. Nope, we're going to go ahead and put the 10 minutes on the clock. That was the end of the cross-examination. I feel like he asked you a good question, give you an extra second to think about it. 10 minutes is on the clock. Y'all just go ahead and go at it.
Yeah, so I mean, it seemed like you were catching your thoughts. I feel like I put it out there.
I'm genuinely, Radish. I'm sorry. It might be because I'm still taking medication, but I don't know why, but I have not been able to get a single proper thought through my head this whole conversation. I don't know what's going on. Like, it is bad.
Okay.
Sorry that you're feeling that way.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was about to say, for what it's worth, I'm going to stop the clock for a second. I'm going to do something a bit unorthodox. For everybody who doesn't know, Lonzo had his tonsils taken out like 4 days ago. So that said, he is indeed under painkillers and such. Not that anybody gets a buy or an excuse. We're gonna mock you later for it, but I'm gonna let you sit there. It looks like Circa, because he was prepped for this. Jesus, are you okay with Circa stepping in and white knighting for Lonzo just to keep the action going?
Sure.
Lonzo, are you okay with bending the knee and letting Circa come in? And
as long as I don't need another opening statement.
Nope, you're good. It's just going to pick up where it's at. Lonzo, you're good? All right, Circa, go after it.
Are you sure, Lonzo?
Yeah, you go ahead, bro.
Do it.
Feel better, bro.
Okay. Just so I don't misrepresent you. Instead of an opening statement, Indian, can you describe to me in like one sentence again, just so I don't misrepresent you?
Value is what people are willing to pay for something.
Okay, so value has to have like some transactional element to it?
Yes.
Okay. And the prompt though, right? Prompt is values determined by demand, not labor, right? So you're affirming that demand is the reason, I thought.
Yes.
So what does that have to do with money?
It has a lot to do with money. The whole economy is based on people having demands for things, and that demand subjectively creates value, and then people trade money for the things that they want. So that's a trade, and it's inherently an unequal trade because, I don't know if we're going to go into.
So without money, value would not exist, or?
No, that's what we use to represent value. You go back to bartering. And if I want to trade, let's say you're dying of thirst, and I got this cup of water, and I say I'll trade you for that guitar behind you. Now, if you weren't thirsty, then the value of this cup of water is a lot lower. But if you're dying of thirst, you would not take a cup of water for that guitar.
That's not how older societies worked. We never had.
I didn't ask if that's how older societies worked. I asked if you would take the cup of water and trade me for that guitar if you were going to die without the water.
Except you're presupposing the idea that barter economies existed, which comes from Adam Smith.
I'm not. I'm asking you a question. Right? I have water. The hypothetical. Let's take out everything else and start fresh. You are about to die of thirst. I have water to give you. The exchange, the trade, is that you give me the guitar on the wall behind.
Why are you assuming?
Hold on. Would you think that your subjective value in that water is much higher because you're dying of thirst if you weren't dying of thirst? Well, I mean, unless you want to trade me a bottle of water for the guitar right now, I'm down.
That's fine. I don't know how that relates to the prompt. I don't know what subjective, whatever you just said, has to do with
because value is subjective. Value is inherently subjective. And so whatever someone decides they are willing to pay for something, or whatever.
Let's go back to the prompt. Are you thinking of demand in an economic way, or are you thinking of like a personal will?
No, in an economic way. And so, like I said,
if an economic definition of demand, what are you talking about?
Correct me then. Like I said, I'm not playing stupid here. I'm just saying value is the demand people have for it. So if there's a demand for something,
first have to do with the economic definition of demand.
I gave you a colloquial definition for how I'm using demand in my opening. I'm going to read it again for you, but that's what I'm talking about. So if you want to get into an argument about semantics, I said a desire reflecting immediate subjective preferences. That is what I am saying. That is how I am defining demand. So if you have a better definition of demand, I'm willing to hear it.
I mean, you can open up an econ textbook and
go to
chapter 1 and probably get one.
But I'm kind of already winning this debate with my own definition, so why would I?
Fine, sure. Now,
just give me the definition that you want to use, dude.
Now, without this trade going on that you're talking about, right? Do you think that value could not exist?
No, I do not think that.
What if it was just dead?
What if it was dead?
As in, there's no barter, there's no trade. Do you think value can't exist then, or what?
I don't know. Good question. What does that have to do with labor and demand?
Value is determined by demand, so.
So is there a question?
Sure... No, my answer to this actually is undecided, right? I would say neither. I think value is, again, I wrote it on HISP, but this is going to be determined by an economic doctrine. And then the bounded properties as well as the parameters that make that doctrine work are going to denote and prescribe value. So it is subjective in a way. Because there were
that's what I said in my opening.
Who thought that it came from the dirt, No, you said that it comes from demand itself. That is a property.
No, I said demand is subjective. The value, what you're willing to pay, that was why I used the water guitar thing, because at this very moment, you're not willing to trade a bottle of water for that guitar, correct? Because you value the guitar more than the value of the water. But if you're about to die, the value of the water subjectively to you goes up. What am I wrong about? You're very frustrated with me, and I don't understand why. Like I said, I'm not trying to play stupid. I genuinely don't understand what you're upset about.
I'm asking you, if we didn't have demand, could you not have value?
And I answered you, and I said, no, that's not the case. We could have value.
So, did you say yes to this prompt or no to this prompt?
I'm the affirmative. That value is determined by demand, not by labor.
By demand. You just said
so. Your position is that it's determined by labor. So, do you have anything to say about that? How labor determines value? That would be a good place to start.
I don't think it's determined by either, actually.
Okay, say more.
I think we're good, right?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Okay,
I'm good.
I just lost my prompt, right?
Sure. Well, so we'll go ahead and close it there. This one kind of fell apart from the start, but that's okay. We still got closings and judges. If they have any questions for this weird ass debate, please send them to me directly. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. I enjoyed that more than I probably had any right to. So with that said, 3 minutes to you first, Jesus. Do you want to go ahead and put a cherry on it? You don't have to put the whole 3 minutes in. We didn't use the whole fucking 10 minutes. So here we go. You ready?
Ready.
All right, go ahead, bud.
So I think very clearly, as I stated in my opening, it's a fundamental principle that what people want or how much people want things determines the price of it. And so it doesn't matter if you make something really hard, if you work really hard. If people don't want it, then the demand is
you think value means price, man?
Dude,
in this case,
is just closing, sir.
Yeah. So in this case, I was saying specifically that we're talking about in an economic circumstance, and that if we were the last frame, what was the last words? Let's read it again. If this is not, where is it? If this is not what my opponent means, then I think we are here for an interesting debate. So I gave you the parameters that we're talking about economics. I defined value. I defined demand. I defined labor, and I gave you my position. And you said absolutely nothing about how labor is a determinant factor in demand or value. Sorry. And I can see my time.
And that's it. All right. Cool.
Then
we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes back on the clock. Once again, for everybody, just in case I wasn't clear about this, during openings and closings, it is only the person who is opening and closing. Everybody else should shh. So 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Circa. If you would be so kind, sir. This gives you the chance to do the opening you didn't really do. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Oh, for labor for this prompt still?
Yes.
All right, so 3 minutes. I don't have anything written, unfortunately, but
well, you know what? Then in that case, since we're doing a tag team here, Lonzo, do you feel like you can do a closing now that you listen to that?
Yeah, you can have Lonzo come.
Lonzo?
Nope.
If not, no pressure. Okay, cool. Circa, give us 3 minutes off the top of your head. You obviously know the material. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to close with my sentence. I said value for this prompt. Value is essentially going to be prescribed and denoted by whatever economic doctrine is going to be creating the parameters and the properties for it. So if we go from like Marx's labor theory of value and we try to only determine value through that, it's going to have a lot of holes and a lot of problems if you look at it from different ways. So economics is not exactly axiomatic that way. We can look at Ricardo's. He doesn't really have a well thought out theory of value like Marx did, at least as shown in Das Kapital, but he does have his own as well. We also have the neoclassical school, which has their own version of it, which is based on marginal productivity, which has a lot of holes as well. And it, conveniently for Indian, deals with price. But my closing statement is just that value is not going to be determined by demand or labor. It's going to be determined by whatever economic doctrine is trying to denote value in it, using properties like demand or labor. But that's not going to be inherently determines value.
Oh, I couldn't hold it in. Couldn't hold it in. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. He's got holes. I just can't make them
we'll
though.
Kill that. It looks like we do actually maybe have a question. We no. Looks like the judges want me to go ahead and take this out back and put a bullet in it. So we're gonna go ahead and call it there. I'm dropping the new vote because I know everybody was swayed by that intriguing conversation. I enjoyed it thoroughly, regardless of how crazy it turned out to be. But I'm going to give the judges a couple of seconds here to
that
process
chat coming
their
up
notes,
on what you're
which
watching?
I'm sure they have
Because
tons
I
of.
just see you.
And I'm going to give it a few minutes for everybody in chat to go ahead and vote. And to everybody out there who does not have a stream together, go ahead and grab that and throw the new one right there and throw it into your chat as well so that everybody can vote on that. Judges, do you guys... Yes,
sorry,
sir.
real quick. I'm not seeing it on your chat. Can you just throw it in the voice channel chat here?
Yes, I will, sir. 100%.
Thank you.
Boom, boom, boom. There you go. That is going to be the one for this after prompt. And I want to say again, Lonzo, I understand, man. You did take this under less than desirable circumstances, but I'm definitely glad you still made it in tonight. We definitely enjoy having you every time, and even if you feel like you're under the weather, I'm glad you tried to pull through and you tried to do what you could there. So, and Circa, I also want to say thank you for being willing to step up to the plate and be a pinch hitter and do what you could to try to dig him back out of that hole. So, what are you about to say, Lethe? Or I'm sorry, Lonzo.
It is crazy that this is the first time my cousin has showed up to a debate, and the whole
that's
time
when you trip and fall on your face.
The whole time, I can usually, even if I don't know what I'm fully arguing, I can at least think. I just blink. It's like blank. Like I'm still trying to figure out what the discussion is, to be honest with you.
Yep. I understand, sir. We all have bad days. Like I said, it's no big deal. Drugs do terrible
Even
things.
the
Don't do
economists
drugs,
who make
kids.
these models, Lonzo, don't even know what it.
Hit me up, bro.
Yeah, I was about to say, Lonzo needed to do more drugs. That's how he ended up.
Is that what it was?
Lack of resistance.
And hit me up when you're feeling better.
More, it would have taken him to the next peak.
Yeah, no, I will make sure and set you two up again next time for a debate. I will find another prompt for the two of y'all, and this time Lonzo will actually do his homework. But with that said, I'm going to go to Let's Chief first. Let's Chief, you look like you are ready to go, sir. Where did you score this? And any feedback or comments or thoughts?
I'm going to have to give this one to Lutch, the Indian Jesus. The only point I don't have a ton of notes as you predicted, obviously, for this one. It seemed like, Lutch pointed out that there was no affirmative argument made for why value is determined by labor, like at all. He openly put it out there for it to be knocked down. He was not afraid of it. And, it's just, whether it was, drugs or a lack of desire to make that argument because that's not your position. It just never happened. The only thing I thought was interesting was when jobs programs got mentioned, Lutch referred to that as corruption, which I thought was kind of like an interesting framing, but it didn't affect my scoring in the debate. But I'm going to give this one to Lutch. Good job.
Thank you.
Cheers to that. And DPP, Mr. Patriot, do you have your judgment ready, sir?
Yeah, I had pretty much similar thinking to Let's Chief. Also gave it to the Indian Jesus up here. I was following the other side. I agree for the most part. I just think that the prompt was more kind of engaged with on his side. So that's kind of where I went with that. I did think that the stuff that Lonzo brought up about like the services that are just needed, but that it's not necessarily. I think that what he was trying to frame it is not necessarily like needed by demand, but needed by necessity or something along those lines. I give him points on that a bit because I think that's a valid kind of point there. But outside of that, Circa, I think
that's what I said in my opening. Like, I don't understand if we're talking about economics.
I agree with most of
how
his
you can
takes
disagree.
on the prompt. Again, I just think Indian Jesus up here kind of engaged with it a little more.
Thank you.
Hey, cheers. So that is so far 2 votes for Jesus. That means no matter what the audience thinks, just like in our presidential elections, you have already won. With that said, I just so you know, Patriot, I think he was trying to phrase it as the demand for labor, right? So that I actually wrote that note down as well. The way that Lonzo had done the demand for labor thing, I was really hoping he was going to fucking take that home because that was really cool. But other than that, Jesus, yeah, dude, absolute fucking fire. I see. Yeah, just like Jesus, you walked on water, buddy. Circa, like I said, you absolutely came in here and you did what you could there. But yeah, in order for your argument to have really worked, I think you would have needed to do an opening to set up the framework for you to be able to climb a ladder, right? And you kind of didn't have that opportunity. So, but again, it was a one-off. Shit happens. It is what it is. I will take a quick glance, and everybody should be able to see what the votes are themselves. But let's take a look at the results. The after results, it looks like 71% for yes, 28% for no. And then for the first attempt, it was that one. And the results for that one was 83%. So the no won the audience persuasion. Cheers to that. So at least the audience likes you guys down there on the bottom row. So it wasn't just a shutout. Great job to both of you guys. Jesus, I'd love to have you hang out as long as you want to. If you do need to go, I understand. Same thing for you, Lonzo. Love to have you hang out. We do the after party afterwards where we all get to yell at each other and stuff. But if you guys do have other shit going on or whatever, no harm, no feelings, I'll understand. So
yeah, I do got to run, but I really do appreciate you this whole format. I appreciate you having me, and definitely down to
really quick, Lush, are you aware
in.
of the theory that Jesus actually did live in India in the lost years?
I have not heard that. No.
And that he ended up dying in France. That's a
John Smith in America in 1900, though. Come on.
I came
to learn. I'll give you a better debate next time.
There you go. I guarantee you will be getting invites every time, sir, and I will hope that you respond. So I appreciate you hanging out, man.
Thank you, guys.
And your opponent will maybe be less on drugs. We'll see.
All right, take care.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Hoo-ah! Oh. All right. Yeah, there we go. That's 2 platforms. 2 platforms on my first appearance. I get 2 W's, 1 debate. Now, I mean, how the chat is going with the other dude, I don't know, but I think it was like 17. It was like 79 to 84. Or no, it was no, because it would have gone the other way. But I don't know. I don't care. That is clearly and obviously a win. All right, so let's head over to the next debate.
Said before the prompt that was put in chat.
Yeah.
We're just gonna keep circling this.
I'm gonna just get my chat ready. And this is the one with a $100 prize. Okay. Boom. We're good. There was no argument made. Even if that's the problem. It's because if you already agreed with the prompt, then the argumentation had nothing to do with it. You see what I mean? So, like, other people who are like, no, of course it's labor. Even though I won the debate very clearly, they still don't agree with me. So they're still not going to vote for me. But, I mean, come on. Yeah, I like the format. Don't say shit like that, bro. I do like the format. He puts in a lot of work behind the scenes so that we can get in there, and Leafy was late, but we get in there and we get moving. So I'm going to drop the link to the next panel that we are going to, and let's do it. So at first I want to change that back to that. The labor and demand part made it only economics. That chat is wild for giving M the straw poll. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, if we can come up with a prompt around that, that would be a great one for you guys to go at.
All drugs shouldn't be legal.
Should drugs
I'm
that
hemorrhaging
grow
viewers right
naturally
now.
be made legal?
All drugs grow naturally, with the exception of a handful.
Drugs that don't need human intervention in order to get people high.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, any.
Yeah, how about
you have
just-
2 minutes to figure out a prompt, or I'm
How
leaving.
about all drugs? Yeah, all drugs should be.
You can leave it time. I appreciate that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
all drugs should be legal. I'll take that.
Win.
Shout out to the panel. Good to see you guys.
Indian Jesus just got here, and we're gonna hide everybody. We're gonna make this one happen, Captain. This is got
Good
to
luck.
happen.
Well, then it should.
I don't even know
be,
who the third. I think we're gonna make Vibe the third judge. So pay attention, Vibe. Don't.
We all
don't,
do. We all do.
Don't like go to sleep or anything. All right, gentlemen. Once again, here we are.
All right, debate.
All drugs ought be legal. And
what's the format again? Like, is it
you
time?
get 1 minute to make an opening statement, each of you, and then we do 5 minutes of exchange back and forth, and then we bring everybody up.
Okay.
And the judges make a decision.
Okay.
So you got to be really quick.
Okay.
All right. So, Dusty, you have the affirmative that all drugs ought be legal. Marte, I'm assuming that you're taking the negative that that drugs should be controlled and illegal. And I'm going to start my. I gotta get my timer back up. Sorry, guys, I do not have my timer integrated into the OBS. It just doesn't. I mean, it is, but it doesn't work. So I'll do it just by hand. When you're ready, Dusty, just start speaking.
All right.
We should legalize all drugs because 45 years into the war on drugs, it has been a complete failure on every front. Substance abuse has increased in the 45 years.
I don't like
since
that part of
we
it, and I can't
had
pause
the war on drugs
because, again, if you
as
already
well
agree,
as
then
the amount of people
my good
incarcerated,
argument
the
isn't going to change your
expense
mind.
on the criminal justice system, the number of police killed in the line of duty, and organized crime. We can look at what happened with prohibition in the past. It is a perfect model for drug prohibition in the present. And what we saw was that
Guys, don't forget about the stream goal. Marty is
alcohol
still
prohibition,
here and hungry, and
all
I'm still
forms
puny.
of crime immediately plummeted. Murders were down, organized crime was down, all sorts of violence, deaths from tainted alcohol were down. The same exact thing would happen with the war on drugs. The artificial scarcity created by.
That's time.
You said, okay.
So he's 4.
All right, you ready, Marte? Start talking.
Yeah, let's go. Dusty, not all drugs should be legal because many substances, like I said, I was in the feds, like heroin, meth, have been extremely addiction potential. This is the extremely addictive personality and
So
potential
maybe we
that
should
we have with
regulate
drugs,
them
going back to
and
them, it
address
causes
that.
severe physical and mental harm, often leading to overdose deaths. We're talking about over 100,000 annually in the U.S. alone. This is also cited in CDC data and other forms of this. Legalizing them could normalize use, increasing accessibility, especially for minors and strained healthcare systems. Regulation often struggles to keep up with the synthetic drugs that can be made, which can be tweaked to evade laws, as seen with fentanyl's rise. And also decriminalization for personal use might reduce jail overcrowding, but full legalization risks like we're talking about prioritizing profit over healthcare systems. Matter of fact, this is seen with alcohol and tobacco industries that you brought up. Prohibition, while imperfect, deters widespread use and signals societal disapproval of dangerous substances. I can see my time.
Well, that was actually exactly 1 minute. All right, so I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes.
I wasn't really
when you're
listening.
ready, just start talking, and we will.
I need to
the time will
prevent
start.
synthetic drugs too.
All right,
I don't really
we can see
like
that
the distinction, but we'll talk
the
about
past 45 years with the war on drugs, there have been overdose deaths. So obviously the war on drugs, prohibition is not reducing that. The stats you just gave, and nobody's saying drugs are good, right?
I am.
Addiction is
Oh,
bad.
so they're not good. Okay, so we shouldn't legalize them.
good.
We should
It's-
actually have them controlled, right?
Well, no,
This helps out.
look,
So all you're doing is
legalization
giving
implies
law
regulation.
over
You can-
everything else.
You
You're
cannot
prioritizing
control
profit over
something
health.
that is outright banned. When it's
You're
outright banned, it
prioritizing
forces it
profit
into the
over
black
health.
market. Into the black market that's out of control.
How are you not prioritizing profit over health, Dusty? If you legalize everything else, guess what happens? You now open the black market up for
That's what the
crocodile,
Discord's there for,
which
brother.
is like one of those
That's what the
dismembering
Discord
drugs.
is there
Actually, your
for.
skin falls off, and also devil's breath. Which also, can you tell me how devil's breath should be legal in the United States?
Sure.
Well,
Devil's breath would
technically-
never have been a thing
Oh, yeah,
if
yeah, yeah.
drugs were just legal. All these super weirdo drugs, they're
That's
all the
false.
result. They're all the result of prohibition forcing innovation. Fentanyl
No.
is a big deal now because people couldn't just get their H.
That's false. Drugs have always been legal in Venezuela when we talk about it for a very long time. So when you're talking about this refutes your logic.
No.
So not only this,
Correlation,
hold on,
not
Dustin, all
causation.
drugs should not be legal due to the significant risks that they pose to individual health and social stability and governance. I can also show this. They're highly addictive. So how do you prevent kids from using this?
The most dangerous part of addiction, of drug addiction right now, aside from accidental overdose, which is caused by buying drugs that you're not sure what they are because it's not regulated. 'Cause it's not legal.
Right. So if we
No,
have
hold on.
people buying
Let me
drugs-
finish. I let you finish your point. Let me finish mine.
Go ahead.
The most harmful aspect of being a drug addict is the law enforcement. There's a reason why we all know functional alcoholics, but there's no such thing as a functional cokehead. It's because, well, there is, but it's not as popular. It's because of the increased risk and harm that comes from making something illegal at the gate. Alcohol is the most dangerous drug. It's the only thing that makes people more inebriated and more aggressive, and it's one of the
As I
two
make
substances
my
that can
That
kill you
makes
from
my
withdrawals.
argument. So really, what we should do is have more controls. Also, not to mention this, but legalizing them, like I said, could normalize this use, increase accessibility, especially for minors in strained healthcare systems.
Next time
You didn't answer
I'm
my question about
backstage,
devil's breath.
remind me to
Why
refill
would
my
we
water,
legalize
please.
devil's breath? Can you tell me the benefits of society that this could produce?
Yes, by taking it out of the black market, by taking these things out of the black market,
It's not
that
in
is
the black
completely
market. Try again.
That is my
Answer
turn. My turn. That is completely uncontrolled and run by organized crime, right? And incentivizes organized crime entirely because it's a huge profit center. By taking it out of that environment and standardizing it, we don't incentivize innovation, organized crime, and people buying tainted drugs that they die from overdoses. It would help on all fronts.
Controlling the drug system, and not to mention this, but legalizing this so that way this can be controlled by the government. And not only this, but making sure that it's not free to everybody else. You literally just made my argument for me by saying no, because it's in a unregulated system, all this other shit. That's your society. You're literally arguing against this. This doesn't make any sense. So can you tell me how? You didn't even answer the question. Still haven't answered it.
You're
That's
not
why.
leaving. I
I'll
said I
ask
just
you
You're
again.
confused
Can you
about
tell
what
me
is
how
regulated.
it benefits society?
Regulation and
All that, and I
regulated
already went
are
through
different
all this
things.
'cause
You seem to be treating drug laws as
don't
if
wanna
it's
get
regulating the industry. It's not. It's an absence of regulation.
Do you think
legalize,
hold on,
if
can
we
you answer the
hold on,
question?
if
You're
we
not answering my
legalized it, then just like cigarettes, we could regulate the drug industry.
That doesn't answer the question. I'll even ask it again because I'm being very charitable right now and being very patient with you. I understand it takes a lot of this to deal with you, Dusty, especially. So I'll ask it again. Can you tell me how black market can benefit the public if we legalize it?
That distinction is
The
not
black
really-
market.
I mean,
the black market wouldn't exist if we legalized
No,
it.
Maybe there's more
I misworded that. Can you tell me how
natural
devil's
stuff
breath
that's
would
not as bad
benefit the market if we
as the
legalize it?
synthetic stuff, but natural good, synthetic bad.
I
is
just
not
did.
It's not reality.
If we legalized it, it would reduce a number of problems that is created by it being illegal.
Can you tell me how? Can you tell me
can
what
regulate
benefit
it.
the
We
public
have-
would
we
get
can have-
from devil's breath?
We can
What
have
would be the benefit?
programs.
The benefit would be in the reduced harm caused by the laws.
How would the public benefit from the drug use?
Here's the thing. Here's why your question
not
doesn't
answering
work.
the question.
I
It's
you want me
daylight
to answer it
savings.
a certain
Fuck
way because
yes! I got
devil's
the
breath
day
is a
off.
harm.
Oh my
I
God.
agree. The issue is
Oh,
though that
all
you're,
night.
stop.
You don't wanna legalize this
Your
stuff.
assumption is wrong. You're treating prohibition as if it actually gets rid of the thing. It never has worked for anything.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm asking you how it would benefit, and you actually answered this. You said it was a harm, so you think we shouldn't legalize devil's breath, right?
You're trying to do a gotcha, but you don't have it.
You need
Yeah.
if
Okay,
something is
okay.
illegal, you can't regulate it.
Yeah. All right. So
Yeah, are opioids harmful?
hey, stop, judges, stop.
Sorry.
Cleaner, please go.
Both debaters started out with really strong opening statements. They followed good format of building opening statements. They had a claim, an evidentiary metric, and an effect on society. It would reach the audience, I believe. So they both got full 5 points for openings. During the meat and potatoes, both of them were making pretty good claims on either side. Dusty ended out with one more point right there at the end, and so I'm going to have to go with Dusty on this one.
You didn't give me enough of a win.
Too bad.
Yeah. So it was tough. There was definitely some talking over. The opening statements, I agree. Both made really good points, right? So and by the way, this is really hard because I actually would normally be debating on Marty's side, but I'm going to be non-biased here. Dusty's points in the increase in fatalities, overdoses from bad drugs and things like that, hinting back to prohibition and the tainted drugs. I think that was a good opening, but I felt like Dusty was definitely a little bit weak in his opening. He was stumbling over his words. With Marty's opening also, I think he just was talking way too fast, but also making some really good points as well. If he would have slowed down and not, he could have said the same thing in the same amount of time. And he talked about the kids. Like, what do we do about the kids? Like, as soon as we legalize this, even if we have the regulation that, like with cigarettes, you can't buy them after 18, how do we keep them out of their hands? I think that kind of pulls at the heartstrings of the listeners. Now, when it came to the argument, I have to actually start looking at Dusty on this as well, where Marte was basically saying legalization
organic compounds
in this quick format is the regulation. Dusty's saying that actually causes this huge black market that creates things like devil's breath. Maybe devil's breath never would have been invented if there wasn't a black market in the first place and there were quality drugs being produced at a regulated side there. Now, this is not for you to interject on me, Marty. This is how the debate sounded to me, right?
Guys,
so this is not my opinion.
It was Grid's music that got me named yesterday.
Given that, right?
So when I mute this, can you still hear them or no? Give me a yes or no. When I muted, could you hear them or not?
Debate.
Just in case you
and Anson.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I thought that.
Thank
So
you.
I'm gonna go on and
Always
just
on top of
admit
it.
that I'm super
Always on
biased here
top of it.
because Dusty's. I've heard
Sometimes I'll
Dusty
be like,
argue this
hello,
several
can someone give me an
times.
answer?
He basically does what I would argue, only better, and I really appreciate his argumentation.
If he plays music
but,
again, I'm just gonna mute.
I can't be biased, so
that.
I'll just say that
'Cause that's what I got
in
claimed
terms
for.
of argumentation, I thought that Dusty's used reason and facts based on how economics works in his argument, and he basically painted a picture of how his reasoning would result in a kinder environment for people suffering with drug addiction. Marte did the typical authoritarian argumentation, which is basically just grasping at straws to legitimize abuse of power. And tonight, I'm judging solely on whose argument would make them most likely to be brigaded by Andrew Wilson, and therefore Marte wins.
Can I actually respond real quick? So, there was no black market in Venezuela. It never happened. So this didn't come about from a black market. That's why I brought it up.
Well, I
What
mean,
about
you
the
could say,
pharmaceutical-
like, you really could say all markets in Venezuela were black markets if there's no, like, illegalization of something then it's not illegal. So there's no such thing as black market. But that doesn't make all, like, you see, it's kind of an all or none fallacy.
Right, but you do understand that the premise of saying we're suppressing this drug never happened in Venezuela. So when we talk about devil's breath, travelers are warned before they go to Venezuela. I don't know if you guys understand how powerful this is or what it does. It's a free will removal drug. It removes your
I've
free
never
will.
even heard of it.
Okay, so check it out. Let me explain what this is, guys. Wait. Let me explain what this is. This is a plant that produces flowers, okay? I have seeds for it. I can fucking grow it right now
I just
if
got
I
some new
want
ones,
to
but I wear
in
the
my
same shirt
yard.
on every stream.
So what's illegal
I guess that's
about it,
branding.
Monte?
So what you're talking about is the drug. I'm not saying it's illegal. Brett, you're putting words in my mouth. Nowhere did I say this drug was illegal. It's in a
So
free
you were
market.
arguing with a drug that is legal?
It's used in a market. And no, this is a different plant. What you're talking about?
No, it's not. No, it's
drug
not.
that they're using.
not.
Hold on.
It's
The drug
belladonna.
that they're
I got
forming
seeds
in that
for it.
market is being turned into devil's breath, which means that this drug is not being marketed here in the United States. It's not. You can have the seeds here, but there are no cases about devil's breath being used here. Have you heard of one?
Yeah,
I'll wait to
because
hear
all
about
I got to do is grow the flowers and
Okay,
then dry them
right.
out.
So
There's not one
while
case
hold
in the
on.
United States.
Guys, I don't want to get bogged down in a very specific instance. To be honest, while I disagree with the mechanics of Dusty's argument, I agree with the overall theme of it. I think that we've created a massive fuck up in this country with this war on drugs, and it's actually made things way worse than it would have been. And while you can look at Venezuela and which is
Shout out to Angry Amputee.
we can
Thank
also
you.
look
Thank you.
at
So
countries
very
like,
much
for
for the
example,
cash app. Of course, a treat for
well, any of
40.
the
Thank you.
Danish
So
states,
very
Denmark,
much
Norway,
getting us started
Sweden,
on that swole going. Of course, that makes you the
Switzerland,
new sponsor
that,
of
you know,
the
where
stream.
these
Thank
drugs
you
are not
so
illegal, where
very
you can,
much. I was like that, but
the way our country has treated drugs is wrong, and we need to fix it. Now, I'm not saying that. If you need to go take care of your kid, man, go take care of your kid. Don't worry about it. Go take care of it.
Don't worry about the kid.
Great. What's really interesting is that these drugs are only illegal for the people. They're not for the government, and this is why we have ADHD diagnosed kids who are on a legal form of meth.
Right. So that's kind of my. Yeah, that we have this mess that's been created with our drug system, which could be fixed. We have no interest in that, obviously. But
great. Can I say something? My argument was, should no benefit drugs be legalized? That's basically my argument boiled down to.
I wasn't.
That
you know,
wasn't
I don't. I actually didn't care about the. I wasn't a judge, so I wasn't really paying much attention to the mechanics of the argument, right?
Why did you argue not the prompt?
No, all drugs, you said. So that is part and parcel with non-benefit drugs, like all pure harm drugs.
Whenever I try to get my Klonopin refills, it's always like, please just let it go through. Please.
So, Marte, if I were to critique your strategy, I think that to defeat Dusty's argument, the best way to defeat that is by saying that while you can agree with reform of our drug laws, right? Like which is probably the actual thing that needs to happen, right? We should not be we ought not be giving kids the amphetamines in the idea that it's going to calm them down. And also they're addictive drugs that we honestly don't know what does to their brain chemistry when we're giving them those drugs at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. We ought not be doing that. If you made the argument in that way, I think that Dusty's argument that they should all be legalized becomes a little harder to make. However, and Dusty actually did do this, but he didn't hit it hard enough. Is that
Hook me up? If
drugs are actually illegal, you can't control them. because they're illegal, and then the black market,
out
as
to
Dusty
Nathan.
said,
Welcome to the
becomes
party.
a thing,
Uh-huh.
and then
Yeah.
people start growing it or manufacturing it themselves, and now you have an even more dangerous issue.
Marte
So
we'd be down with that.
Dusty was able to cover that, but he only covered the
He
portion
just did a debate
where
with
he talked about
Rob,
that
Rob Noor, I think.
by making it illegal, you actually lose control over.
I think it was
drugs
on this
because
channel. I don't remember, but I think
they're
that's what it
illegal,
was.
right? You can't really prescribe or validate, how much somebody is using of these off-market drugs. So, both of you guys did really well. I actually thought that was a great debate. I didn't think there was anything really, and I'm nitpicking here, guys, because it was a great debate.
It was real close. Y'all were both coming out with good arguments. No, you were for a speed debate. Yeah, y'all were coming across.
Yeah, no, I mean,
you were giving a claim or an argument, and then either evidence or impact each time that y'all were arguing. You were going tit for tat on that. It was pretty good.
There's no way that we can justify crocodile for the United States, or even if Jenkum is legal, that you would say there's no benefit for anybody, like a benefit for anybody. This is crazy.
Sure.
That's not what I was saying.
So there's a version of Kratom a few years ago, which I believe is a synthetic pot that was making people go insane and blind and shit. It was a designer marijuana or something like synthetic marijuana that was legally sold to basically anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we want that product to exist? And it existed because pot was illegal.
Well, Jenkum is legal.
Meth was developed as a substitute for coke. Crack was developed as a substitute. All the innovation that makes harder, more dangerous drugs is because of the prohibition. If a cokehead could just buy their coke, they would just do that. They wouldn't. People want to feed their addictions. They don't really want to have to change to something else unless they can't get it.
But Dusty, during the whole debate, I never had my question answered. I feel like you never did, because you never really did.
I feel like all I did was answer it.
I said, how would society benefit from Devil's Breath? Can you tell me one benefit from this? That was never answered.
Society does not benefit from drug addiction.
He's talking about scopolamine specifically, Dustin.
Yeah, scopolamine specifically.
Oh, yeah,
I can tell you.
They gave me that when I just had surgery.
There actually is there's researchers that have been studying the effect it has on certain types of criminals.
Motion sickness, stuff like that.
No, not for that. No, actually no. For actually re-brainwashing someone into normality, so not to be a super aggressive or hyper aggressive person.
Yeah.
So
I like the energy of the specific drug conversations. That's really not the focus of tonight's show.
Sure.
So that was kind of an exhibition match. Dusty, if you want to stay and debate, that's great. We're gonna. I really need to start moving on though, and actually I need some more debaters. Now that Vibe is gone, I'm short. I'm short.
And I got to drop off too. I got other things going on.
Yeah,
but thank you for having me up. Salute to the panel,
man.
except for Marte. You're still a bitch. And salute to most of the chat.
Stay safe, Dusty.
You just can't help yourself.
Don't be safe, Dusty.
So, Marte, the actual
the
actual benefit. I was trying to say this over and over again. I didn't get it out. The actual benefit for drugs in general is that it gives people an opportunity to exercise free will and self-control, right? And so the reason why the United States government had to make a constitutional amendment to make alcohol illegal. The reason why the government had to make a constitutional amendment to make alcohol illegal is because it would have been unconstitutional for the federal government to say it was illegal without one. But for some reason, the federal government decided that they just had that power with drugs. But actually, all drug enforcement is unconstitutional and immoral because it basically takes away rights that the power to take those rights was not given to our government. So it's actually a very liberal leftist.
So you're saying rights exist?
That we should make drugs illegal.
Rights are tangible. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
No, I'm saying the Constitution is pretty damn clear.
Right.
Can we see them debate about rights? real
There
quick,
has to
Chris?
be force. There has to be
Please?
enforcement. Because if I had distribution of cyanide pills and I said, if you guys can use cyanide responsibly, sounds really
That's
stupid,
how you
right?
know he's from the
So it's
cruise.
like
You're an anti-constitutionalist, right? So you're a leftist.
You can't take
No, you
enforcement
can
away
argue
from
for left. That's fine.
Hey, Grid. I think these
Well-
two should debate about rights real quick.
Whether or not rights are ideological or observable within the world doesn't take away the effect that people's belief in their rights has on societies and how societies are socially constructed.
I would agree.
I think what Anson is saying, there's merit to it because yes, we construct our society based upon what we view our rights, our morals, and our ethics are.
Right, but if I was going to make a suicide pod or a cyanide pill, which was an equivalent to this, a drug, so they have these suicide pods, or
You gotta stop saying that word.
The self-deletion pods, and we're going to say we're going to have a Nexa, which is a self-deletion pill, and if you could take this, we can legalize this. So I think that if we get down to the crux of the issue, we can't have mass-distribution of this. We could say that this is a bad for society. Because if your kids get a hold of this and we would say no, we would decide no. You would have to fly to Sweden to get a self-deletion pill or something like that, right?
People are allowed to take that. They have the right to delete themselves. It's impossible to stop them. Put them on a 72-hour hold? They get out,
Yeah.
they do it anyways.
Yeah,
It is
so
you can try, but people are still going to express the freedom of will to do
Correct.
as they choose.
Beth, but if you make a declaration,
my kid can go self-delete with the drain cleaner under the kitchen sink right now, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. Would you like to illegalize that too?
would you want no enforcement? Meaning, so there's two people that can take your rights away. It's a judge and a doctor. They can restrain you in a room for 48 hours upon a psych eval and release you if you make statements of self-deletion. Do you think we should eliminate that?
I think that there is benefit. No. Wait a second. There is benefit to the 72-hour hold and having people stop and think about what they're doing.
Oh wait, what?
At the end of the day, if they want to self-delete, they have the ultimate right to do so. And who the fuck am I to stand in their way?
Correct, but should we take this away?
Somebody
should
who
we
cares
take that
about
away?
them.
I just answered your question. I didn't say do away with the 72-hour hold.
Okay,
that's not what I ever
that's all I wanted to
advocated
hear.
for to begin with. But what I am saying is you can't make it How are you going to punish somebody for self-deleting?
We make it illegal. We can hold somebody against their will. We take away their rights.
So you're
But
gonna
they already
hold them
did. So you're
for
arresting
years.
people before they commit crimes then?
Like,
No, you're not under arrest. You're having all your rights taken away for 42 hours. A doctor and a judge.
That wasn't what she asked you.
That
If
is actually
somebody does it,
legally
how do we
called
punish them?
detainment.
Yeah, how
that
do you
is
punish-
actually when you put somebody in a 48-hour hold, they are actually detained.
Yes, they are detained. I'll agree with you. Yeah.
They like it. There's a crime
I was
they've committed. or
just
thought
gonna
to have
ask
been
you guys.
committed. There's something that they are being alleged for, and they're being placed in a hold.
So how
Yeah,
do we?
you can be against the hold against your will. Yes, I agree.
So how do we punish someone?
Why are we still talking about dumbass drug shit?
Well, it was a
This
good
is a debate
conversation.
show.
Well, now we're talking about self-deletion
This
and rights.
is a debate show. What the hell, man?
You didn't shepherd. You didn't shepherd your sheep yet, Grid.
I know. Apparently, I got distracted. I'm trying to get some more people in here, and I turn around and you're still talking about dumbass drug shit.
No, we're not. We're talking about rights.
We were keeping shit going.
We're talking about rights.
Yeah, we're talking about rights being stripped from you.
Yeah, we have a lot of that happening, to be honest. What's up, Indian Jesus? I barely had time to say hi to you before you dropped off. And Thumping Weevil has come in. That's rad.
But so wait a second, Marte. Why didn't you ask Grid how people are having something stripped away from them that doesn't actually exist?
Who fucking cares? Jesus, how's your mic?
I mean, so far so good. I don't know. Sometimes with Streamlabs, it just it does whatever it did. And,
Yeah. It's
so
good today, bro.
last night it was loud.
Struggle streaming.
Jesus needs to debate.
I thought he was going to hop in there.
It does that during the debate. I'm kind of waiting on Tyler and Vibe to come back in.
Do you need judges? Is that what you need?
I'm sorry?
Do you need judges?
I need a judge, but I think Tyler wants to fight tonight. if it comes down to it,
how
I'll
many
judge.
are you short right now for everything for like the debate to start? I still don't understand the number that you go for.
I'm sorry,
What do you
the
mean?
what?
The number that you go for judges and debaters.
Three judges.
Three
short one.
judges, yeah.
Okay.
So we don't have a tie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, all right. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
So yeah, why don't we have them do the rights debate?
You're such a dad. I love it. He's like, kids. All right, they're stupid kids. They're done talking now.
My 5-year-old, he'll be 5 years old in 22
Notice
days.
how he was like, "Hey, Indian Jesus," and then
And
he just
he
asked
is
the question.
he was such a brat
okay
today.
Fuck me then, I guess.
Like the stomping of feet, the swinging of arms, the yelling, just all of it.
Oh, does he do this? He does like the whole
No, he didn't really do that. And
my kids did that. Both of my kids did that. They look at me and they got mad. They just
No, he didn't do that. So he, and he would be like perfectly fine, everything's groovy, and then just whatever reason, he wanted to be a problem child, and he got into big time trouble.
That's the one I was
think
thinking
my
of when I was
wife
thinking
may
where we
have
knew
thrown away
Marte
his
from.
Halloween candy.
Uh-oh. He got
Right?
big
That's
trouble.
serious, right? Like that's
Yeah.
bad. And I'm not sure she explained to him that he has no rights.
let me ask you. Okay, so let me ask you, as being a father, as being a father, has your kids ever acted out around Christmas where you've actually thrown away presents? Like,
No, nothing like that. And I don't see. I might threaten to do that, but I won't do it. But my wife will do it. My wife will straight up do it.
okay, so
I
last
put 'em
year
away and forgot about them.
last year was the first year that I had all the presents underneath the tree. You know, my kids are old enough to know not to touch them, or when I'm around at least. But I took a few away and
It's
I
like,
put them in the
well,
garage.
Greg, if you're
like,
waiting
just
for
really
other people,
somewhere where
why
they
don't we
didn't
do
know.
a
Like I took them
debate?
to my parents'
It's not like you're a
house
judge.
at one point. Like, you're not going to get
You're
these
just sitting there.
presents. And they didn't see them for Christmas, and I waited
didn't
until
plan on sitting
their
here all
birthday
night.
to actually.
That's what I did.
I'm just.
I
When it comes down to it,
waited,
I'm just gonna ask
and
when
like
my
my
mic
kids.
stopped working
Okay, my
again.
kids are like both of my older
I'm
boys are born in August, so it's like I
got an
kept
extra hour,
these
so
presents from
we'll be here for a while.
December to August to give to my
And
kids.
don't forget,
My son's
don't
birthday's
forget,
in
guys.
September, and I totally forgot about it.
Wanna
I
keep
was
the
cleaning
super
out my
cats,
bedroom
keep the party
closet and
raging.
found it buried back behind my
No.
shoes and
You
was
know,
like,
end the stream
"Oh
and
shit!"
enjoy this.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, man. And my wife gave me shit for making my kids go on a treasure hunt with theirs. Like I put I had these gigantic fucking boxes, and inside the box there's just a fucking note at the bottom and a whole bunch of bricks to weigh the box down. And my son opens it up and he's like, "What the fuck is this?"
I hate
mean, he didn't say that, but that's his face. You know, you could see it. He was like 11 or 12 at the time. You could just see it on his face. Like, what is this? Why do I have bricks? And I'm like, you got something in the middle there, though. And he goes on this treasure hunt around the house, finding stuff, and then finds the laptop that I got him for Christmas, like his actual
That's
gift.
badass.
I think
That's
it's really
a good dad.
interesting because I'm
Okay,
having
can I
to,
ask the guys' opinion because I'm still.
My wife
new
gave me
to
shit
all
for
this,
that.
But what are your opinions? Is an appropriate age to give your child, like your son, a laptop?
a laptop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my son had to get one for school when he was in like
Okay,
7th grade.
no school. Like he wants it because he can't
Oh,
download.
no, he didn't have one until he went to school.
tablet. So
Yeah, he had a tablet that he kind of played with, but he didn't really care for it. But my youngest son, he has a kind of a tablet. He knows how to use it and all that. I don't think he's really going to care much for the for it after that. But the interesting thing is that so my 5-year-old is at the point where I'm literally I'm telling him that he's a big boy now, and he you know, there's no more crying, there's no more of this, there's no more of that, and he's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, yeah, you are, whether you want to be or not. You're a big boy now.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's we're at that stage. where he has to start manning up.
It is a tough question. I mean, I don't have kids. I don't know.
Like, yeah, what's the appropriate age for like a laptop? Like, because I have a 8 and 7-year-old, and they are very like they know their games. They know how to work on a computer better than I do.
My son is 17. He wanted this MacBook that I'm on right now when he was 15. I said, you got to pay me back 2/3 of it. He never made a payment. It's mine now.
There you go. I think there's a sweet spot, because if you wait too long, then the kid's going to find a way around it, and if you go too early, you're setting them up for failure.
Well, I mean, that's valid.
An iPhone. What the fuck does he need this for?
Yeah,
that's a valid point, though, Lutch. But I do think it kind of depends on, like, there's a lot of interpersonal things that go on with your kids when you're raising them, and so it kind of depends on like what their interests. Because, like, okay, so I gave my son his laptop at 11 because I was doing a lot of PLC programming, and he got really interested in that and wanted to learn how to code, and I was like, all right, cool, I can teach you that real easy. And so, but he didn't have internet access, so he didn't have access to a lot of the crazy shit that's online. So, I mean, there's little things, there's nuances that do go into when you decide to give your kid a laptop or a phone or any of that,
My
world, basically.
My 8-year-old.
I wouldn't give a laptop. I would get what we did with my older son is he had access to the desktop if he needed it that my wife used, and that was kind of it. Like there was no laptop until he was in. I mean, I think he was in like 7th grade, 8th grade, and he needed it for school. Like that was the thing he needed for school. Now he used a tablet at school when he was in like 3rd or 4th grade. But that was the school's tablet. He didn't bring it home, and nothing like that. Yeah. So I would. I don't know that I'd do a laptop.
Because, like, I remember
that's kind of why I'm saying there's nuance to it, though, Grid, because like
my kids.
with my son, like what he was getting into, the coding, he would have to hook up to a serial cable and then hook it up to the robot that he was programming. So. I kind of like we couldn't bring them all into the house where I had my desktop. So,
there's also,
I had to do that to some degree, but I think there's a lot of nuance that goes into when and where and why,
I think it's very subjective too. Like some kid is going to be more prepared at 11, where some kid, at 13 still can't trust him.
Shit,
right.
18.
Right. I know that's fair.
Yeah. 18. Some kids don't get into that trust field until they're in their 20s. I mean, it just depends.
Well, 35. I didn't grow up yet.
So my 8-year-old son, he is very into the planets. He's in the space and solar system and stars. Like he knows asteroids. He knows planets. He knows what's on them. Like he knows more about space than I do today. Like things that you would learn in high school, if not in college, and he wants these apps where he can access like these files to create his own solar systems and stuff like that he can't access on his tablet, which is kind of weird. Like there's a lot of apps you can't access on tablets that you have to have and that's what he wants, because I've watched him. He is so like he sits there and questions me about certain things, and I tell him, and he's like, "No, you're wrong." And then he explains to me. He shows me and explains to me where I was wrong in my answers.
So I've got 3 children: a 21-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 11-year-old, and. Every single one of them's different. Like one of them's a retard, and the other one's super smart, and then the other one's just normal, right? And they're all like different levels of like responsibility or whatever. And so you can't like have a blanket when's the right time, because every kid's totally different.
Yeah.
And I agree.
That's where I'm at, because I have an 8 and 7-year-old. They're a little bit less than a year apart, so they've kind of grown up in like a twin aspect. So they're the same size almost as well. Yeah. So it's kind of like it's kind of a twin aspect where if you give one kid something, the other one's going to complain. Even if you give them something that they don't want, you know, they're going to complain because you gave the other kid something.
Well, that's because you're allowing them to complain about it. Like
No,
I told
I don't.
yeah,
No, I don't.
no,
There's been
you've
many,
got to be
many
to some
times.
degree, because I didn't do that with my kids, right? I made sure they understood if they complained, they like about something that their sibling got, they were going to lose something, or they were going to have
No,
a timeout, or
I have done that as well.
because
I've done exactly what you said.
when one of them has a birthday, their birthdays are really close together. They're like 2 weeks apart and 2 years, right? So like if one of them gets something, the other one doesn't feel like they got something of equal value or monetary or what, I would be like, all right, well, you lose the gift that I got you. That's it. That's all there is to it. You know, I mean, if you're gonna bitch and complain about it, you lose it. And they stop that shit. They don't do it anymore, right? Because they don't want to lose shit.
Well, it's kind of hard when you have the kids. It's almost like they're almost the same age, like a little bit less than a year apart, right? They're the same age. Like my kids are the same age for 17 days.
Yeah.
Well, just give it to one of them and say that's the favorite.
Yeah, they'll just fight it out. So I'm not really sure how long Vibe's going to be. I was kind of hoping he would have, you know, he was just going to go figure out why his daughter was crying and then come right back. He looks like he might be a minute. And Tyler, I think he's on that stream that you were on, and they're just now starting his debate, which it won't go long. They're not
like
super
like 30 minutes. That was the second platform. Yours was first. Second platform where I got 2 wins on my first in one debate on my first debate.
That's awesome.
It's fun.
And
come for me.
Pentuple and Gibbs are over having a Twitch stream, doing some weird shit, but whatever. So I guess let's see. I need a judge. All right, for who would like to debate?
I'll go whenever.
Everybody wants to debate. Yes, that's awesome.
I can't really judge because I'm a mediocre debater. So
I can judge twice.
No,
I'm a
you
shit
cannot.
debater. I suck at debating.
I suck at debating too.
Let Bat be the third judge.
Everybody wants to debate. Somebody throw out some topics. Let's see what we got.
Genetic editing for human enhancement. That's a good topic.
Yeah.
Genetic editing for human advancement.
Enhancement. It's like to enhance your
Again,
Are you talking about chips and brains?
No, it's talking about like if you are
designer babies.
if you are if you're
like
pregnant,
CRISPR.
going out and having a doctor resequence your child's genes so that they are
I don't know about that.
Stronger, faster.
Oh, I got good arguments against it. Lots
more
of them.
attractive.
It doesn't seem like a good idea, but
It's a great idea.
No, it's a horrible
It
idea.
does not, in fact, seem like a good idea.
I take
Yeah,
it.
I'm
No
against
one wants to take pro. Let's.
What about climate engineering?
Jump on up, Vibe. We're ready to go.
What about what?
No rebuttal. You can come up and judge. I see
Climate
you out there.
engineering. Oh, go ahead, Grid. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No. Vibe's back, so he's ready to. He's ready. He's going to come back up. Mo Rebut. The link is pinned, so you may come up and be a judge.
I got one.
You out there?
I got a prompt. This is rolling around TikTok. You should, if you find out that your friend cheats on their significant other, you should dump that friend.
So bro code. We're going to debate bro code.
Essentially.
Why would
That
you?
sounds like what Speakeasy just spoke about like a couple days ago.
Why would you drop your friend for doing what everybody does?
I've never done that. I'm a big boy.
I've dropped friends for cheating on their wife. Yeah.
There you go.
Everybody cheats.
No, not everybody.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't dump a friend, but
So,
no, I don't.
it's a hard absolute claim to make. Also.
Break while we get everybody up. Mo Rebuttal, come on up, buddy.
I got a question. Indian Jesus, are you Mexican or are you really Indian?
Really Indian. I'm half. I mean, my family's from the Caribbean, so I'm mostly West Indian, but ancestrally,
So you're not really Indian Jesus.
Ancestrally, my dad's family is Indian, going way back, and then my mom's family is mainly Chinese with a little bit of Japanese. But yes, I am half Indian.
That's a long way to tell us that you're like some kind of all right. I'll accept it. All right.
Yes,
he's a dot Indian, not a not a feather Indian.
He sounds American to me.
Well,
goddamn right.
And then I have another question, Cleaner. I know you're having the PFD right now, and you're muted.
In the house. Check
What's
out
up,
that
Mo?
flannel, folks. Check.
Cleaner, where did you get your name from? Are you like a cleaner or something? Like I don't know what that means, man.
He works for the CIA.
Yeah, he cleans up those messes that the government.
Invest in Bitcoin. Welcome to the party, Nathan.
He's a Fed, we all
guys,
know
don't
it.
forget we have only one
We've accepted
donation
him.
on
I just call him
poll.
a Fed all the time.
My
for
arms
no
are still.
reason.
everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, what's up? Check out that flannel.
$2 if we hit that goal.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. I have a whole collection of flannel. Keeps me warm.
I had to get coffee. Absolutely had to. Marte.
So you missed us talking about you for the last 2 minutes?
From the train. From the death train. From the death train. It came at 4:09 in the afternoon, and the guys that loaded the bodies up were called the cleaners.
Oh shit! I love that, man. There's some lore to your name. Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
I've actually had it for a long time.
I've been kind of like slow rolling this deal tonight because I'm missing my average debate enjoyer dude, and we're waiting on him to get here. I know you guys were over there on what's his face's panel.
Confluence.
I'm sorry that you had to do that because
Confluence, my homie.
Did you win?
I actually went and did. I was a judge on Horseradish's channel, and the lefties trying to talk righty points about drove me to drink, and I've never drank in my life.
Well, me and Jesus, we both won. I just want to point that out.
Dilly to you, brother.
Okay, so here's the thing. Of course, you won. You were righties making righty arguments.
There we go.
Instead of lefties.
Excuse me. I have to
whining
correct you, Grid. Confluence is not a conservative. There's a whole.
I'm a communist, right? I'm a communist, right, Beth?
Oh, have you not seen my clip?
All right, next prompt is Confluence. A
Oh, have you not
communist.
seen it? I'm sending it.
Debate amongst yourselves.
That is actually a solid prompt. I'm not gonna lie. That's a solid prompt.
Sounds like fun.
Can I be the judge on that one at least?
No, absolutely not.
And yes, I did unmask you for the communist that you are, sir.
Why is he a communist?
I did.
Why is he a communist?
Because he wants to, like, ditch the societal norms and go live in a commune that's off grid.
Yeah, and every word of his mouth is comrade this, comrade that. I heard it.
That's true. I do call a lot of people a comrade. That is true.
Yeah.
I have the clip. I have the clip.
Debate over, I guess. Beth wins.
Look, some
Where's
communes
Vibe
are
at?
fine.
I thought he
A
was
commune could be
back.
conservative.
But he has not gotten back up here yet. Where is Vibe?
I have no idea.
No,
He's out there.
Confluence would be a good judge, Grid. He's got a good head on his shoulder.
I like the idea of Mo Rebuttal judging. He seems very stalwart.
I can be.
And he's not
There you go.
sorry, look, so I have you, Anson, who's a degenerate. I have Cleaner, who is just ridiculously straight-laced. And I have Mo Rebuttal, who's somewhere in the middle, who has a stern countenance. So, feel like
Good mixture.
feel like I'm covered.
Just full disclosure, I'm not a degenerate. I just play one on YouTube.
Right.
That's what they all say.
That's exactly what a degenerate would say.
So you're a conditional degenerate. That's what you are. Okay.
Yeah, it depends on how many women are in the room.
That seems to be accurate.
Actually, exactly where I was going to go.
Opportunistic degenerate.
Because it seems like we're all somewhat right-leaning. and I'm not really.
Yeah, there's no
interested in
real
having a
lefties
religious
on the
debate right
panel.
now. So,
I have
like,
a real
maybe
hard
a men and women thing.
See,
You
I
hear
would
that,
like
Beth?
to-
No real lefties on the panel. So
They all
Greta's
got
decided
ran off.
I'm not a
I-
I'm
communist.
assuming. I don't know.
You heard it.
But it
Confluence is
seems
not a
like
communist.
He hasn't seen the clip yet.
Confluence made her in one of her first debates. Confluence made her waste 30 minutes talking about historical Etruscan some nonsense that I don't even remember. And I ended up having this is one of the few times I've actually stopped the debate and said, "What the fuck are we even talking about here?"
What did he keep saying to me? Stop shaking your head. Stop doing something. Beth, why do you keep covering your face? Stop covering your face. I kept just going.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that.
That's all I want.
He said it like 50 times. It's like, I'm going to bash my forehead off my keyboard in a minute if you keep this going. Stop it. Stop it, sir. You're wrong.
Anyway, Mo Rebuttal, I think this is the first time you've been on my show. How the hell are you, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Appreciate you having me up. Look
man.
forward to seeing some debates here.
Yeah,
and judging them harshly.
Have you watched the show before? Do you understand our process and all that?
It's nice.
I think so. You have you set up the debates, and then you have a panel of judges that go in and take a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it is exactly that simple.
Yeah,
it's so easy. A caveman can do it. Unfortunately,
Right.
we're fresh out of cavemen. The Etruscans got them. That was a shot at Beth, and she didn't even like flinch.
If we're not going to get into a debate,
I'm used to it now.
My mic's
I'm
not
used
working.
to it.
Like,
That's
I'm not,
good.
I'm not
That's
having
good.
fun. I left the
All
other
right, Vibe,
show.
are you going to make it back? What's up?
Especially coming from the benevolent patriarchy.
Yeah,
the patriarchy is benevolent.
indeed. It has to be.
I'm thinking.
It has to be. Yeah.
There would be none of you.
Because if we go somewhere else,
Vibe is
they'll be able
awesome
to
work
see.
cosplaying as Ned Flanders or Bob's Burgers. You just take your pick. It's one of them. So, but hopefully he'll be back.
We'll see. I like Vibe. Vibe's all right. He's good people.
Yeah, he is
Good
good
vibes.
people.
Good vibes. That's right. That's where he took his
I'm
name
more
from.
of a literature fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him on a few panels before. I think I've been on a few with him. He's always seemed pretty easygoing.
So it is true that I believe everyone here is right-leaning. And the reason for that is because apparently I can't really get... Well, we seem to have a shortage of leftists.
Pure coke.
May I make a suggestion? May I make a suggestion, Grid?
Yeah, go ahead.
You might want to consider the reason partly might be because you have that giant flag behind you. You might want to put up a pride flag. Then you might actually get some people to come in.
No, I look like a trans woman and they still won't talk to me.
I love it, bro. I love it.
There you go.
You know what?
Also, the guns,
That's
big
fair.
no-no. You got to put that down too, man.
It's not just the flag. It's the guns.
They're meant to be
so-
trigger objects.
I thought that would have
story.
triggered him and made him come at him.
Exactly. That's what I just said.
Funny story is I
good.
used to have a background. I still have it. I had a background up that had a big banner that said, "Bad choices make good stories," and I still didn't have any liberals come on.
It's very true. If you think about it, you get around with like your guy buddies and you're having a beer. You're always talking about like when something went wrong, some
Yeah, when
crazy
something fucked
story.
up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You think that fucked up? Let me tell you about
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you go to the most horrific shit you've ever heard in your life.
Right, and it can get pretty dark pretty quick. So I have a buddy of mine who we joke with him about that he should not use chainsaws anymore
For all his flaws.
because he's
Some men shouldn't. Yeah, some guys really shouldn't.
They just,
I'll be honest.
I think he's cut into his leg with a chainsaw. He has been impaled by by a baling spear off of the baler on his tractor. It went through his leg, and he's like, I'm like, are you sure you want to be a rancher? You just have to ask because it seems like that it's probably going to kill you.
I thought I had bad. Like my ex-husband told me I should stop playing with the chainsaw after I got it stuck in the same tree twice.
Yeah,
I learned a lesson, I think.
where I'm at, I have to fell trees quite often, and there's been many times where you make a cut, or I go to put myself in a position, and I go, I'm out here by myself. I'm gonna reposition this.
I should mention.
I really rethink this.
Good luck to
I
him.
should mention when
Jesus.
the kids called him to come home, I was in the tree, tied to the tree, cutting the limb that I was sitting on, but I was closer to the trunk, so I wasn't on the part that was going to fall, so I was at least that smart. But I did get it stuck up in the tree. It got pinched, and I learned about cutting from the bottom first.
I think
After
I
the
got.
second time.
I think I got another debater for you, Grid. Somebody else is going to be getting up here soon.
Yeah, I feel like Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs should jump up.
Oh, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, let me know. I'll jump in the next one. I don't even care at this point. So,
yeah, I think that
We
Jesus
got
really needs to
Oswald
debate though.
in the voice chat. If you guys want to chit chat about yourselves, please keep the tab
Who's that?
of this stream open.
Marte's dying to debate. Let's get
Marte and who?
and Jesus.
No, Thump and Weevil. He
And
needs to get shown up by a woman. Put him in his place.
I was just on his live the other night, so I don't know.
yeah, Mo Rebuttal and Fluffy Weevil almost won my game the other night. So it was pretty cool. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it.
I almost won it. So I don't know. I don't know if I can fight him on anything.
All right, let's. I don't have a problem with Marte and IndianJesus going after it.
Did you just Jeebus?
I did.
Yeah.
Jeebus.
Jeebus.
I like Jeebus better too. I hope you don't mind.
Indian Jeebus.
Well, he has a sense of humor, so. Yeah.
I would prefer to stay away from like just straight up atheist versus Christian type thing.
Sure.
But if we if there's something that would be inspired by that, like something about values.
I try and stay out
community.
of the theological realm for the most part on my show, mainly because
theology, anyways.
I don't. Yeah, Marte doesn't do. We do actually have Orthodox people who can come on who cannot, or I mean, they can, but they should not, ought not debate.
Right, they need a blessing.
Theology. And I personally don't. I don't debate theology because I'm not. I don't feel like I'm qualified to debate theology. I'm not a preacher. And I didn't go to seminary. I didn't.
The closest I ever get to it is I'll speak to like church history and like historical events and things like that. But that's
Me
about
too.
it. Like that's as much as I dip into it.
You know,
Greg picks on me for the esotericism because I know the history, but I stay away from the scriptural battle.
Yeah,
I'll have conversations about it, but I only really like to engage in the theology side of things whenever you can show how it actually affects society or what we're doing in the world. You know, when there's a debate outside of theology, because I'm definitely not an apologeticist.
Yeah, you don't really need to be, get a blessing to talk about how ridiculous the church is, though. I mean, you can do that without like any kind of backing whatsoever. You don't need a theology degree to point out all the flaws in the mythology of Christianity.
Thank you, Anson.
Anson's making that up. He's actually.
So what about as a debate topic, the death penalty?
Nah.
That has
been done so many times.
Been
This is not verbal combat. We don't have pedestrian ass prompts. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The degenerate prompts are the funniest.
I disagree.
What
with that.
about reparations for historical injustices?
I think we'd all agree on that.
How about this?
I disagree on that.
How about this? I've got a list. Who is doing? Who is blocking a Russia-Ukraine treaty more, Putin or Zelensky? And you guys, you guys don't know? Okay, I could do that one. How about?
I'm a conceptual guy, not so much.
How can communities reduce gun violence while respecting individual rights?
Say that one more time.
How could communities reduce gun violence while respecting individual rights? That's actually an Anson Knowles prompt.
So what that just sounds like a question. How is that? What would be the affirmative?
Yeah. Well, you would debate how that could happen.
I've never even shot a gun.
I mean, your answer may be issue everyone a shotgun. Your answer may be neighborhood watch. I don't know. Anyway, all right, we can move on. I got more.
What about, can I offer one, Grid?
Go ahead.
What about cultural appropriation versus cultural exchange? Meaning, like, where's the line between cultural appropriation and cultural exchange in fashion, music, and media?
Again, I don't think cultural appropriation is a thing. So,
should the voting age be raised to 30?
Ooh, if I'll do, we should raise it to 25.
Raise it to 200, please.
It isn't a bet, Nansen.
Do I hear 300? Do I hear 400?
500.
The right to vote should be restricted to those who prove they have something to lose and something to gain by playing the political system, by getting involved in politics.
Yeah. Yep, agreed.
It just shouldn't be somebody because they turn an age and they can do whatever.
Why are you not up here, Emmett?
Emmett, join. Come on.
I think he's saying too much. I'm just kidding.
Should AI art be considered real art?
No.
Yeah.
I'd say no.
No.
Why not?
Why not? Because it's generated by.
Actually,
it's not. There's no depth to it.
Sorry, Greg. Tell me to shut up if I'm like being annoying. I'm just throwing out ideas.
What if you spend your entire life programming
This is
the
actually
AI?
kind of how it works.
But a lot of these people that are programming AI are not going to program into art into it.
Well, the problem is that these guys are going to agree on a lot because they're both coming at it from a right perspective. That's why when you're proposing these topics, you have to think about there's somebody just killed Cleaner. What'd you do?
Fucking Adam in chat. I couldn't help it. I glanced over and caught his comment, man.
Right. I see it. I got it.
It caught me off guard completely.
Right.
So, Marte, what's something that you think is like a problem with atheism specifically? Not leftism, but not having a belief in a God. And we can go to use that as a grounding and then go on to something philosophically connected to that.
I think transformer ideology.
No, again, that's left wing.
Yeah. You see why it's hard to deal with this? I mean, it's like
Should junk food be taxed like cigarettes?
Is social media turning us fake and empty?
I could argue no. I could argue no.
You can argue no. Can you argue yes?
Wait, say that again, Greg.
Is social media turning us fake and empty?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
And you can argue against that?
Do it, Lutz.
Just
do it.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to think because.
All right, just think, and I'll come up with some other ones. Is modern education capable of making us smart?
I think modern education has influenced most of us.
I'd say yes.
Today.
Yeah.
You think it can make us smart?
Good.
It doesn't make you smart. It makes you.
No, all right, actually, let me rephrase. Do you think it's capable of making us smart?
Well, it's the same thing. But what if you say that public what about public education is something that we should support? I don't know.
I think we all went through the same kind of education, so it's kind of standard where everybody comes from.
Oh no, it's
I went to a military school.
Okay, if you went to public schools, then yes, we've all kind of learned from the same basics in a sense.
No, I went to a military school, and I have to tell you that every public school educated person I've ever met has been dumb as a fucking rock.
What
unless they learned on their own.
Yeah, well, that's
I'm getting personally attacked right now.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry.
It's gotten a lot worse over the decades. I mean, my kids are 24 and 17, and let me tell you, just between those two ages, there is a marked difference.
Yeah, and there's a big difference between public schools inside of the system too, right? Like I'm in Alabama, and the black schools suck and the white schools are good. So,
how about
I'm in South.
Philosophically, is it worth?
Are white, and they go to schools with mostly Hispanic.
Philosophically, is it worse to scam a rich person or to guilt trip a poor one?
I'd say guilt trip a poor one.
Say one more time.
Philosophically, is it worse to scam a rich person or to guilt trip a poor one? In other words, to relieve a rich person of their money or to make a poor person feel bad about being poor, so in the idea that they will be better.
Beth, you've got an echo.
I think it's the poor person, like 100%. Like they're already poor. They know
come up with that, Grid?
For struggles.
I'm sorry?
I said, did you just come up with that? That's such like a random fucking question.
Yeah, I have a bunch of prompts. Anson's given me some. Anson's given me some. A bunch of other people, but I also just randomly come up with prompts.
I think that black people should have a moratorium on dating black women for a while.
You know what?
I'm serious about that. I'm serious. Yeah.
Lutch, you can do that one, surely, right?
I think you're just going to have to assign a debate grid. Just put two people up there.
What was the last one more time? Point, and we also keep discussing the prompts too much.
You know how this
is
done?
Man, this is hot. Is it more unethical to fake a pregnancy or to fake a death?
Okay. I think
I fucking love
breaking
all these
confluences.
Fake a pregnancy
out there.
You're such good
I'll take that.
You're so unhinged. They're all unhinged, but in a good way.
Faking a pregnancy, I would say, would be worse.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Would be worse.
Pregnancy would be worse.
But so if I were a rich person, and not saying that I've seen this happen or anything, but if I were a rich person and I didn't want to be married anymore, and I also didn't want to go through a divorce, and I say like, pretended to fly my plane into the ocean and, not die. And, was found living years later in Mexico. Not that I know anything personally about this, but is that worse than faking a pregnancy to trap a person into a marriage?
You're faking another life. You're still you. You're still you at the end of the day.
All right, so let's do it. I'll take it's worth to scam.
You want to do that one, Marte?
Yeah, faking a death being worse.
Faking a death is worse. You think faking a pregnancy is worse? Lutch. Sorry.
Oh no, I was saying I could.
Oh, you're on my. All right, I got you. You're on Team Grid on that one.
I thought somebody said they would take the pregnancy.
I want to, Lutch, you said the social media thing. I feel like
I'll take death being worse.
You would do that one, right? That it doesn't like make everyone like more, simple and stuff.
Whose computer jacked up and dropped?
Beth.
Yeah. Dang it, Beth. All right.
I just want to see Lutch Steelman, that impossible position.
Well, that's why I said I'd change my mind.
On that one? Oh,
yeah. Because I was like, I was going to just talk about how like internet can be good, but the prompt is could. So yeah, that doesn't matter. But yeah.
All right. Are you a bigger coward if you dodge a fight or a tough conversation?
Ooh, I'll take the conversation.
Conversation, because that usually leads into a physical fight, right?
Not always.
I don't know if I'd say usually.
If you can't,
I know what I'm doing wrong here. What I'm doing wrong here is they don't have everybody in the back.
If you can't do the conversation,
Yeah. But
like,
we
or
don't
if it's
litigate the
30%,
debate
it doesn't
before
lead
the
to the
debate. That's so all right. So this is what I made. This is my mistake. I get the two people who are going to debate, and then I send everybody to the back.
I was going to say that.
way,
Yeah, you should.
Nobody can litigate.
Okay. I didn't know that. Sorry.
Good luck. It's all right. It's my bad. I was like, why is this not working? This should be working, and it's not. And I was like, what the fuck? This is not working. All right, there we go. Okay, so, is that a decent prompt for you guys, or what?
Which one?
I think we were on the same side for that.
Dodge a fight or dodge a tough conversation?
I said conversation.
Yeah, I'd say conversation too.
All right. Okay. Is it worse objectively or subjectively? I don't care. Is it worse to fake a disability for benefits or to fake a smile for bigger tips or even to get a better job?
I would say the first one is worse. Yeah.
First one.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You guys agree a lot.
That's what I'm trying to think.
That one's an obvious one.
If we
I
go,
feel like.
I mean, how about this? Gay marriage was the beginning of the slippery slope into the LGBT craze. I would say it is not.
Well, actually, feminism was, but whatever.
Yeah, it's my argument, Cred.
Let's see where we're at here. Are the newer parenting expectations helping or harming kids? And neither of you guys are parents, so that's a tough one.
I don't know what parenting.
I am. She turned 18 on the 9th last month, so yeah, former parent, I guess.
I mean, you're still a parent, but it's been a minute, right?
So
yeah.
So where do you stand on that prompt?
As far as parenting, I think old school parenting is better than new parenting.
Agreed again. I'm trying to think.
Devil's advocate, not much at all. I see.
Yeah.
Half Indian Jesus, because you said you're half, but I just went along with it just to be nice. But go ahead.
No, that's why I brought up the gay thing. I'm trying to think of, without arguing religion, things that we would be, even though politically we're aligned, that we wouldn't be aligned philosophically. So
how are you not? Anyways, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Moral philosophy, baby.
I think you guys are going to be on opposite sides on this one. Is pornography and prostitution the same thing?
Yes, it's the same thing.
They're the same thing. Yeah, okay. I'll say no. They're not the same thing.
Say no?
Let's do it.
We're there. Let's do it. All right. So that was hard. I should have just started with the topics first, and we would have gotten there better. All right. So who is the affirmative that they are the same thing? That's Marte, and you're saying they're not. Okay, Marte, you go first. Start talking when you got your minute. When you're ready for your minute, and we'll go.
Pornography and prostitution are two sides of the same coin. Both involve the commodification of sexual acts for financial gain. You're giving sexual satisfaction and satisfaction, and you're getting paid. The core of this argument lies in their shared transactional nature. This is talking about ethical implications and societal impact. So right now, transactional nature, exploitation, and consent, both of them involved. Objectification, both people are objectified, and also there's harm too. Both pornography and prostitution reduce human beings to objects of sexual gratification, reinforcing harmful societal attitudes toward intimacy and gender. Both of them can ruin marriages as well too. Legal and ethical parallels too. In many jurisdictions, prostitution is illegal due to concerns about exploitation, trafficking, and decay. While pornography can be legal, raises similar ethical questions. The line between the two is arbitrary. In conclusion, pornography and prostitution are fundamentally equivalent because both involve the exchange of sexual acts for money, often under exploitation conditions. Both contribute to the commodification of sexuality. Go ahead.
All right, Lutch, start talking when you're ready.
So I would not disagree with nearly anything that you said. The prompt is not are they both bad? It is are they the same thing? And no, they are not the same thing. I think the biggest thing that I could point at is the money exchange. Maybe you don't visit, but P-Hub is free, so there is no exchange of money there. They are both bad. They are both having to do with sexuality, but there's a reason that one is called prostitution and one is called corn. They are similar, but they're not the same thing. I'll concede my time.
26 seconds left. All right. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes. Remember, guys, I want a nice, clean fight. No hitting below the belt. Try and keep your ad homs to a minimum. All right. And just one of you start talking when you're ready.
Yeah, they're both the commodification of sex. I think that when you take something, you're giving away sexual gratification for money, i.e. that's my definition of what prostitution is, which happens to be in alignment with what porn is. Can you tell me how that's not the same thing?
In line doesn't mean the same thing. Would you be confused if somebody said, I went to go see a prostitute versus I went and watched corn? Would you be confused as to whether somebody went and paid somebody face-to-face? Or which one did which, or would you very clearly know this person did one thing and this person did another thing? They're not the same thing. They are very similar. They are both bad.
Go down.
They're not the same thing.
They're the same thing because I could say that I watched a prostitute do something, whereas I engaged in a prostitution event.
Yeah,
they're the same thing because I can watch a drug deal go down, and then I can also be a consumer of drugs. They're the same thing. Can you tell me how that's still a distinction, both of them being different?
I just did. One, if there's a reason that they are
didn't
different.
hear that. One's watching, one's participating in prostitution.
Okay.
So you're saying
watching TV is watching a football game the same thing as playing football?
So if I pay
is watching football is watching football the same thing as playing football?
It's still football. You realize that makes my argument, right?
Is it the same thing, Marte?
It's still football. So watching
football it's still football.
And participating in football, it's still football.
To say
regardless.
I watched a football game and to say I played a football game. Is that the same thing, or are those different?
If I pay a prostitute to come to my room, if I pay a prostitute to come in my room and she grinds on my lap until I buzz, is she still a prostitute?
Or same? You're just rambling. Are they different or are they same?
Same thing, but can I?
Okay, I just want to make sure I got you clear. I just want to make sure I got you clear that you're saying watching a football game and playing a football game are the same thing.
Still makes it football. Yes, it still makes it football. So back to my question.
I mean, still take the rest of the time, brother.
No, what you're talking about is you're saying does this
playing
change the
football and watching football
from not being a
even though they're both football are two very different things.
No,
I've never played in the NFL, but I watched a bunch of NFL. I've never fought in a cage, but I've watched a lot of
workers. You're now talking over me. Can I? I'll wait till you're done so I can talk.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Is this person still a John if they paid to see it or paid to engage in it? Are they still a John?
Yeah.
Are they still a consumer of prostitution?
Yep. Well, if they're
the same, yes, you're right. Okay, cool.
If you want to take a win, then I didn't understand the question. If you want to take a win, then I didn't understand the question. Go for it. But if you'd like to actually get an answer, the situation where they're both Johns, one person's doing what and the other person's doing the other,
doesn't change the behavior of them being transactional in engagement of prostitution. Can you tell me what's the distinction?
So then they have a shared property where if somebody is engaging in these activities, then they are a John. That doesn't mean it's the same thing. I can be a football fan and never have played a football game, and someone else could be a football player and also be a football fan. But we are not the same person. We are not the same thing.
Right. I'm a fan of prostitution, but I only pay to watch it. How is it not prostitution?
I don't pay to watch it. That was the thing in my opening that you brought up. It's free, baby.
You don't participate in watching prostitution. People pay for prostitution. They will pay to see two people bang online. All you're doing is paying to watch the same thing. Can you tell me how there's a distinction between engaging in said prostitution? Because even your football analogy doesn't make sense.
Okay, explain why the football analogy. Explain to everybody why playing football and watching football are the same thing.
No, it's still the question is that's a false dilemma. It's still football. Meaning, so
nobody said it wasn't. Yes, there's both football.
I'll
Just
explain why
like
it's
in
a false
prostitution
dilemma.
and court, there's both sex.
I'll explain why it's a false dilemma. If I bang a prostitute,
let me ask you this then. So
wait,
you're
hold
saying
on, let me finish because you didn't give me a chance to finish my rhetorical response. So here's the thing, though. If I pay to watch, according to your logic, with me watching football, if I pay to watch prostitution, that doesn't make me a prostitute. If somebody watches football, it doesn't change the fact that football's still football. I'm just a fan of football. What you're talking about, that's why it's a disingenuous distinction between the two.
You're arguing that these are bad things and they're similar. I'm not disagreeing that they're bad and that they're similar. The prompt is that they are the same. They are not the same thing. I've demonstrated that. I don't know how much clearly I can make it. Watching something and doing something. That's why watch is one word and do is another. That's why prostitute is one word and corn star is another. They're different things.
I'll ask you a question.
Even though they have a lot of similarities.
I'll give you a hypothetical. If I pay a corn star to come to my room, or actually a prostitute to come to my room, and she grinds on my lap till fruition, no sex was done, is she still a prostitute?
Yeah. What does that have to do with the difference between the two?
I rest my. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Oh, I can't wait! I can't wait to hear the judges on this one.
This is insane.
I gotta take a piss.
Pretty good. We seem to be down somebody who is not here. Oh, Weevil. Weevil's not here.
I can hear you guys. I'll be right back.
Where did Weevil go? Anyway, all right. So just let me know when you are in the back. I'll try and keep my eye open. All right. I'm going to let the new guy, Mo Rebuttal, go first.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay, great. So I thought, Marte's opening was really strong. When it got to Indian Jesus' opening, he appealed to the prompt, which is completely fine. That's a valid way to go about an argument. And so when they got into the actual back and forth, though, in the hypotheticals and testing the logic, I did feel like Indian Jesus kind of lost at a little bit of the rhetoric battle in there. So going off of the examples and the questions that Marte put to him and basically kept hammering him on, I'm gonna have to give it to Marte on this one.
Okay. Let's go to Cleaner.
All right. Marte started out with a strong argument in his opening. He had an impact statement in there. He had evidence, and he had a claim, and he had some supporting arguments to reinforce it. So I gave him a full 5 points on his opening. Lutch, you missed the impact. You had a good, strong claim and a little bit of evidence there and a subclaim. So I scored you out at 3 points on there. Now, during the meat and potatoes, y'all were pretty much going tit for tat, but I did see a control scheme here that Lutch had, where he kind of kept it on where he wanted it to be, which was a differential between porn and prostitutes or whatever, right? And he kind of kept it there. So it did give a more control type feeling where he held it in the area he wanted it to be at. And I mean, it was pretty close other than that. And so I'm giving it to Lutch on this one.
Thanks, sir.
All right. And Anson Knowles.
Well, again, this is a tough debate for me. Like the last one, I have a lot of really personal feelings about this. As a man who has, consumed a lot of pornography, made pornography, gone to strip clubs, and I've even bought prostitutes before. So, like, I've done all of that. And so, from my perspective, right, like, Lutch's argument was more fact-based, based on my own lived experience. Watching a football game is different than playing football. And I thought that was a very, very good rhetorical, a metaphor, right? That was a very effective metaphor. And in terms of my point scoring, right, like in the opening, Marte, he pointed out, the similarities between pornography and prostitution, the transactional nature, the objectification, the commodification of sexuality. Like Marte's opening was spot on, but Mo, what you were talking about, what Lutch did was basically say, hey, but that's not what the prompt is. The prompt isn't, are they similar? It's, are they the same? And Indian Jesus basically just brought it back to the prompt and just stayed on that the entire time. And he was very effective in maintaining his consistency. And even though, I was biased in this, I'm going to have to, unlike last time, go with the person that I was actually biased for, because I actually thought that you did a better argument this time, Indian Jesus, than the last debate. So you won that one.
Thank you.
All right.
Come on. Watching football and playing football are not the same thing, Marta. You don't actually believe that.
So
Yeah.
can I respond?
I do think that was a strong case, and that's why I mentioned it. I do feel like the reason why it was very close, but the reason why I went with Marteo was because of the hypothetical he posed about the prostitute coming and just like that fine line. And Indian Jesus did give ground on that, so that was the reason.
Indian Jesus, I wish you had argued the fact that consuming corn, there's no interpersonal contact. You're never going to meet that person. You're not in the same room as that person. There's no contact.
No, he answered this. He actually answered this. So
yeah, when I didn't understand what you're saying, so take the win. Go ahead. Oh,
when I gave the hypothetical of the prostitute coming into the room and there being no interpersonal contact,
too quickly.
Is she still a prostitute? So he basically conceded.
You're watching corn, or are you a John?
I did not concede.
If you're watching corn, are you a John?
Do you know those rooms where you walk into and you watch the dancer from the other side of the glass? You're a John.
You're at home on your laptop on Pornhub. Are you a John?
You're a digital John. Yeah, you're a digital John.
Pornhub's free.
No, it's not. No, it's actually not.
You're paying for internet. You're still paying. Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
Pornhub is not actually free. They do make money off of it.
There's a bunch of people that are
pay to play.
They make money on ads, but that's not
right. So that's a difference between two similar things. They are not the same thing.
I don't think ad rev is the same as like a quid pro
again,
quo.
the purpose is not to relitigate the prompt. The purpose is to offer a critique of the arguments and how the debate might have been won. I don't know why we're so fucked up tonight, but we keep offering to relitigate the debate. And I don't know why. Maybe I just started us off on the wrong foot tonight. That's my bad. I'm sorry. Marte, I feel like that had you stuck more with it's a cash for sexual stimulation, and that's what makes it the same thing versus
Liberty, is that you?
A physical versus non-physical interaction. I think you probably would have been a little bit more successful than you were. Asking, watching football and playing football obviously are not the same thing. And also, in general, people don't pay to watch football, as far as I know. I don't know though. I don't watch football. So
everybody pays to watch football. A lot of people do. I mean,
it costs more to watch football than it does to watch corn.
Yeah, you can do that for free. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
I don't watch that stuff. But I think that I think the equivalency that you were trying to draw just wasn't there, and I think you needed a different equivalency. And it would have been, for me, had I been judging, I probably would have sided more with you, and I think Lutch would have had a harder time making his case had you just stuck with, yeah, I get one's in person, one's in on video, but it's still pay for sex, and that's ultimately what it is. I also think that had you made the point that women are, people often hire prostitutes, both male or female, not necessarily to have sex with, but for whatever deviant thing that their mind desires. And the same thing is true of pornography. And I think that's
a solid point.
I actually made that during my argument, but yeah.
The thing is that when you pick the wrong thing to really double down on, and that was live versus not live, and he was able to just constantly say, yeah, but that's There's no equivalency there, and he's right. He's absolutely right. There's no equivalency. One is but you remove that when you say but it's all and you while you said it you really didn't hammer the point home. It's all sex for money, right? It doesn't matter. It's all the stimulation and I don't even know that sex would be the right term. It's all stimulation for money. And
it's all sexual favors from.
Yeah, I said that. Sure. Yeah, I said that too. Yeah.
Well, I think you said it was a commodity, right? Which in my mind, that's what made the connection
I'm
for
not
me.
really sure. It didn't stand out in the argument. I would have made that the focal point of my argument, and in return, Hutch would have been able to defend against that, but it would have been a harder defense, and it probably would have made his argument look much more weak. Hutch, you did exactly what you needed to do with the arguments you provided. You just kept saying this is not the same, they're not the equivalent, and you can't prove to me how they're the equivalent. And you did a very good job tonight. But
I want to say one last thing though. The reason why I think that it was a false hypothetical or false dilemma is because if you take the consumer out of it, is it the same thing? I would say yes. If you took the consumer out of it is still football. That's the reason why I was pointing it out because the prompt says, are they the same thing? If you remove the consumer,
so you mean like street ball or something? Like it's just a pickup game? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So if you take the consumer out of this and you just put the players in, it's still football.
If you sat on the sidelines and watched a football game, you did not play football.
I would have focused on
who's
doing the act rather than who's consuming it.
That's what I was talking about when he said the football analogy. The football players are still doing the act regardless of the consumer, whatever, right? It's still the same thing. Whether you're watching it on TV or not, it's still football. Just like prostitution, it's still prostitutes if you take the consumers out of it. And that was my actual argument.
If you take the consumers out of prostitution, you just have regular sex, which is what you have with football. If you take the consumers out, you just have people play. Right. So his analogy holds, though. His analogy holds.
Yeah, Anson's right because
remove the consumer. Even if you boil it down, it's still the same thing. That's my whole point.
No, it's not. And wait. No, it's not. Because look, anybody who's married has probably taken pictures with their significant other or done video with their significant other just for their own personal whatever.
We're kind of getting back off into the debate of things. Hold on.
We just keep relitigating this stuff, which is fine. It's fine. Look. Most of the time, it's fine after the debate is over to relitigate it, but we're trying to get through these to some degree, and really relitigating it doesn't help Marte become a better debater. What helps him become a better debater is this you did this tactic. That tactic is okay, but you should have done this tactic because that would have defeated Lutch's argument. Lutch honestly couldn't have done anything better with the arguments he was presented from Marte. He did exactly what he needed to do. These two things are not equivocal.
Sure.
And that's why honestly, that's exactly why Lutch won and Marte didn't. And this is just, and that's helpful, right? Like that's good information for Marte. Marte will now take this back. And when he gets into the argument the next time, he can make those better arguments. But us putting our arguments out there, and I'm not picking on anybody. I'm just saying that when we're not prepping these guys to go debate.
Same thing, yeah.
Prostitution versus pornography with
I do have that debate on Monday.
Right,
but that's it.
Right. So I've got three things: one for Grid, one for Lutch, and one for Marte. Real quick. Grid, the reason tonight has been a little more contentious is because Beth has been evolving as a debater and is more attacky right now. She's in that attacky phase.
No, she's always been in attacky phase.
No, she's definitely a little more of a wolf tonight. Lutch, work on your impact because the impact will affect the audience a lot. Like if you can show how something affects people, they'll be more on your side when you're making a debate. You see what I'm saying?
Not really. How? Like, can you give me an example of like?
Sure. Sure. So, like in the analogy of corn versus frosty toots, right? Whether or not it's the same thing, you could make an impact statement of like, well, if you're a woman and you're married to a guy, would you rather have your husband do like watch a little bit of corn, or you see what I'm saying? It affects somebody, and so it's an impact to somebody. How it impacts society. So, like something like that. Marte, watch your opponent when they're trying to control the conversation and hold you on something. If you want to take it somewhere else, sometimes taking a small conceit to something to move the conversation in a place that you want it to be at is a good tactic to get you out of a corner if you kind of feel like they backed you into it.
Or just be rude and talk over them.
Yeah, I felt like Indian was doing a lot of that, but yeah.
I mean,
I think you guys were about equal on that area, but maybe Lutz was a little more aggressive tonight.
I just get triggered when
Triggered.
He held it where he wanted it really well. That was the thing.
Yeah,
that was the real big control side of it, and that's why I say,
where did Thumping Weevil go? Is she not coming back? What happened with Thumping Weevil?
I'm not sure.
I have no clue.
No, I didn't see anything in the back chat where she said that she had. And Vibe isn't here. Where did Vibe?
Plato and Aristotle.
He said he had
Italian
he said he had
ethics.
dad
Why
stuff
we don't need a guy.
he had to take care of
Yeah, but he
earlier.
came back, and I thought he was done.
Oh, did I know?
Hey, Def Not has made it.
Cool.
Hi.
Hello. How are
Good
you?
evening, ma'am.
Okay,
So.
Marte, good having you on again, man. You did well. You got 2 debates in tonight. That's awesome.
Yeah, I took 2 L's tonight. Usually I don't take L's, but I guess whatever. It's
Hey man, just keep refining, man. It's just all about sharpening the
Good
tools.
to debate,
right?
brother.
I like that Freddy Krueger thing you got going on over there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was cool. I like it.
And everybody has off days.
Real metal.
Don't beat yourself up. Like, you're a really good debater.
Yeah, I usually don't take L's back to back though. This is weird for me, so my pride is taking a little bit of a hit tonight. So
That just means
I
next
don't
time
usually-
you're gonna smash it.
I don't usually trip over my 75-pound dog, but it happens sometimes.
Let's get another debate. Come on, who's
Bro,
next?
we gotta
you
get
got
we gotta
knocked
get
down.
rolling. We gotta
You
get
got
rolling.
knocked down. You got good feedback. Move with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Get back up. That's it.
All right. So, who do we want to see next, guys?
Where's
let's
Emmett?
go-
Why is Emmett not? Well, Emmett's not here to fight
This
with
is what
me.
I was
so guess
talking
Tom Cohen's will have
about
to do it.
yesterday when I was on panels.
The
with
rematch,
CT.
Beth.
Like, shout out to CT. We talked about this,
We're
but
gonna do 30 minutes on
it
nonsense.
looks
again?
like
Absolutely, we
just
will.
talking.
I expect
I
nothing
did
less
not.
from myself
It
or
was
from
very funny.
live
Deathknot, do you
here.
understand how the game is played here?
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay.
Nobody reminded me to refill my
More or
water.
less. It seems like there's, you pick
Oh wait,
a
I wasn't
topic and
wasn't
you
backstage
put 2
yet.
people together and they sort of go back and
I'll
forth
get
for a little
knocked
bit.
out,
And
but I'll
there's
get
a
up
timer
again,
involved. I'm not
and you're
entirely
never
sure.
gonna keep my
And she'll
down.
pick it up fast. She's a fast laner. From what I see.
Yeah, so it's each person gets 1 minute to do their position or opening, and then we go to they get 5 minutes back and forth, and then we bring the judges up, and you are judged. Tonight, the judges are Mo Rebuttal, Anson Knowles, the simp himself, and Cleaner 409. So that's how we get down. Lutz has already taken a W, which leaves us with Beth and Confluence and you as the last active debaters. I don't know what happened to Thumping Weevil or Vibe. They were both here. Well, that's okay. We're fine.
It's late, anyways.
It is late. I normally would be already turning into a pumpkin.
There
but,
you go, guys.
we'll
That's what it's
let
about.
it roll
There's
this time.
somebody in
All right,
there
I'm going
right
to throw
now.
everybody in the back.
Keep the tab open.
And just be
go,
cool,
go
and
hang
we'll
out.
get
That's
this
what it's
debate
there
rolling.
for. This is
Good luck.
exactly what we were
good
talking about. Like
luck.
when you guys
Yeah,
do
sure,
things,
Confluence, you get to stay. Why did I do that?
when you guys do things, then it makes it means a lot more to the rest of the community. When I say, "Hey guys, let's go in the voice channel," when you guys are like, you can at disciples, it's like, what do you want? Anybody want to hang out? Anybody want to watch a movie? Anybody want to watch this stream together? Do
bugs
it.
me.
Do it. Okay, I'm getting water and taking.
So turn it off.
No, I'll be like in like 22 FPS.
You're not that
I look
cool.
like shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna take out Morty real quick and get the water. I'll be
Anyway,
right back.
all right. So
How webcams work. I don't know what to say.
They probably won't pick
your
anything.
webcam is very
Yeah,
good.
if I put down the lights, then the frame rate drops. That's just like facts. That's like boots on the ground facts.
Why do you have to turn the lights off?
Because I'm saying the reason I have sunglasses because I have like blinding lights, and if I shut the lights
Blinding
off,
lights. Okay.
yeah,
Hmm.
like the weekend, you know.
The weekend.
That's not. I'm sorry. That's a kind
All
of
right.
reference.
I don't. Honestly, I don't care enough. What do you guys want to debate?
That's a good.
Social topic.
Wait. What'd you say, Beth?
Something social.
Okay.
Let's see.
Sure.
hmm.
Do you have a prompt in mind, Beth, or do you want Grid to hit some fucking?
I don't. I was
prompt?
waiting for Grid to start throwing some out
Yeah,
there.
Grid.
Did you
throw it
have
out.
one in mind, Confluence?
No, I didn't know I was.
Are you
You want a
sure?
social
going against
topic?
Beth, you know?
You want a social topic? For you two.
No theology, please.
Yeah, we spent like
I'm
20
begging you, no
trying to decide
theology.
on a-
Let me think here how to express this. I have one, but it's just like right there. I can't grab it. Socialism has encouraged feminism in the United States.
Yeah. Very often.
Da.
Probably. I'm going to say probably. That starts
Any prompt that starts with socialism, I think we're both going to agree on. I have to think. Even though
Okay.
Beth thinks I'm a communist, but you know.
There we go.
See, you guys are communists.
Wanting to run off and join a commune makes you a socialist.
It absolutely doesn't. That's an insane prompt, but no, it absolutely doesn't. I don't know how Grid. What do you?
There we go, Grid. There we go.
What's the kind of mental prompt in a way? But.
Wanting to run off and join a commune, wanting to run off and join a commune because that's what you believe in makes you a
type
socialist.
commune. Do they still have those?
Yeah, they're called kibbutz over in the Middle East. And yeah, they have them. They have little. We have like a bunch of them where I am.
Hold
It's
on.
part of a cult.
Is this
Called
cat
Cult Tribes.
Confluence? Did you really say you want to run off and join the hippies?
Not the hippies.
I haven't.
A good conservative commune.
I haven't clipped.
There's no such thing.
There is. There absolutely is. I will debate this.
You will debate it. All right. We got it. Who's
for
the
better or for
affirmative?
worse.
Who is the affirmative?
What was the prompt?
Yeah, let's nail down this.
I know what side I'm on.
Believe. Okay. There you go. You're saying
Damn hippie.
communes are not socialist. Are not socialist programs, right?
I think they're not. Communes are not always socialist.
No.
Well, I
Either,
think,
either
Beth,
running
obviously
off
most
the
communes
commune
are socialist. Obviously, I'm not
either
gonna disagree on
running
that.
off to a commune makes you a socialist, or it doesn't, sir. Not
Right.
not always. I learned that wiggle room problem. It's not happening again.
And okay, what's the? Because I would agree, most of the time you go off to your commune, you're probably a socialist, but not all the time. So then maybe that's not a good prompt because I feel like we
You'd be
probably agree.
backpedaling, sir.
I'm not
I have you, sir.
backpedaling. Look, I'm saying I want to join a conservative commune. If you're saying that's impossible, have a
We
debate
can
on
talk
it.
about conservative communes later. All right, let me.
Public schools are bad.
Well, that's a fucking.
He's like
ontology, of course. Yeah. What the fuck do you? How much of a communist do you think I am, Beth? Holy shit.
Okay. Did we
That's
get a
debatable.
Did we get a prompt yet?
That's debatable. Let's see. How much of a communist do I think you are? I don't know.
At least a 70 out of 100.
Nah, he's
let's
he gives
see.
you some out there idea. Don't forget about Morty, guys. He's very
Man, you guys have got
Oh,
me because I think that you guys agree on like a lot.
How about this one? Women supporting the tea movement is a response
What the fuck
to
is the
forced
T
doctrine.
movement? Oh, like the T app?
The what movement?
The trans movement.
Oh.
Women's response, sharing their private spaces and all that is just
Ooh, that's a good prompt,
their
actually.
way. It's just
I
their
don't know if they would agree or
response
disagree, but it is a
to
good prompt.
forced doctrine.
I have to
Tag him. Be like, yo, where you
think about
at?
that for way more
If he
time
ignores
than we
you, he's probably at work. But yeah, tag him.
We can do some trans thing, but that's too variegated.
Do you believe in forced doctrine, Confluence?
Depends how it's defined,
Yeah.
but not in the way Andrew Wilson believes in it. So maybe there could be a debate prompt from that.
Okay, define how you believe in forced doctrine.
Well, so I think like might does make right, and I think like forced doctrine is obviously a thing.
Might makes. Not always right. It just makes.
Right, it just makes right. So that's the thing. So if that's what we mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. But I don't think, I don't want to like put words in your mouth, Beth. But but maybe there's a fertile debate topic in this. But like, I don't think that like
you cut out.
Your mic.
I cut out.
Now,
you
yes.
cut out.
Okay,
He leaves his mic
my
over
audio
here,
might have
and then
fucked
he
me.
like swings.
After you said, I don't think.
No, that was intentional because I
You
just
picked up
I
the
had nothing
first
to
half. I
say.
picked up the second. Where
Is that better? Is that better?
That's
Test,
echoing
test.
too loud now.
Gain.
Turn the volume down a little bit.
Nope. I just
Okay, wait,
won.
what about now?
That's good.
Okay.
I just
So
won
no, so
again.
okay, so I don't. But I disagree with Andrew, and I don't know what you think.
I
about
am
this, Beth, 'cause I don't think
3-4-2
all
tonight.
males will band together, and I don't think the kind of
3-4-2. 3
male-centric
wins in 2
thing
debates.
that Andrew Wilson
But I don't count
says.
that.
I don't think that is
that first guy. So I'll take
true
two,
or helpful
2-0.
or.
2-0.
So I don't know if we
let's
can
move on
like
then.
get a
If you
prompt from
agree with
that.
me,
Let's get a drink.
Hold on. Let me make sure that I understand where you're coming from. Andrew never says that all males will. He says hypothetically,
Who cares
if
what
all
Andrew
males
says? How about we
did,
just have a conversation
women couldn't
based
do
on a
anything about
conversation?
it.
Right, but I would
even-
say. So I don't know if we
in-
can get a prompt out of this, but I would say that's just nonsense to say.
Well,
It would be like saying, "No, I know." So if that's all we mean, but I feel like Andrew maybe means more than that sometimes.
And
why do we care
to be
what
honest
Andrew
with
means?
you, I
We
mean,
can
I would
define our
I
own
would
words
actually
without
think that
Daddy
this
Andrew.
would be a good debate topic because even if you take the hypothetical and try and
He's a
turn it
good
into
debater.
something and say that
He's a great debater.
I
don't know
some
if he
men
knows
would not side with
how to
the
discuss
rest of
contentious things
men for whatever
without-
reason,
and actually
that
discuss them.
still would not. That doesn't change
I mean,
the
obviously, I've
entailment
only seen him in the
that
5
women-
minute face-to-face thing.
Yeah.
Right. I guess my
that's the only
stance
time
is it's a nonsense hypothetical
But
that has
when
no
I had Rob
bearing in
Nor on,
reality or any future reality.
we disagreed about things.
So I don't know
but
if we
were
can
able to
get
have a
a
discussion.
prompt from that. But that's my stance. It's like, yes,
And
hypothetically,
I don't know if
males join together, obviously.
Are red pillars
if
justified
all
in their
people who have a certain muscle mass join together, they could force doctrine fucking everyone
Okay,
else.
hey,
And but that's
hey,
like
let's stop
tautologically
wasting
That's what I'm
time.
saying. Right? Like, well, Andrew
Stop
says
wasting
this.
time.
Who cares?
Red
What do
pillars
you
are
say?
justified in their thinking. Yes or no?
That's way too fucking.
It's way too vague.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with what he was just saying. Like,
No, red pillars don't believe in
men,
forced doctrine.
are men justified to think that?
I mean, he's
to
cool.
feel
Like outside of that, we at
or
the
think
debate conference
that
in Jersey.
women
Like, but
are
we hung out, we
privileged.
talked and stuff. But it was very cordial.
There we go. That's a good word. Right?
Pleasantries and stuff. I don't know if
women are.
I
That's
don't
the thing. You don't want
know.
to go into theological stuff, but yeah, obviously, women are privileged.
if I wanted to have
Obviously, we're gonna agree
a
on that.
calm conversation about
We need
I
some,
like
like,
Archediah's
topic.
prompt. Should a woman be allowed to abort a pregnancy because she wants a boy and not a girl? Or
Hell
vice
no.
versa?
No.
Yeah,
No.
I figured you guys would be there.
But yeah, we had a good t- but I oh, she's taking that. Maybe not.
I don't know. You guys have got me kind of scrambled up now with the force doctrine thing. I just don't believe. I mean, literally, it's a doctrine. It's not really something to be debated. But the hypothetical is interesting.
So what should happen according to force doctrine and
So then you say the hypothetical is nonsense. What if I say that it is possible and it's just even possible?
Yeah, Rob's up there. Rob's
going whether or not it's possible.
Rob is going places.
Well, I agree.
Jim Bob viewers are here. Not here, there.
So we could debate on that. I agree.
Okay,
100%
I got it. It's more likely than not. There, I'll take that side.
Okay, so what's the full
gaming
prompt?
or gooning?
Men will band together and put women in their places using force doctrine. I say it's more likely than not.
Yeah, that's fucking insane. So I will take the negative.
I'll take it.
Let's go.
I'll make it work.
Okay. That's an insane prompt.
Hey, Jim Bob has rated us.
Oh, Jim Bob.
I think. I don't see it on my screen yet, but somebody said that he has. So that's awesome. Thank you very much, Jim Bob. That's wonderful. We're in the middle of a debate game show, and we're having some fun. What Bucket Button has just donated $5 American. Men have a monopoly on force.
Pretty much what we're about
doctrine equals. Think you should make a prompt that makes Confluence argue his beta anti-force doctrine.
Don't read anything.
Right now.
I gave you that
right
now.
At $4.
I'm
on the affirmative.
So,
we don't actually have
like
$4.
junky version of Destiny. That's not nice.
A little bit better. We are coming up on 4
Bobby's ball
hours,
bag,
and I've won every debate.
You're going after Bobby's ball bag.
That's my new foe right now. Okay, Bobby ball bag.
Oh man! All right, so we're gonna do this. Bobby ball bags says, "Let's fucking go." He's ready for you. He's going after Bobby's ball bag. I just have to say it that way to be funny, because it's fucking funny. All right, so. Let's go. Somebody define that prompt for me and the judges.
The principle is.
Can we say the prompt? Who has the affirmative in this? Someone help.
I do. It's likely that men will bond together and use force doctrine to overthrow women.
What is overthrow women? What does it even mean?
Overthrow
women?
Subjugate, but subjugate's a little too hard too. So put them in.
I got you. All right, guys, you know how this works. You're veterans of the show. I want a nice, clean fight, and no hair pulling, Beth. No smacking aviator shades off of anyone's face or anything like that, and absolutely no making fun of Confluence's facial hair. It took him a long damn time to grow that.
What? No,
all right, let's go.
Oh, this shit like.
Are you ready? All right, Beth is the affirmative. She goes first, and let's roll. Just start talking. I'll start the countdown.
Here we go.
Due to feminism, abortion, the weaponizing of children that we see going on in today's society, it is becoming increasingly more likely by the day that men will bond together and actually use force doctrine to take back the power which they rightfully deserve as the great patriarchs that they are supposed to be. I think women have pushed their luck for too hard, for too long.
We don't need
to
make a problem for them. They don't need to make a problem for us.
Where men are just walked on, and it's shameful. There you go.
23 seconds left. Awesome. Very good. Confluence, you just start talking whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay. So the key word I think is likely, and it's not a question of if men are harmed more or if women are harmed more or who has a better say in stuff. But from what we've seen, feminism has gained more and more traction. So if we're talking about likelihood, we have to look at what has actually been happening.
Ooh, I like
to my chagrin and to Beth's chagrin, the feminists have gained more and more kind of land or space.
Guys, we also got co-sponsors.
I see no reason
so
to
if
think
somebody
that
wants to take this
suddenly
spot,
men will all of a sudden turn around and be like, we're going to use the fact that we are males to suppress women. I would want to see, I guess, and we'll probably get into this in our 5 minutes, but I would really love to see an example where we think that is actually likely to happen. Again, not that it should happen, to be clear to my audience who is incredibly intelligent, but what is the most likely case? That's what we're talking about. And I see no indication that is likely that men will use their gender to suppress women, even if I think it should, even if Beth thinks it should.
That's fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
I'm ready. Let's go.
The end.
All right. Again, nice clean fight.
Okay.
Don't pull my ears
Confluence. Would
Swear
you
to God.
agree with me right now that there is voting taking place in New York State right now that could in fact put someone in a political role who actually supports Sharia law?
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that.
And Sharia
Terrible
law
situation.
does involve the subjugating of women, correct?
Yeah, and you think that's going to happen like across the country, or is that like a New York issue?
I think
That's
it starts
definitionally
from-
a New
I
York.
think it has
It
to
doesn't
start
start
somewhere.
that. It
I think
doesn't.
Everything starts somewhere. But why don't you tell me what is the magic number of babies being aborted?
This is Morty,
that
guys,
has
and
to be
every
reached
single
before men
donation comes with
finally
a treat.
say, "Oh my
and
God,
we've
this
only
is
gotten
enough."
two
What's the magic
It's
number?
not about.
He's
It's not
hungry.
about a number. It's about, again, we're talking about likelihood. So I want to know
And
your
like you just
examples
agreed-
where men are bonding together based on their gender, based on them having XY chromosomes that they're going to
What
go
about
against women.
Dearborn?
I see no
What about
examples.
Are you
What about
familiar
what?
with Dearborn,
Yeah.
Minnesota? I think it's in Minnesota.
Any
it's in
movement
Michigan.
that she's going to
Michigan,
point to, there's
where
going to be
they
men
are implementing
against
Sharia
that.
law across the entire town, right?
I don't know how do you connect Sharia law? Like, obviously New York is
Because
going to do
Sharia
New
law-
York stuff, and Cali is going to do Cali
Sharia-
stuff. But how
Sharia
do you
law.
how do you,
You would agree
transpose that
Sharia
to
law
all
puts-
men?
Sharia law rises men to a position of power. And
Yeah, and do you think the
subjugates
whole
women,
nation
correct?
is about to become Muslim? Like, is
Oh.
that your?
No, not at all. But what I do
They're
think is
treading on the
that
same ground,
every
right?
movement starts somewhere.
Right, but
And
why
these
do you?
things-
What's your?
why do you
just
think
like
give me a
feminism-
loose
just like
hypothetical on how all
feminism
men
took
will
off, like,
bond
where did
together.
feminism start? Where did feminism start? Come
No,
from?
I want to know. I want to know a loose hypothetical,
hair.
even if it's
The gray
far,
hair that
far
gives it
from.
away.
I
I
want.
used to be
I
able
want
to,
to know a loose
get
hypothetical
away
on
with
why all men
20,
would
22.
band together,
I will
or
be,
any
I just gave you
historical
one.
example.
I just gave you one, and
You
you
didn't.
didn't
This
answer
month.
into
You
how many
talked
babies
about New
are
York. You
aborted.
talked about a fucking
It's
liberal
my birthday.
hellscape. Yeah. Well. Wow. Welcome to the
Yeah.
fucking.
How many
liberal
babies
coast.
need to be aborted before men
That's
take
not a
back?
hypothetical, Beth. I want a
Yeah.
hypothetical. How could this hypothetically
Oh.
happen where all men will align based on their gender? That's what I want
No,
to know.
see, here's what it is that
Ain't gonna
all
happen.
right, well, we already see it with the red pill movement. We have men that are bonding together, so
percentage
it's
of
not
men do you
even
think-
a hypothetical anymore. We're
like,
seeing bits by
are
bits
part of that?
in
That's what
certain
confluence needs to go.
areas. You
Take
don't
the
think
Your
that
example.
things like
extrapolation
this
is like a
don't spread
small.
like
Like how many
contagion?
people? How many people do you
There
think
you go.
identify as like red pilled or black pilled or in the
It's
manosphere?
almost like we know what we fucking
do
doing up here.
Minority of
Oh yeah,
people.
because you agree too, right? That women have far too much power. That women shouldn't be allowed to
They should, but
abort
Beth,
children without
for
men's
any
input.
for any
Would-
like
would you
Andrew
stop
Wilson, there is
influence?
5 Ryan the Radical Coders. That's just
Influence.
facts.
This
That
And
is
guess
just
what?
facts.
Guess
That's
what?
boots on the
And
ground.
guess what? Ryan is actually pro-life himself. Did you know that?
I don't give a fuck if he's pro-life. I'm saying
It's
he's not the kind of
so
guy
tell
who's
me
going to
something.
bound
Wait a
together.
second. No,
And I
if
want
your
you to
partner
present me a
is about to
situation where that's the prompt. Where do
your
guys
partner is
bind
going
together?
to, if your partner was about to abort your child and you had no say in it, would you not want to fight for it and do whatever you could to stop
I don't
them?
know.
Yes or no?
Thank you, Papa Luck.
Beth, square this
Or technically,
fucking
that's your
circle
mom's
for
side,
me.
right?
Why are you
So,
going
yeah.
to
Anyway,
I
abortion?
don't know why you're
We
so
were-
dense, sir.
I
take it.
look.
It
Then,
must be those
then
idiots.
I gotta figure out what
fucking
I'm
Idiots
educate me.
blinding your
once
vision.
I'm too
Truly.
old to have hair like this, but
We're already
If you
seeing.
want me, I'll take off the ears. Okay, now I'm
already
blind.
seeing-
So I am actually blind. So let's continue. Okay.
I'm still
So
35.
they
okay?
put up the idea. So the whole thing
27
started as this
Well,
hypothetical, but we are starting to
26 now.
see areas where men are coming together and really trying to put their foot down. So the idea
That's
that
not what I asked,
men,
though. I
wait,
asked
wait,
you
wait,
to
the
give
men-
me a
the idea
hypothetical
that
where
men-
this could actually happen,
the
where the
idea
men
that
outvote
men-
the women and take back everything.
the idea that men will not reach the point where they do use force doctrine in order to stop the absolute craziness that is going on within our society is becoming more likely by the day.
I want to
And
know a
that's why we
single
have-
example.
That's why
I wanna
even
know
New
a
York
s-
is about to vote in.
No, I don't
this
give a
crazy
fuck
guy.
about New York and abortion. I want to know a single example where men band band together based on their fucking chromosomes.
Actually,
Look,
yeah,
I wish
35
it
was not
the
great.
case, but it's
I'm hoping for a
fucking
little
not
bit better.
the case, Okay, it is
Well,
absolutely.
you know what? You're
empirically
actually
not
really
the
lit. You bring up a fabulous
30's
point. There
30's
are
good.
actually
30's good.
some women within this
Not,
country
you know,
that also do
great,
support
but-
men's rights.
Oh yes, some. An
absolutely.
The glasses are
incredible
off.
minority.
Non-feminists.
But your burden of
They
proof
are
is to
feminists.
say that is likely to happen. So you can't punt to like a
It is.
10% of women because most women support women's issues. Most women are feminists. So I want to see how we kind of cross that Rubicon where you think that men will band together based on their chromosomes, which again we have never seen.
When you have prisoners
5
of
minutes?
war-
There's no way that's 5 minutes.
It's time.
There's
It's
no way
time.
that's 5
Please,
minutes.
Please, God, let this stop, please.
There's no way that's 5 minutes. I'll do this.
My
with you.
gosh.
That was like 30 seconds. That was 30 seconds. Grit, I think your timer is like
Tyler,
fucking
my
off.
homie.
My
I think your
goodness.
timer is not right. That's what I think.
Oh, God, good again.
I
Okay, that
think
makes
that
sense.
you think that 30 minutes is like 5 seconds is what my problem is. All right, listen. That was brutal. I feel
I
bad
think
for the
there's a few
judges.
people that
I
are
apologize.
not-
I apologize to the audience. I
I just didn't
apologize to
want to
everybody
fight over a
in
prompt
advance.
for
infringing on
10
people's
minutes,
rights because they're free to go to jail. But I think most people don't infringe on other people's rights because it's like
Okay,
a mutual
okay.
thing
That's
where
not-
it's like people
that's
don't
not-
infringe on my rights.
we
I
go
won't
to the-
infringe on their
Jeff,
rights. So
we go to the
when it comes to rights
judges
specifically,
first.
Someone else.
She thinks she's muted.
it's
Oh.
very few people are the ones that are like, oh well.
Oh, it
Well,
does
let
say
me,
she's
go out
muted.
and
It does say
look.
she's muted.
There we go.
Not.
Yeah, it's just it's something about when you go out and come back in, you have to remute yourself. All right, so and she couldn't hear us because she is actually muting us. All right, Anson Knowles.
All right,
let's go with it.
Let's test this judging.
Yeah, so that was a super difficult debate to judge because there was so much.
I don't
like,
think it was.
Well, there was just a whole lot of like I didn't really feel like there were really good arguments. The only really interesting part of it, from my perspective, was Confluence, basically demanding examples, or examples having been demanded of when this situation actually occurred.
Right, you couldn't give one.
Where there were men, banding together to oppress women, and the only the best example Beth had was Sharia law, which is a religious doctrine and not really like a male doctrine, because the women participate in it as much as the men do.
Rachel
And
Wilson is
Confluence
in great
lost an
chat.
opportunity by pointing out that both men and women are Islamic. So I mean, it's not really like a male thing. But that was your job to point out. You didn't do it. You sucked at it. So Beth won.
Ouch.
Fair.
Ouch. All right, Mo rebuttal.
So when it comes to the clarity of the argument, I was listening to both of them. I do feel like Beth had more clear examples that she was giving. One thing that Confluence did, though, is he didn't let her run away from the prompt, and he kept hammering back. And so he actually it felt like he had more control of the debate, and he really kind of kept it at that point and kept hammering away on it. So as far as clarity, I would give it to Beth. As far as like control, I would give it to Confluence.
Not as good of as a
The
debater.
closing, though, I felt like Confluence was asking. He kind of went on like repeat a bit. He kept asking the same question, where she kind of gave a refutation for it that I thought it was time to move on. So I feel like he could have pivoted to something else to make his point stick more. So for the ending, I would give it to Beth as well. So I got to go with Beth on this one.
All right, and finally, Cleaner.
So during the openings, Beth had a really good structuring of her argument. She had a good argument itself, evidence to go along with it, and how it impacts society. So I gave her full points on that. Confluence, you're missing an impact in your opening that could have really made it strong. I mean, probably giving you the win in this, because
hoping they
like the way that I was following what y'all were doing. You had a little bit more control over where things were going, and you seemed a little more calm about things. So I think that if you had a stronger impact, it would affect people a little bit more and bring more people to the side that you're trying to get them to. Overall, I think Confluence had a lot more control of the conversation, and I actually scored him as winning on this one because he kept bringing it back there after refuting
Very
everything,
traditional
trying to get a clarified hypothetical.
he said he was going.
All right.
Yeah,
So-
if I may, Beth, one thing that I noticed in the control when he was hammering you on that point over and over again, one thing you might want to consider going forward is when you get in that position, say something like, "Okay, I've answered your questions. Now answer my questions," and then stick him to something and because he kept putting the burden of proof back on you over and over again. And so if you would have done that, that would have landed even further, I feel like.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get him to agree with a lot of the positions I was taking and just kind of pulling that one out of my ass. Because, yeah, it's like we're debating about the likelihood of something happening. And especially something, it's forced doctrine. This isn't like well, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. It's objectively true. So it's just a matter of time. Now, I
that's
missed
the thing on the
Discord.
On the affirmative, that's your burden of proof.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so does anybody else have any feedback for either of them?
I do. My feedback's for Marte. Please put down that Sith holocron. It's not worth it. Stay on the path to the light side.
Right.
It's not a holocron, though.
All right, so where do I even start? Beth, concise points. You use 10 words when you could use 3. Stop doing that.
I know. That's one of my downfalls. I know that.
Confluence, man. I felt like you lost this when you made the prompt. That's why I asked you twice to define it. I just didn't see anywhere anybody was going to actually win. I'm actually shocked that judges could come to a conclusion on it because I didn't see any win.
So I feel like I've been prompt cucked like 5 times in a row. I'm just gonna say that. And that's my weakness.
I literally asked you. I literally asked you, "Is this the prompt?" And you're like, "Yep."
Yeah, well, I'm great. I'm trying to make magic happen.
Well, you're making magic happen, baby. You're making
in a bad
happen.
way, but like I want your show. I'm so nice, and I want your show to,
I know, man. Hey, man.
If I lose a debate, my mic is going
out.
Because we sure shit ain't gonna sit up here. I'm not on panel, so we'll see.
I probably would have engineered that prompt a little bit differently.
And then the last round, I don't know what
the forced doctrine as it pertains to.
So I don't know, but there should be one more.
Hypothetical final of all men will band together to against
everything
all
is
women
cut.
It is impossible or something like that. I asked you several times to define it. You guys just kind of spaghetti noodle on the wall that shit, and this is what happens. You lose, she wins, because you really had this one because the example she was using was like Sharia law, like that's not
fair. That's again, that's been honestly 4 times where you said I prompt fucked myself. So I have to take that to heart. I'm obviously not. Yeah, I shouldn't be accepting the prompts that I'm accepting.
Right, really,
So
that would be my feedback.
That's where
my feedback for you and Beth would be Confluence. I think that you're doing really good in your debating, but you need to make sure of the prompt. So like you said, you don't get prompt cucked. You agreed to it, so it's on you as a debater.
I'm cucking myself. I agree. Don't listen to Fuck It Button's chat. He's saying something negative about me. Just ignore that.
Fuck It Button is funny.
Ignore
Fuck It
what
Button's going hardcore tonight.
Ignore
Yeah, Fuck It Button is going hard tonight. Hey, hi, Confluence. Wow, that stings. Rachel said you're a beta. You're a beta.
Rachel who?
Against the basic standard of force.
Rachel Wilson.
I mean, she did it.
Rachel Wilson talked about
Wilson's
me.
in the chat.
Rachel Wilson talked about me? Is that what you guys are saying?
I'm not sure.
He did.
It could have been Rachel Wilson. Holy shit.
Who's debating next?
To finish out the feedback real quick, Confluence, work on your prompts. Make sure you agree to a prompt you can actually defend or fight. Beth,
What the fuck
you're
is
in
this?
your
Now 3 more
section
people?
right now. Learn to calm down a little and control things a little better. I know you're going through the aggressive side right now, and you're like a wolf just attacking the meat. You're like, gimme! But calm down. Don't be as aggressive. Be more controlled, and you'll do a lot better.
Yeah.
Gotcha, love you.
So Confluence, I think it's because in that RGR debate you smacked them around so hard that they're just still upset at you.
That's what I think.
If you look on the bottom,
So-
if you're on your phone, just tap. Sorry.
Yeah. So
If you look on, if you're on your phone, just tap the
seem
screen,
to agree to
and you'll
whatever
see buttons on the
prompt
bottom, and the
that's put in
microphone.
front of you, and you don't like. You're not.
Yeah,
like,
I don't. I'm sorry, Grant. I don't want. I want to waste your time with like a 60-minute prompt. You know.
Well, no, but I mean, look,
I don't want to do that.
You can. We know that you didn't say that, Rachel. We know that bucket button is being bucket button.
Oh my God, it is Rachel Wilson. Holy shit. Oh my God.
What's
Sorry,
going on here? Are you all right, Confluence?
No, I'm just like Rachel Wilson noticed me. I'm just like I'm
No,
going through my own
bucket
thing, but
button
I'll
did,
stop
and then
talking.
she said she didn't say that.
He's
But
just
look, here's the thing. If you're going to agree to a prompt, make sure that you
What
have
kind
your
of simpery
argument
was that?
for or against the prompt, right? And you do this. I feel like I've told you this a couple of times now.
You have, yeah.
You just take whatever's thrown at you. Yeah, I can do that, but you can't, right? And you know,
You
it's not like
can't.
Beth did that on purpose. Beth
It's not
got
like you're
lucky. It could've
losing here.
just as easily
But why
gone
does
the
that
other
matter?
way.
Like he's getting,
Right?
you know, you don't
So
always.
it's
Get
not
to,
like Beth engineered your downfall.
But like,
You
if Grid
didn't-
wants
you
to
know, you
be
just didn't-
like
she
that about
kinda
prompts,
did.
then he
She
should
kind of
spend
did,
more time.
but
to
not on
did.
purpose.
Coming
I
up
don't
with
think she
good
did it on
prompts.
She
purpose.
phrased the prompt. No, I could tell she phrased that prompt knowing that she would have a higher likelihood of winning because of the way it was worded.
Yeah.
And she's gotten a lot better about her prompts, which is a good thing.
So yeah.
So the biggest feedback I get is prompts.
Yeah, you
I
a lot of debates are won and lost in the prompt itself. It's just the way it is.
And I've been told
But I mean,
that
you were
by,
right,
by
so.
not only you, Grid, but so many people.
I actually was serious when I
probably
put
true.
in the private chat to please vote me out because it's after midnight.
Well, I'll boot you right now. I got the button right here.
Yeah, Beth, if you want me to win, I mean, hell,
You can always concede.
I mean, I'm not gonna
I will not
stop you.
concede to Confluence at all. That's not maybe. Confluence
Except
never.
except when you did.
Oh, that's a very feministic way to do things, Beth. Shame on you. Oh, well, yeah, okay, he's a communist. Never mind.
Yeah, all right. That's enough of that. All right, somebody's got to leave because that's how this works.
Yeah, I'll leave. I'll leave.
All
Be
right.
watching
I'll be right
now.
behind you. Don't worry.
God
Yeah.
bless you all. 07s.
Stay
Yeah,
safe,
there's
Confluence.
Evans in the chat.
See you later, man.
That's right. All right, so now we're left with Def Not, Emmett, Beth, and TheIndianJesus. And Tyler, average debate enjoyer, unless he would like to take over judge duties. You're muted, sir.
Oh wait, I didn't know we were doing elimination tonight.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, we're eliminating. Yeah, we didn't eliminate you the first time because that was against Dusty, and there was it wasn't a big deal.
Well, Marte and I were talking about a prompt last week. If there was time, I was going to see if we could jump in and debate it. If you guys are doing your thing, I'm not going to fucking interrupt. I'm not a dick.
Let's do it.
No, give it to them.
Do it.
We're struggling.
And do it. Let's do it another time.
Yeah, that's fine. You can host it if you want and everything. We can even.
Yeah,
extend
well,
it.
yeah. You guys asked me about that. I thought I responded, but maybe I didn't. I've been
Yeah.
busy. All right. So, do you want to judge then, and we'll let Mo debate. Mo probably wants to get in on some of this.
Well, I actually don't have too much longer, but I can still judge a little bit longer. My brain is I'm on.
I get
have
it.
dad brain right now. I got a new baby.
You got 3 more matches, right? 4 more people.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we got like 3 matches left.
Okay, if it can go kind of quick, I told my wife I'd be done a little early tonight, so if we can go faster, I'm down. I can do it.
All right, let's do it. Who's next? The only 2 that have not debated is Emmett and Def Not.
Yeah, them 2 should debate.
There you go.
That'd be
Hey,
funny.
here's a good prompt. All right, The robots that simulate a woman for pregnancy and birth of a baby are morally bad.
What?
The robots that simulate women for
What happened?
pregnancy and birth of a baby.
What are you talking about?
The baby robots that China came up with to simulate a pregnancy. Like
Yeah, the
it'll grow a
mechanical
baby.
women.
Yeah. They're morally bad.
What's happening?
Would anybody
Talk to me.
take that prompt and run with it on either side?
I'm going to assume.
I'll take either side.
I don't know. You're just talking shit.
I don't think they're bad.
Don't do that.
But I'm not familiar with what they are either. So, like, from what you're describing, it doesn't sound bad.
It's an artificial womb, basically.
Grit, if you don't pull them both back, then it's going to turn into.
Everybody be quiet a minute.
They have text to speech for whatever reason. So I think $10 enough. It reads it out. That's why everybody's being quiet.
It's a love-hate thing, Confluence. it's a love-hate thing. Wow.
Fuck it,
Hey,
Button's
thanks
a
for
good
the,
dude
for the
sometimes.
big
He
20
comes up
there.
with fun
I like Fuck It Button. He's pretty cool.
He is a cool dude. He's a boon to the chat. All right, so let's. I like the mechanical womb, but to debate it, you'll have to really understand it, and it doesn't sound like Def Not does. That's okay with me. I'm going to put everybody in the back, and then we'll just have those two up there. So, Emmett, you're
Good luck.
safe. Beth, you got to go. Average debate enjoyer. Well, you get Mo Rebuttal, IndianJesus, Anson, and Cleaner, and Marte, who's still here. All right, so let's do this. Look at that. How about that? Okay, so what do you guys want to debate about?
I mean, the womb thing sounded interesting. I mean,
Okay.
what is there that we need to know about it besides the fact that it's
Liberty. Liberty. Are you the same person I'm talking to in Discord right now? Or is that a different person named Liberty?
Delivery.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. I mean,
Right, so you will
if
be
there's
in
any other
favor of
caveat
having-
to it, but
And do
Just
you
to
find that
clarify-
morally? Do you find that morally wrong?
Just to clarify, that the prompt would be: is morally okay to have pregnancy robots, right?
Yes, it is morally corrupt to have pregnancy robots.
Oh, morally corrupt. Okay, I can say that it's morally corrupt. Yeah.
yeah, I'll go with not. And so I'm
Okay.
lagging a little bit, so
All right. Well, you guys, let me get the timer set up, and we will get you your man. And so, my man Emmett is the affirmative. He is saying that it is corrupt, and Def Not is saying no, it's not corrupt. Perfect.
Do that.
Emmett, you will start off. Just start talking when you're ready.
Shout out to the infamous Luigi. Look at him
Whenever
pop
we're talking
up.
about
Oh, you are
pregnancy
making it
and
so
family
very,
values. Usually, the
very
one
happy.
part that is always left
Thank you,
behind
thank
in
you,
all
thank
those
you.
kind of
So very
conversations
much, of
are the
course,
kids.
to
In this
co-sponsor
case, we are
of the
talking
stream, but
about
let's
the
get
actual
back in.
about an actual baby, an actual person, and that person deserves and should, in most cases, have a mother and a father. The fact that you are putting that baby inside of a robot actually robs both the baby and the mother of the time that
bears.
needs to spend and needed to be spent on the womb, so that they can be closer and have the full-fledged, the full necessary time together, so that they can be a proper family. In this case, it would be morally corrupt to have this kind of robots.
Re-sponsor.
Thank you.
All right, 14 seconds left. All right, Def Not, when you're ready, just start talking. I'll start the clock.
sure. Yeah. I don't think there's anything inherently morally wrong with having a robot grow the baby inside of it because, well, first of all, parents aren't necessarily just by blood. You could have adoptive
Of course,
parents.
the Christian
and the
is
kid can
gonna
still have
go
family
that
if they
way.
get adopted out. Plus, in cases of abortion, if for some reason there's no choice but to abort, we could transplant the fetus inside one of these things, and then it doesn't have to die. So
yeah, I feel like that's
that
less
sounds
abortion.
like a morally good thing to me.
Okay. All right. Then I will now set for 5 minutes.
Fucking back.
And just one of you start talking when you're ready.
Do you think that the baby, in this case, should have a mother and a father?
Yeah, of course, but
Have a
that
mother
doesn't
and
mean
father.
that just because it ends up the way that it is grown or delivered, that doesn't mean it doesn't have a family after that.
No, but why should it?
There's nothing. There's no like
what
rule
exactly
that
was
says
the prompt? I
the
missed it.
baby doesn't get a family.
Yeah, I understand that, but why should it have a mother and a father? If you can just grow babies in a lab pad and you can just grow them and having them to be like plants and just create it. In fact, why shouldn't they just be born and get to be the next thing that you can harvest organs for? Why should they have, if there's nothing inherently morally wrong with growing them in bats?
This is such a
That
stretch.
has nothing to do with.
Yeah,
the
what are you
subject.
talking about?
Sure, you can do a lot of evil
I know
things
that
with a
you
lot of
think that it
evil
has
things.
nothing
You
to
can-
do with it, but
you
can
can
you
grow
answer my
babies inside of an
question?
actual
Why
woman
should it have a
and
mother and a
still
father?
donate the organs, and even if the woman births the baby. So, like, just because it's growing in like a machine doesn't mean that you can inherently do something evil with the baby afterwards. There's no
Why
rule
would that
that
be
says
evil? Wouldn't what are you? Are you a utilitarian? Do you have what's your moral framework?
Let's go
my
all
moral
the way
framework
back
is
and get into
irrelevant
this
to the subject, I
bullshit that
think.
has nothing to
I
Do you
do
think
think
with
that
what we're
because-
talking about.
Should a woman have the right to abort a baby?
And this is
again,
why
irrelevant. I think if it does
Again,
happen,
irrelevant.
Good
then
job.
it is
Good
still
job.
better
It's just
for the baby
likes
to
to do that.
survive than it is.
Like
for
go
the
in
baby
and
to
just
die.
If you're not
let's
gonna
have a
answer
different
question
conversation.
like that, why
Well, it's
should I
related.
even go into the debate in good faith? Do you think
Okay, but
it is
if
okay
my moral-
to? Do you
I
think it
don't
is?
really
Do you
have
think
a
a
defined moral
woman should
framework,
have the
so I
right to
can't explain it
abortion?
to you, and it's relevant.
Do you think
sorry,
a
what?
woman should have the right to abortion?
I think it's in certain cases, yeah.
In certain cases? Which cases?
Yeah, for instance, in cases like SA.
What
and
about
things
she
like
doesn't
that.
want it? Is that a case that she should have the right to?
Ask a question and
That
just
doesn't really
hammering
have anything to do
questions,
with
not letting her
whether
answer.
the
What about the case she
prompt.
doesn't want it?
You
Should
got to
she
let her
have
answer
right
the
to?
questions, brother.
How is that relevant to the prompt, please? Because we're discussing
What about the
babies
case she
grown in a
doesn't want
machine
to?
and not discussing
would
whether
she
a woman
have?
can
Because
or
we're
can't
talking about
abort a child.
morality. That's why it's important. Would
Well, a
you
lot
go
of
ahead
things
and
are
tell
morality,
me?
and a lot of things are
It's
important,
about
but not
morality.
everything
So
is
if a
relevant
person
to
is
the
just,
baby in a
if your
machine
moral
thing.
framework
just-
has to do with
he's just trying to
preference
steamroll
based,
now.
and I say my preference would be to just go ahead. It could be used in a case which is just preference based to grow a bunch of babies and then harvest their organs. And then you say, well, it cannot happen. I will ask you why not. If a woman can just have the right to decide in accordance to her preference to kill a baby, right? Do you understand that?
Because that's a different thing.
So
No,
what
I don't
about
understand.
if
growing a
woman
baby to
doesn't
have
want a baby?
offspring
Could
and
you
growing
answer
a
that
baby
question?
to harvest organs are two different things.
Yeah, I think up to a certain point, it's probably okay.
No, it's okay. Okay. So at this point, if I go ahead and I just prefer to have a bunch of babies, create them in a vat, and then harvest their organs and sell them, what's wrong, morally wrong in accordance to you? That's just my preference.
I don't see how that's related, because you could also
You don't see
have
how it's
babies with an actual female woman and harvest organs, and that would be equally bad.
You
The
don't see
baby
how it's
being grown
related?
and
Do you think
actually
what
experience
do I need?
consciousness and then
What would
being
I
killed
need
is the
to do
problem, not
anything with?
whether it's grown one way or another.
What would I need when it comes? Can you sell your eggs and your sperm? Can you sell that?
Yep.
I think that is currently acceptable. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just can buy eggs and sperm, grow a bunch of
No,
babies,
you
and then
can't
sell them in the
just
market,
buy.
right? Their organs.
There's a
No, I disagree.
process. You can't just
I
go
think
to
that would be
Target.
Yeah.
acceptable. I
Why?
think
Why
can
do you
have.
disagree?
I
Why
think
do you
it's
disagree?
acceptable to have. Well, I'm sorry, you're asking me a lot of questions. Let me explain a little bit, because I think it's acceptable to have this whole baby in a machine being grown with
That's the point.
regulations.
Is
of
that
course.
there
You
would
don't
be
just
parents who
let
can't
everybody
have a
have them. You
child,
don't just
and
go,
so they
oh,
rent
here's
a woman's
here's a machine,
womb,
here's a bunch of
and
eggs
then
and
that baby
sperm,
has
you
a
now
said
mother.
grow
that
all
your
these babies
moral
and harvest
preference.
them.
Now,
Obviously,
if
You
you was
said
going to
that
argue
your
about
preference when it
adoption,
comes to killing babies is just
there
if a
you
woman
go.
wants to or not.
But going
I
to, well,
want
they're
to
going to
sell a
harvest
bunch
their
of organs.
organs.
Why would it
What are
be
you
wrong?
talking about, bro?
I don't think I at any point said that it's okay to kill
Oh,
babies.
yeah, you did. You said that
And
if a woman doesn't want the baby, she can just go ahead and do
She
abortion, right?
explicitly said
So
not in
if
that
that is the
case.
case, and I
I
want to
think
just sell
that
a
up
bunch
to a
of
certain
organs,
point,
why would I
when
be
a
wrong
woman,
morally in accordance to you?
excuse
If I
me,
just
but if you
if I
ask a question,
get
can you answer
the
it?
machine legally,
Can
I
I
get
answer
the
the
eggs
question if
legally,
you ask me
and
a
I get the
question?
affirm
There you go.
Can I
Death
actually
Knot.
answer the question now?
Yeah, you can.
So I think that up to a certain point, before a fetus gains consciousness, I think that
A
is
fetus
morally
is never
acceptable to abort
conscious.
the fetus.
Have you ever talked to a little baby,
Sure.
like a just one that is just been born? What do you think it does?
I think that
Do you
there is
think
evidence
it goes
where
ahead and
there
tells
is-
you how he feels
at a
and
certain point
there's different
well,
levels of
there-
consciousness.
he is and
there
stuff
does-
like that?
The baby does get brain activity that develops, and at
It
that
doesn't
point,
matter.
it is
It gets brain.
ambiguous
You
as to
have
whether
cell
or not
activity
it's
in the
possible
brain.
that there is consciousness going on there.
I would assume.
And at that
You
point,
have
I
cell
think it
activity
is
in the
morally
brain
wrong.
in what would be the brain since the beginning. Okay.
I'm not understanding the connection there. Sorry.
You don't understand? I know you don't.
Grid, you get why I like this prompt now, right? Because it can go in a lot of different places, and it is a topic that I think is going to plague humanity
right. Like,
in
what
some
kind of-
areas of the
sooner
world.
than later.
What
Yeah,
kind of argument
China,
was
the
that?
way that they did things, deleting the girl babies for so long and only keeping boy babies because of their patrilineal succession. I mean that's putting them in a situation where they had to come up with this baby making thing.
Okay, that was actually pretty good. Let's go with.
I really
Tyler, I
hope
wanna
they
start with
hammer
you
Emmett.
first.
I
You're
think they're
fresh
going
off
to give
the
it to him,
bench.
but I do not want to debate him.
All right.
It's not fun. It's not interesting.
There it is. There's my mute. Okay, actually, wow. I've never seen Death here before. Good job. Good first showing. Emmett, your prompt was kind of weak. I'm not going to lie to you. You started out with your introduction was kind of weak. You started out with an introduction that just didn't really have that strong of a point. That being said, man, you were the affirmative. All you had to do was just make your point and sit back. Instead, you were interrogating, you were asking questions, you were opening up your neck, basically, when you didn't need to, really. You could have just sat back in the fortress. The reason why I felt like you had to do that is because her counter argument was actually pretty solid. Even though she wasn't invoking correct terms, she was kind of seemingly on the. You had so much control over this debate that you didn't even need to have, but you had control over this, so you were almost acting as though you were the negative. I just feel like when you go back to what the prompt talks about, you brought up deserving the mothers and fathers. She hit you with, just because the baby's put in a test tube doesn't mean it's not going to have a family after. She even brought up specific situations where a mother planning on keeping the baby just wouldn't be able to carry it inside her own body, and use that to go around your direct attack. And then you started going into morality and going into abortion. By saying, like, she did say it a little weirdly and say, I never advocated for killing babies. But
what was the prompt?
The prompt was,
did I brought up morality, or the prompt brings up morality?
The prompt brings up morality about test tube babies, not abortion.
That's it. That's all I wanted to know.
Not abortion, not killing babies. This is taking a baby from the woman's body and putting it in a test tube for whatever reason. Now the organ.
No. Actually, that's not correct, Tyler.
What is it? What did I miss?
The birthing chambers literally go from sperm and egg all the way to full-featured humans.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, like, could it come out of the woman as well, though, during the pregnancy? Does that qualify? Because
that was not part of the prompt.
Okay, so even at the birthing chambers,
That's how I understood it.
Yeah, that's kind of how I understood it myself as well.
Yeah, me too. It's a pregnancy robot. It'll take it straight from fertilization all the way to done.
Said from.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I missed that part.
I was very clear.
Okay, so then
maybe I wasn't.
At the end of the day, we're not talking about killing. We're talking about birthing. Her exemptions of, like, somebody that's
so they're saying it's just a machine. You enter the sperm, you enter the egg, and it spits out a baby.
Or abortion. This could potentially outlaw abortion. I felt like she was making a moral argument there, saying abortion is morally significantly worse, and this could actually mitigate it. And then you kind of came back with, but you believe in abortion after that. Abortion wasn't like, we weren't talking about.
We can outlaw it. We don't need to have this fucking machine, okay?
But you were talking about.
It's like, we have to have this machine to
outlaw
it. Finally,
that's something you should have brought up to her in the debate. Instead, you pivoted to asking her morale stance on abortion, not the subject. You got too deep in the woods on abortion when this subject wasn't about killing babies. It was just taking them from place A and putting them in place B. They're still growing. They're still becoming human. Your organ harvesting argument has some traction to it, I feel like, but you went down the abortion path too deep for me to say that you actually defended your prompt good, and her attacks I felt like were not.
Why did I bring up abortion? Do you remember?
To try to interrogate her morality and get into the morality question.
And what was the point of that at the end? She said it was about her moralist axiom is depending on.
It is, but we're talking.
It's dependent on her preference. So if I go and prefer to just grow
you don't have
babies
you don't have
and then sell their organs, and I use this machine for it, and
5
I
minutes is
buy
not enough
everything
time.
for it, and it's just mine. What would be
5 minutes is not enough time to lead on that narrative.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
understand
saying.
that. This is why I'm like kind of
Stop arguing with the judge, Emmett.
Yeah,
he's making solid points that you deserve.
Yeah, let's save that for the thing.
No, I'm gonna
so
use
where are you
the
at on
Indian
this?
Jesus form. I have 40 minutes, so I can just go ahead and just spur for 40 minutes.
What did I do? How did I get invoked here?
I can spur for 40 minutes, Indian Jesus. Okay, I can do it too.
You know what he's talking about,
Yeah,
Jesus.
don't pretend to.
So does your judge?
Hey, I
Bro,
don't know.
keep your
and
shit
I
over
need
there.
my
I don't know
show
what
to-
you're crying about.
Guys,
I didn't do anything to you.
guys, I need my show.
It's a
to
joke,
run
dude. It's a
smoothly,
joke.
and that means
Didn't sound
that
like it. Seemed
Tyler
like he
gives
was
his judgment. Then we're gonna go to Cleaner, and then we're gonna go to Anson. Mo, I'm sorry, man. I thought that you had dipped out in the back. I apologize.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Okay, man. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to didn't want you to feel like I had was being disingenuous.
No worries. I get it. I was just sticking around to do the judging, but that's if you don't need me anymore, I'm gonna go ahead and dip. And I appreciate you having me up. It was
Hey
a lot
man,
of
I
fun.
appreciate you being here, and thank you for putting in work tonight. I really do appreciate
Thanks
it.
for filling
Yeah,
the
no
spot,
worries.
man. I appreciate the
All right,
cover.
so
Yeah. Later.
Stay safe, Mo.
So
Later, guys.
Tyler, your judgment.
I'm at control the whole debate the entire time. Def, you have a good job at tapping into the right arguments. I think you need to be more assertive, more aggressive, and find your voice. But otherwise, you tapped into the right arguments, and I feel like you successfully penetrated the wall there.
But
who won?
Def, sorry.
So Def won. Emmett did. Okay, all right. Emmett did not. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Cleaner.
Yeah, they both had really good opening statements. They had an argument, evidence for it, and how it impacts society. And that's the best way to get people on your side of things, is showing them how it impacts it. There was a lot of good moral arguments on both sides of this. I do think that Def made some very interesting points and allowed her opponent, Mehmet, in this one to derail it to something else rather than even approaching the prompt, which may not be a good thing whenever you're trying to debate a specific point. So trying to keep it on the point that you're going at and not letting people derail into something else would be my feedback for you for getting better. I think Emmett had a lot more control of it, and he took it where he wanted it to go. And so on this one, I'm saying Emmett definitely had the win.
All right.
I understand. That's
So 1-1. All right, Anson.
Yeah. So Emmett, he started out his opening with the children deserve two parents, which is a moral argument, and it is something relevant to this debate. Def started out hers basically countering that with, yeah, but adoption exists, and you can create two parents in that process, and still, you know, meet the moral needs of the child. And then also, the argument was included in her introduction that this technology could be used to mitigate the harm of fetus deletus, which is a very good moral argument in and of itself.
I love how
the
Rachel's
actual
super chat still
internal
just
workings
sitting
of the
there.
debate included
He turns camera off 'cause he's
basically
crying.
Emmett doing an internal critique in an attempt to derail the debate because he didn't have good points to make, and Def continually tried to bring it back to the actual topic by saying, "Hey, this isn't the prompt." And Emmett, when
I don't think
Emmett
Anson
would
has ever
levy
gone
his
against
internal critique with the questioning, Defnot would try to answer, and then he would just continually talk over her. And I actually, Cleaner, didn't look at that as control. I look at that as lack of control from the perspective of someone in the audience actually trying to pay attention to the debate, and they would see Emmett as being bad faith. And so I actually viewed Defnot as the winner of that because Emmett looked so bad faith.
Thank God I don't have to debate him.
If I can.
Yeah,
say,
thank you. I'll
Emmett,
have a good one.
Emmett, before you take off, or well, I guess you took off.
Whoa.
I would have hammered more on the importance of the things that babies, what they experience while they're in the womb. They hear the mother's heartbeat. They hear us speaking. They know so much about, even with fathers, they can hear the father's voice when he's around, and their siblings. So babies do experience things in the womb, and that's another thing that makes these robots so wildly
God damn!
not good.
Yeah.
The whole topic of these robots is a huge moral dilemma that people are going to have
Yeah.
to accept.
Well, like I was just saying, he always goes for me. So
yeah, so $4.99 came in from Rachel Wilson. AGE, or I'm sure she meant ADE, makes a good point. The first rule of debating is always put your opponent on offense and don't spend the whole debate on defense. That was very awesome.
No, I'm average grid enjoyer tonight.
Yeah, and then that's cool.
You tried.
And then
you tried.
Bobby Ballbags said Emmett W for $4.99. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that.
I did like
Anson, I think you're wrong. And Tyler, I think you're wrong, because nowhere in any of that rambling nonsense did Def not make a moral argument. The entire argument was, is it moral? Emmett said it was. She said it wasn't. And both of you attributed her to countering Emmett's attack when and said that he was trying to get her to justify it, which she couldn't do because she couldn't make the argument that it was in fact not immoral.
Emmett was not even talking about the prompt grid. That was my point.
But he did.
No,
he said, I believe it's moral. He said, hey, what's your morality?
Hey,
she said, that's not important. He said, it is important. Okay, but let's talk about what's your morality when it comes to abortion. Well, that's not important either.
Panel.
So when you
came over here,
you can't.
I've won once.
It's a very interesting point of view that Emmett didn't do his job when he was literally arguing from a moral position to try and understand why that she did not think that it was in fact immoral or there was no morality attached to it. So I didn't get there, and I never heard that argument from her point of view. Now maybe I missed it because that can happen. I didn't like Emmett's argument. I'm not saying that I liked Emmett's argument. Emmett's argument, he should not have gone. I don't think that he should have gone to abortion
twice
at
against
all.
two people.
I think
the first guy just like
he would have been. It would have been much more effective.
He was on medication. He's like, I'm on medication.
Stuck with the harvesting
I'm not
of
here.
organs.
Someone else stepped
That was brilliant.
And I still want
that's a much more effective argument, because where's morality?
Thank you so
if you have no morality, then
that one's for you,
then how
Marty.
can you
That one's
object
for you,
to those
Marty.
things? I just think that I
thank
think
you,
he
thank
got
you,
kind
thank
of
you.
maybe a little
Now
bit
we got
lost in the sauce or whatever, but that's okay. And I don't know. I still don't know what Def Not's morality is, or why she would think that it's not. These machines are not immoral.
Well, that's kind of goes into what I was saying. Like,
I'm sorry?
She did.
I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead,
couldn't
Def.
hear you, Def Not. He was talking, and I can only hear one person.
Go ahead, Def.
Sorry, I'm lagging. So maybe I'm behind. Go.
Oh, I was just saying that was why I gave it to Emmett on control, because Def did start to lead into her moral side of it, where she was like, well, what if there's like these situations that women get into where they want to have an abortion,
Teamwork makes the
but
dream
it's
work,
not
baby.
necessary. Like, we could put it in the robot, and Emmett derailed it from there completely, and she didn't keep it there.
It's
That's why I
expired.
said, I think he had a little
we went
more
a whole
control
3
over it.
hours.
Yes, he did some over talking
with nobody.
but she wasn't able to
Don't worry,
keep
I'm
him
keeping,
in the area where
control
she
over
could
here. I'll just start
refute
it.
him trying to poke a hole in her cup.
So we'll move it to 10.
Yeah, but that's just
I'll
because
give
he
you
was
a
bad
free one.
faith and basically
I
would
will
ask a
give
question,
you a free
and then
one.
she'd get
And
a
I
half an
already
answer
rounded
out,
up.
and then he'd talk over her again. That's why I said he looked like he was bad faith. You viewed it as control. I viewed it as him having a poor position to debate from and being weak.
There we go. So we've got.
Yeah, I guess
That was pretty annoying,
we've got
honestly.
4 already.
We're going to disagree on that one. That's okay.
So I'm
All right.
giving
That's
you
a
the
good
free
topic, man. Look at what it creates.
Wait,
You know?
speaking of the
10 of
I'm sorry,
any
Def Not
amount.
real quick about
We
the
gotta
moral
go.
framework thing, I don't think I need like a whole moral framework defined in order to say like one particular thing is moral or immoral. So that's kind of where that's from.
Well, when you're arguing it helps to have a framework, that a worldview that people understand why you would hold that.
And that's what he was looking for, was
still
your
building mine.
moral framework surrounding babies themselves.
Woomba.
He wasn't asking like your moral framework on anything other than that.
Well, he did. He started out, "What is your moral framework?" And she said, "Well, I'm not going to answer that." And he said, "Okay, well, why
fair.
isn't this okay? Why isn't this okay?" And that's a it is not a good. I again disagree with the judges here. I don't think it's a good technique to just not answer or say that's not relevant when literally the entire argument is about morals or immoral.
Well,
What?
it was
Specific one.
What if she had said, instead of "I'm not answering that," like something along the lines of, "That's too broad of a topic. We can't do that in 5 minutes. So do you have something more specific?" Something along those lines.
It probably would have been better. I think for and I was going to get to that. I think if Death here could have, because I have a hard time looking at this from the saying that it would in fact be moral or there's no moral issue with these machines. I actually have a hard time looking at it from that point of view, because to me it's such an aberration. But the points that I think that she could have made were for obviously given a proper construct or management or whatever, then these could help families that can't have children. There are good things about them. They're not in, and probably where I would have argued from Def Not is that these machines are neither moral or immoral. That's men make them moral or immoral. And by men, I mean humans. Humans make it moral or immoral. We can't actually assign a morality to the machine.
She did kind of make that argument in that sense that she was saying, like, all these things, these caveats about organs that you're bringing up still exist, despite the fact that these machines would go away, because you could still do that with birthed babies. You could still turn them into organ harvesters.
Yeah, but that's morally wrong.
Yeah, and that was her point.
That actually defeats her argument entirely.
It's unrelated, Grid.
So all right. So if you're saying that the machines are exactly identical to people currently harvesting organs, and that is morally wrong, then you are now saying that the machines are morally wrong if they do the same thing.
That's like saying a woman's morally wrong.
Yeah.
For carrying a child.
I think
thought
her
that was
stronger
such a big
argument.
stretch.
I think her stronger argument and the strongest
not a
one that
stretch
she
at
could
all.
make on this
That's
would
literally
be
not-
on like the whole abortion scheme, right? So like if a man wants to keep
I'm
the baby,
already thinking
but the woman decides to unalive it,
about ordering
there's another
a
process
breakfast
that
sandwich.
this baby
Egg
could
and
be
egg
put
and
into
cheese,
so the man
Jersey
could keep his
style.
child. Or if there's an extreme situation in those states where this isn't a rampant thing and it's not just based off of what I want, and the woman is going through something, they could C-section the baby out without the woman having a
What's
complication.
bad faith?
And
Could someone be all bald?
maybe they could put it in there. I think she had a really, like when she started leading into that, she had a really strong argument there if she would have been able to flesh it out more. But Emmett controlled it in a way of diverting it over to her morals first to try and hone in on the moral framework she had to show whether or not she would logically follow into whether or not this is a good or bad thing.
Yeah, I don't think you can get Anson. I think you're stretching in a big way to try and equivalent, having babies from a womb harvested for organs, which
I was talking specifically in relation to the arguments that were made. Like my own personal belief about the whole thing is irrelevant. Like I think it's
the argument as the argument was made.
Yeah, Emmett
she
did
was
that.
saying that it is equally immoral to do the thing, and so that makes it immoral. And she's but her position that she took was that it was in fact not immoral for these machines to exist.
It just because you can do a bad thing doesn't mean that the thing carrying the baby is bad. It means that you can do a bad thing whether the woman's carrying the baby or the machine's carrying the baby. That was her point. That's why
it doesn't exist at this moment. You don't have fully grown babies being harvested for their organs at this moment.
Yeah, you do. There was a big
You
old
do?
thing about it a few
Yeah.
years ago where Planned Parenthood was doing that.
That was
Yeah.
Planned Parenthood doing illegal late, or well, not even necessarily
Yeah,
illegal.
it's
but doing
illegal.
late term.
Well, I'm
late
sure it's
term
illegal wherever it is.
terminations. They were doing
It's illegal.
terminations. Women aren't having babies just to offer them up for organs, though. So I mean, like,
Well, I mean, I don't think you can say they aren't or are doing
Yeah,
something
you're
for
right.
a reason because that's intent. There may be a handful of women that are assholes like that.
I don't believe I don't believe there is an equivalency there.
Well-
But if you're welcome to show it to me.
What about this would allow organ harvesting too? What would change those laws that are already in place?
Ooh, that'd be a huge one for morals. I like that, Tyler. That's a good one.
$5 comes in again from Fuck It Button. He's becoming my hero tonight. It looks bad faith to some of you bald head ass atheists because they think faith is bad. Something. You're welcome, Indian. Oh, you're welcome, Indian. I'm assuming that Lech is the Indian that's being thanked. Even though the line of questioning is valid. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so anyway, I would not have. I didn't see the prompt defended, but that's okay. You know, I mean, it's fine. Judges are judges.
Well, that was what I was saying. I don't think she held enough control of the conversation to keep it in a place where she could defend it. I think she did have a chance of a stronger moral argument with what.
So it's
with what
just
she was
me?
saying about the extreme situations.
Average up in the corner, deaf
even
not,
the rampant
and Beth.
abortion, like men wanting to keep their
So-
kids, but women going, nope, fuck it, it's
Two
gone.
debates.
I think that was the strongest moral argument, and if she had
That is a
been
good
able
moral
to, like, if she had been able to
Hopefully,
flesh it
next.
and just hold him there,
Said
this
I'll
would have
know
been
if I
hers.
have the chance.
Yeah. All right. All right. So now we are left with Death Knot, Lutch, and Beth. This is going to be good. All right. So who's next? Lutch, I know you want in.
Always do.
So who's Beth? Do you want to go? Left Knot? Do you want to go? Whoever wants
rock,
to go.
paper, scissors, girlfriend.
I don't mind. Either way, it doesn't matter to
Don't
me.
give a shit. Somebody else pick.
May flip a
These
coin.
women are too agreeable.
Also, I'm like lagging pretty badly, so I don't know. This is kind of getting kind of annoying.
Mm.
You don't look like. I mean, it looks fine. You're not like jerky, herky
When the
jerky.
audio really is what matters.
Does it look okay on your end? Maybe it's just on my end. All right. Maybe,
There's a
we'll let it be
tiny
for now.
bit
If
of
it
a
gets
stutter
worse,
in the
I'll-
video.
might have to restart.
You could drop and try and come right back.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me try that.
Yeah, like close out the browser and open it back up to clear the RAM. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do me and Beth? We'll figure that out.
Yeah, let's do that. Sounds awesome.
All
Does
right.
it really good? Really?
Sorry,
Does
Yeah.
it really though?
it does for me.
Good luck.
Why would it not sound just awesome for me? All right.
Are these people paying you enough tonight? What's wrong
Probably
with them?
not. I don't keep track. Probably not. Probably lose money on this one. But that's all right.
Yeah, let's try over here to Monty's hungry.
Okay, what do you guys want to? What do you guys want to debate about?
I could go in a number of different directions. You were arguing more in favor of drugs before, right?
No. I think it's coming from a hypocritical place when they start arguing over it. I don't think that all drugs should be legalized. No.
Okay, we can do that.
Do you think all should be?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess we gonna do this.
All right, I like it. Who's the so Lutch is the affirmative. He thinks all drugs should be legalized. Beth is the negative. She believes that you shouldn't be able to have your pills or whatever. Grandma doesn't get her pills. And so
wait a second. That's maybe we need. Now I'm starting to think we need to clarify here.
Yeah.
Not all. Not saying all should be outlawed. Just not all should be legalized.
So that, yeah, you think that some should be illegal, and I'm saying no, all of them should be legal.
You're saying all should be legal. Okay. Okay.
All right. So let's just start talking when you're ready.
All right. So I mean, the argument here is not that drugs are inherently good or bad. Similar to the last debate, they are a tool and they can be used and abused. And I think we would agree that there is a big addiction problem throughout the country, if not the world. And the war on drugs clearly has not worked. And we want to be able to address problems, and just sweeping them under the rug and say that's illegal is not a good thing. And then we also don't want, I think it's a bad thing to erode our cultural conscience by just saying, daddy government, you determine what is moral. I would rather us as a community be allowed to do these bad things and collectively decide we don't want to do that. And if you do that, you're not going to be included in our community. What time?
You're out. That's 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds.
Fair enough.
All right. Beth, when you're ready, start.
Okay, I'm saying that not all drugs should be outlawed, and actually the government does tend to agree with me, and that's why we see the pharmaceutical companies doing so well with our children who have ADHD, as well as people who visit pain management clinics. The idea that we can decide our own morality, sure, I can get behind that, but the problem is you can't just kick people out of the country, not if you're going on the idea of having the civilization the way that they are. I think that there are some that are good, there are some that are bad, and we could distinguish between the two very easily, including outlawing some that I think shouldn't be used by pharmaceutical companies either.
18 seconds left. That was good timing on both your parts. I really appreciate it. 5 minutes on the clock. One of you just start talking when you're ready, and let's have a nice clean fight. Okay.
So just to clarify, when I said you're not part of our community, I don't mean like deporting people or saying you can't live here. I meant more in a cultural way, where we're introducing shame, taboos, things like that. You can't come to my party. We're all having a block party, but you can't come. And
can you demonstrate where we've used shame and it's actually worked so far?
Fat people?
Really? Do you see a reduction in fat people? Because I see them arguing.
I see it going the other. When we were allowed to fat shame, it was going down, and then fat celebration or whatever. Then we saw a peak, and now that's fading away. Now that's fading away, and we see the acceptance of that going down. We have you go online. There's a million and bajillion stories of people who said, I didn't like I was fat and I wanted to be part of the fat acceptance movement. But then some people were actually real with me instead of being in an echo chamber where everything I hear is you're amazing, keep going, all of that stuff.
A couple of stories where it actually worked doesn't establish that it will work across the board on a large scale, because we don't see it on a large scale. There's still fat people who are demanding bigger seats.
Well, yeah,
so
we're still in that process
I want
right
to
now.
focus on the community aspect, okay? And the idea that we could ostracize people from our communities because they choose to abuse drugs that are made legal that are bad. Let's take for instance, crack cocaine. Okay. Where do you plan to send these people? How are you supposed to restrict their ability to actually participate within the society without trampling their constitutional rights?
Well, because we don't have to legalize doesn't mean completely unfettered. We would have regulations, and maybe we'd have treatment centers or places where you go. Like I believe it is not Argentina, Peru, somewhere.
We have safe injection.
Yeah, but those are half measures because they're not actually. I forget exactly the country. Somebody remind me, but they did exactly this, and they had the treatment centers, but they did the full measure where you have to go. You can only. They don't just give out tools. They administer it for you, and you have to go through a program. And they've seen dramatic.
But you would agree, though, that Americans are vastly different.
Can you address that was wrong, though? You just said that, and I just gave you an example where it worked.
And that's what I'm going after right now. Americans are very different kinds of people than we see in any other countries, because other countries don't operate the way that we do here.
Well, maybe that's
So
exactly the problem. Maybe we need to put more.
You think so? Wait. You think that even because we see what's happening with safe injection sites now, and it's not deterring anything. As a matter of fact, they're being kind of protected from the law.
I agree.
And we're
Having a
still
bad
seeing-
solution does not
we're
mean
still
that a
seeing-
better solution does not exist.
We're still seeing an outrageous number of people who are overdosing, who are becoming homeless. That's another.
So how does
huge
making
aspect
those things
of drug
illegal
usage.
address the problem?
How does drugs being made legal address the problem? You're suggesting that by making them legal, we would create better situations for them to use, and that it might
So
not
let me use
impact their
your
lives
advice.
in the
Let me
same
use
way.
your advice from earlier.
Hang on. Let me ask you a question. Explain to me how someone who becomes homeless due to a drug addiction and is going to safe injection sites to use is not still going to somehow have like a turnaround just because the narcotic is still illegal while they're using it at the safe injection sites. So legalizing it is not going to change the position that they're currently in.
No, that's exactly
being
what I'm
homeless.
saying. That in certain circumstances, it would be legal. So it is
No,
legal to do it in the. It would be legal to do in these ways.
You're missing my
Just
point.
because
You're
alcohol is
missing my
legal,
point.
just because
You're
alcohol is
missing my
legal
point.
doesn't mean you can drink it wherever you want.
You're missing my point.
Okay.
Even though we have safe injection sites where people are being protected and shielded from legal
Which I've already
ramifications
said is not what I'm proposing.
for using drugs that are currently illegal. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
By legalizing it, you are not changing the effects that we're seeing on their
Well, yeah,
lives.
but I
from
never said
shooting up
only
at
legalize
those
drugs.
injection sites.
I never said
They're
just
still gonna be
magically
homeless.
legalize and now figure it out. That's not
Yeah.
you're straw manning my position. If you would have asked, I would have been happy to go further into what I was talking
You
about.
already went into it. You're saying that we
Okay,
would
so then
be
I've
able to
already
develop
addressed the thing
that
that you're saying. Just because
Okay,
the
hang
safe
on,
injection
sorry.
sites that we have now suck doesn't
We-
mean that there is
we've
no solution where the government can make this
They
better.
don't stop. They absolutely not. They're doing everything that you are saying that they should do.
They're not.
Okay, I want to shift this. Let's talk about. All right, so
They're not.
a perfect example.
They hand out
ADHD
needles and they walk away. That
80.
is not what I am proposing. That is
Perfect.
exactly what
No,
they do.
they don't.
That is
No,
not
they
what I'm
don't.
proposing.
They keep them at the facility while they are high, and they watch them. Okay, they keep them under medical
I feel like they
observation and
are
protect
something,
them.
but only 2 days for sure.
God damn you!
That's not how it works.
It is. I live by
It seems
one.
like they give you like
I
a little
know
5 minutes
what they
base and then
do
you can be
there.
back.
They keep them there with a nurse present in case something goes wrong with them. It
Either
doesn't
way,
change.
I always
the
said it's a half measure, and that doesn't just because a bad solution is
It's a
there.
full measure.
Hey, stop. Just Indian Jesus, finish your sentence. That's it.
Just because a bad solution is being put in place does not mean that a better similar solution can't exist.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
All right. Anson.
And they don't do that.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. You jackass.
Indian Jesus, his opening was, drugs are a tool, and then he goes into the amoral or the non-moral nature of drug use is not really a negative or positive inherently. And Beth, I tried to follow your opening, but I had trouble with it. I felt like it was somewhat all over the place. In the actual debate, there were points that were made on Lutch's side, and Beth did an internal critique most of the time. I thought that the highlights of the actual debate portion were, when was it? The question was, when have we used shame effectively? And then Lutch had an immediate answer, and it was relevant. The fat shaming, and then there were accusations of anecdotal claims made by Lutch, and then he was able to fight those off as well. There was a really good exchange in there where basically, and it came down to it in the end where you said, "Hey, you're straw manning my position," and Lutch, you were very effective in pointing out the I guess either intentional or accidental talking past each other and clarified the debate. I really thought that you had a more measured way of dealing with the debate, and so I felt like you definitely won that one, Lutch.
Sure.
Tyler.
You're muted.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna yell that. So
You know what he's gonna say.
Indian Jesus started out with something in his prompt that made my blood boil. Well, the war on drugs hasn't worked. That's not only false and wrong, but a lie. And Beth should have pounced all over it, and she did not.
But also,
she did not.
Also,
she left that on the table. You gave me some. I made my blood boil. I hate you for it. And she left it on the table. So in terms of introductions, Beth's introduction was a little bit like, as Anson said, kind of hard.
So Grid, make a note when that comes up. Me and ABG, that's what we could debate.
She could have hit you on that hard, and she didn't. She left half of your prompt on the table and went after the second half. Community should dictate, essentially. She went after your shame taboos, showing that I thought she did a good job dismissing your fat shaming argument pretty well. I thought she did. Beth did great in the body of the debate, but she loses points for her introduction, absolutely, because it kind of sucked. And you won. Yeah, he easily took you on the introductions.
That's
as far as the debate itself,
thank you, sir. Let me just wait.
It's hard to see. This is good. This is good. I want to lean a little bit more toward Indian Jesus, but it's not by much. Sorry, Beth. I just feel like his introduction was stronger. He seemed to have more control over the debate. And in terms of arguments, you did refute him a couple of times, but I don't feel like any of those landed enough to refute his main claim and take away the affirmation. You found a couple good arguments. You just never knocked the pillars out from underneath them. So it goes to Jesus.
Cool beans.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Cleaner.
Yeah, Tyler kind of mentioned it already. Lutch had more in his opening that gave him a much stronger opening. He kept to making his argument, trying to show some evidence and how it impacts society. And I think that was a very strong way to approach it. Beth missed out on like how it affects society, making the impact on people in her opening. And so there was a little bit less there. She got 4 points out of that, and Lutch got full 5. During the meat and potatoes, the arguments, she wasn't completely dismissing all of the things that Lutch was saying. And she didn't hold the mainstay of the control of the conversation. She did kind of show how to pull it back a little bit at times, but in this one, it did definitely look like Lutch had more control over where things were going. So I'm giving it to Lutch on this one overall.
That's cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you guys later.
I don't even have anything. I can't.
Shout out!
I'm tired.
So just roll into the next one.
Yeah. Toth talks. T.
Oh wait, this is it, right?
Nice sniper rifle. Yeah, it is actually. It is a nice sniper rifle. So we've got Def Knot versus Indian Jeebus in the finale. Now we got to wait for Def Knot to be there.
Yeah, sorry, I'm dealing with a thing here.
No worries. No worries.
I think that's another good topic that people are going to have contention on is the legalization or illegalization of the drugs.
It's one of my favorite things to argue about lately.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of merit to both sides. I mean, we see pharma like really, really abusing cocaines and other drugs in things they're making, opioids. And I mean, there's just a whole slew of things that they're getting people addicted to and convincing people they need to be taking because their brain doesn't work right or whatever.
Shout out again to the sponsor.
Throughout most of the history, to deal with our fucking problems and hold ourselves accountable for shit. And nowadays, instead, you're going to make me take a pill so that I no longer feel accountable or have to deal with my shit. And it's like, nah, that just creates more baggage and guys don't want that. So, try to find a girl in your 20s.
It's interesting, I think, because the legalization issue is it's really one of those things where people just either have like this, they think that you just want to like turn on the faucet and just let drugs flow into society. When I think that most people who are serious about that, all drugs should be legalized, are more talking about actually controlled,
adrenaline spike,
and kind of I don't really know. I mean, it just because I think that we've ceded control over medicine, and now it's taken years. We've ceded control over medicine and medical care to the government to the point where literally people die because they have no access, and where they would have even 100 years ago. And it's really sad. I was watching Fabian Liberty's discussion with Ryan Mullally the other night on the healthcare lodges, and how the AMA went from basically a kind of a fellowship, fraternal organization to being a regulatory agency, and with the specific aim of making it illegal for these healthcare lodges to operate, and it's really bad. And we still have examples of a similar type of we have similar types of not healthcare, but pricing schemes that go on in the world today. I've done some work for people on their race cars where they would hire me, like 4 or 5 guys would get together and hire me to go and do all the work on their cars at one time. And it was cheaper for them to band together and do that than the alternative. And even today, I have friends of mine who go to work down in Puerto Rico or Saudi Arabia, places like that. And these, they'll get 5 or 10 guys together and just pay to have some guy fly out and spend two weeks over there doing all the service or whatnot to their vehicles. And we see that in various industries. And why we made healthcare different is legendary. Like it's insane how we made it different. But anyway, welcome back, Def Nod. Is your tech okay now?
Seems right. Oh, muted.
Yeah, I think we're good. It's still a little laggy, but I think we're okay. I think it'll work.
Sounded
good luck, you two.
All right, IndianJesus, you and Def Not are the finalists. Now, just to remind everybody that when you play My Debate Show, and the winner gets a crisp, digitally sent hundo for winning.
Ooh.
So that's what's up. All right. So what are we baiting? What do you guys want to fight over?
So I mean, Emmett brought up abortion, and it didn't seem like you were.
I don't do abortion.
You don't debate abortion?
Sorry, I'm lagging again. But
you're froze, actually.
I don't like that debate thing. It's everybody does it all the time. It's annoying. It's all the same arguments, and I don't like it.
Yeah, we can find other stuff. Yeah, your video's lagging now on my end. Is it lagging on your end, Lux?
Yeah, it's lagging like really badly. Let me just try sound. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah. We got a few minutes.
No, I mean, like, if I just turn off the video, I think that might be okay. But I don't think, like, turning it on and off didn't help, so I think this is the best I've got.
Everyone likes that you don't do abortions, by the way.
I'm hoping that was a joke.
I see what you did there.
Ha! Def Lev laughed. How about that? All you other channels can suck it. We gotta laugh. Boys and girls.
Is that like something I don't do supposedly, or?
I don't know. I'm being funny because it's very late.
Oh, okay.
I've been up a very long time, and it's my show, so I get to be funny. So that's how that works.
Very funny.
So
So I
do
don't
you debate?
really have like topic ideas or anything.
Sorry.
I don't have topic ideas or anything.
Yeah. No. I have plenty of those.
Oh, good.
Would you prefer political, social, regulatory? Pick a subject matter, and I likely have a prompt.
I don't know, social, I guess.
Okay.
What about? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Who's more abusive, men or women?
Women.
I mean, what's the criteria? Like, what do you mean by abusive?
Hurting other people.
I mean, we define hurting. It's gonna.
I mean,
I don't like this one. It's
Mental,
so like vague.
physical, or emotional abuse.
Yeah, that's a tough one because there's a lot of ways to take this one.
Okay. Well, we got more. No, I don't want to do that one.
Up to you guys. Up to you guys.
Too long.
That's like saying I got to do push-ups because I went to work today. Yeah, fuck you.
Already done that one. Okay, so
I won't take on almost anything. I'm tired.
yeah, I know I'm trying to find something that I'm trying to find something that's not like too deep in the weeds, but is really good. I like a lot of these. I like a lot, but it is late, and you guys are, well, I mean, Dev sounds perfectly fine, but poor Lutch this is like his 5th debate tonight. So, the more patriarchal a society is, the more successful it is.
Yes.
I don't have an opinion one way or another.
You don't have an opinion on it? Okay.
Good. I wasn't too strong enough. I mean, I believe it. I just don't have a lot there.
Modern men take advantage of feminism.
Yes.
Is there like a direction there, like advantage?
Well, I mean, modern men take advantage of feminism.
Modern men use feminism to benefit themselves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You think that? Okay. All right. Wow, this could maybe be tougher than I thought it was going to be, but I doubt it. I will get a prompt.
I hear that a lot.
Is it fair to sleep your way to the top? Male or female? We don't judge.
Definitely not. What do you think?
I think by like my personal definition of fair, I don't think so. I don't think it's fair.
Then I'll say yes. Let's go.
Oh, Lutch is gonna go with the ultimate nepotism. All right, I like it. I like it a lot. All right, so once again, Lutch, you go first. When you're ready, man. I got 1 minute on the clock.
But I'll try video like on and off. If I turn it off, just not like I'm still here. It's just because it's laggy or whatever. But let me try it off again.
I personally don't mind. I know Grid channel, but
it's unfair for in a debate not to be able to see that. She's got a mask on, so I mean, it's fine this one time. All right.
So can I get the prompt one more time, please?
Yes. Is it fair to sleep your way to the top?
So I would say, yes, it is fair to sleep your way to the top. Is it moral? Is it something that, people should be doing? I wouldn't say that. But if we say fair, that implies a playing field, and anybody can sleep their way to the top if they play their cards right. And then on top of that, then, there's other aspects of non-meritocratic reasons that you would get a job. Your father has a company, all these things. I don't see that necessarily as any different. Again, I'm not saying that I personally think that it is good to do that. I don't think it is unfair. I think you do what you got to do. And if somebody's willing to give you what you want for something you're willing to give, then that's free trade, baby. And I'll see my time.
All right, you had 10 seconds left. All right, Def, whenever you're ready, just start speaking.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think it's inherently bad or evil to sleep your way to the top, but it is certainly unfair because there are people who obviously can't do that. There are people who are more attractive, and sure, that's not bad of them. They didn't do anything evil to be born that way or be that way, but I do think it's still unfair. And not only because there are people that are more attractive and that's unfair, but because there's a lot of these other workers that could be doing a much better job and they're not getting a fighting chance because some hoe sexy. But yeah, that's to me that sounds unfair. And I think this is more of an opinion sort of debate. And in my opinion, it is unfair. I would be interested to hear what is the definition that Lutch here has for good versus fair, because it sounds like he's differentiating between the two. And I want to hear what the difference is.
All right. That was it. That was actually a really good time. You had 1 second left. All right. So 5 minutes on the clock. And just start talking when you're ready.
So yeah, I think a definition for fairness is working within the confines of the social contract. I think it's within the social contract that, if you can do these things, then go for it. And you mentioned that some people can't do that, so it's not fair. I can't get in the NBA. Is that fair? I think so, because whether it is by merit or utility or anything else, then if there's no demand for my being in the NBA, then I'm good. But let's say that I was.
Well, hang on a second. Sorry, this is a little bit different though, because if we're talking about, for instance, getting ahead in a corporation or whether it's sports or anything else, sleeping your way to the top is different than you not being physically fit, built for it.
You brought up it's not fair because not everybody can do that, and because they're not attractive. So I'm comparing attractiveness to height here.
No, the difference here is that sleeping your way to the top isn't fair because there's other people that can do the job better that aren't attractive specifically. But the job is about being not about being attractive. The job is about doing the job better in whatever way that you're a better accountant or whatever. So if you're a shittier accountant and you sleep your way to the top, sure, that's unfair. But that's different for your comparison here to sports, because in sports, sure, if you don't have the body for it, the body is needed for the sport. So that's a completely different thing.
Okay, so if you're saying, then I'm pivoting a little bit just to try to understand your point. Then, how do you feel about the example I gave with a father owns a company and lets his nepotism? Is that fair under my definition?
Yeah, I don't think it's really fair. I don't think there's anything morally wrong with it, but I don't think it's fair.
Why not?
It's not fair to all the other people that could be doing a much better job just because somebody was born as somebody's kid or whatever.
Why not? My dad worked really hard to give a great life to his kids. What's unfair about that?
Well, if there are people that could do a better job, I think it's not fair to them if they could do a better job. And it's not fair to society because they're missing out on there being a more a better.
So everybody should have to start from zero. It doesn't matter if my father is the richest man in the world because of he cured cancer or whatever. Then I should have to start from zero.
I don't think you should start from zero. I think you should get
then any level of help.
But nepotism is a little different.
Well, any level of help there is the same concept. It may not be technically nepotism, but we're talking about fairness. And so, is there a line then at how much help it is fair that my dad helps me?
Yeah, I think when you're sleeping your way to the top, that's a little bit different than you getting like an inheritance. So I think like getting an inheritance is fine, but sleeping your way to the top is not fair.
So you keep saying it's not fair, but all you're bringing up is situations where it's you agree that I mean life isn't fair, and we going back.
Yeah,
to
life
the
isn't
NBA.
fair, and neither is this. Exactly. There's a lot of things that are unfair, and this is one of them. Thank you.
I think I need to concede. I agree with you there. Yep. Dilly.
Did you just concede?
Yeah, she's right. Life ain't fair, and this is part of life. There you go. I mean, when you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm wrong.
Didn't see that one coming.
Neither did I. That's why I lost.
Hutch, I hope that gets you laid.
It won't. It won't.
Well, women do love it when you admit you're wrong. It's a thing.
That was a cool debate.
Yeah, good job. Good job. I mean, you have me on my back foot because that is I was expecting that you were going to have some difference of opinion with nepotism, and that's why I was trying to drill in on that and show the principle. Well, it's the same thing. It's just maybe you feel icky about it, but I mean, you didn't go there, so.
Well, you actually had her with that Indian Jesus because you nested it. You nested in there some really good stuff about how your father built this great life, and like she didn't take the opportunity to say, "But what if he had slept his way to the top? Would that have been fair?" Right, and so like you basically nested in there meritocracy into your argument, which was what her position was, and she didn't pick up on it, and I thought that was really sly, and she missed an opportunity.
So you're saying I should have said, you're Jeff Knott, you're okay with my dad helping me, but then I should have asked, what if he only got in that position from sleeping his way to the top? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
I personally, if I were you, would have argued more that like you go into a job interview presenting yourself in a certain way so employers see you this way. And it's just more about just being the best qualified for the job, because oftentimes the best qualified for the job doesn't even get called for the interview because his application looks like shit. So a lot of it is about aesthetics and manners and all these things non-relevant to the job. So how come just, giving your boss a little, making your boss happy through other sorts of favors isn't acceptable as well? And that kind of would have invalidated the meritocracy argument.
I think you made a mistake.
I used to love it.
First of all, you made a couple of mistakes. The first mistake was you forgot that all is fair in love, war, and thermonuclear devices. And obviously, if that's the case, then sleeping your way to the top is fair. The idea of fairness in and of itself is very personal. So saying life is not fair is as irrelevant as anything else that you could any other global saying like that can be, because fair is what you make it, right?
Yeah, I would have taken that fairness comment.
Yeah, this really was like an opinion
fairness line to the subjective matrix, subjective versus objective, right? Because the objective would be, we want people who are employed based on merit. The subjective would be, well, I like this person better because they slept with me, and so I'm going to give them the job. Like, you see what I'm saying? I would have taken the fairness to a subjective versus objective place. That would have been a stronger place to have a foundation built.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed since he conceded. Have a great night, guys.
Yeah, he conceded.
Yeah, that was cool though.
Yeah.
Never concede, even if you're losing, Lutch. Come on, man. What the hell was that?
Go down with the ship.
I would have rather. I am totally fine taking an L and getting a loss. What I don't want is what about like if you got me. Life is not fair, but again, based on my definition, life is not fair. And I mean, when you're right, you're right. What?
I understand. Are you gonna sign off, Jeebus?
Yeah.
You are?
I'm gonna head out. I need some sleep.
All right. We'll
Thank you
go
so
the
much.
hell away then.
Thank you so much for having me,
Hey,
guys.
man, we'll see you next week, right?
Definitely.
Have you decided whether or not you're going to come down to debate con?
I can't get it. I can't find anywhere to keep Morty. So the old, I mean, unless he dies before then, that's a possibility.
That's not cool, man.
You don't laugh, you cry. Think about it all day. He's 15 and has heart problems, but yeah,
that's a good long age for
But appreciate you guys. Def not.
Yeah, man.
You got me. The only I'm pretty sure there was one other one that I definitely wasn't cornered when it was. We don't need to bring up names, but definitely not whatever. You beat me. Good game.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you stay safe, Lutch.
Yeah, never concede. Just resort to ad homs, Lutch. Come on, man.
Nope. Too much honor, and principle. And with that,
and all through the night, he was honor and offer.
Exactly. All right. God damn it. Here's the thing. I don't think that I don't think that, like, I conceded because it was the judges. I know the judges were not going to be like, well, you made some good points, but like she had that. So I already lost. I already didn't get the money. So do I, bow out respectfully, or do I try and struggle and whatever? And I mean, I could have, but I didn't. I won 5 debates today, or I won 4 debates and I lost 1. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yeah, you guys are fucking funny with the push-ups. You wish. No, I do. Well, that's the point. I don't do that. You may think that I'm doing that because I'm doing it to somebody you agree with, but I don't do that. I could have done that. But again, I don't want, the last thing I want is a clip of me looking really stupid that Andrew Wilson is going to, or somebody is going to just throw out. I don't need that. I have already enough bad press from the Andrew Wilson crowd, and I'm trying to break in. And look, sometimes you're fucking wrong. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, I could have weaseled in a way where I thought, and you guys thought I won, but do you think there was any way there that the judges were going to give me that? Come on. So it's about, you do it just saying a bad way on purpose. I say for the reason that you are gooding up a slight derailment, like getting people going on a bad argument about drugs. That's not really it. I mean, it's not a gaslighting technique. It's just driving the conversation where I wanted to go. I drove the conversation the whole time. And again, when she said life's not fair, that fucking hit me. Fuck. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. And so, yeah, I could have stayed there and been like, but then that's all time where, when you said life's not fair, you just silenced him. And so is it better to do that or to dip out like I did? I think I'm very happy with how I did. Obviously, I would have liked to win, and I mean, I just accepted the fucking topic because I'm fucking tired, and we've been going for 5.5 hours, and I'm still broke. So life's not fair and positive things out of human control. I mean, yeah, but again, it's like they talk about impact. Again, now I'm on my back foot the whole time. I'm not saying I couldn't have gotten out of it. I made the calculation that it is better for me and my career, my reputation on the channel, all of that stuff. It was better for me to just admit I don't have anything else to say. It's and I'm surprised that you guys wanted me to do that, because that would be, no, I want you to eat shit. I want you to look bad. I want you to lose on your own merit, instead of respectfully. I don't know what is the point of that? I mean, like $100, I guess, but My principles cost a little bit more than that. So, I mean, I should... No shame, no shade. I don't know what else to say. Believe it's not fair that sleeping your waves I was equally less fair, which is subject to everyone. So, by that, it is fair. Yeah, and again, I mean, that's why I'm different. That's why I'm different. I'm not just another one of them. I'm the Indian Jesus. All right? I don't do shit like everybody else. If I did, you wouldn't fucking like me. So, with that being said, I am ready to pass the fuck out. I am exhausted. I am so glad that is about to go from 1:41 in 20 minutes to 1 a.m. Yes. Yes. And then I hope they stop doing daylight savings shit entirely. Anybody say anything? Some of the best ones on good channel has been people debating arguments. The other thing, like I would have had to had something to say. So, like, yes, if I had a retort that was bad faith or whatever, I would have used it. But I didn't have anything to say. All these things that you're saying are right, but I didn't think of those in the moment. And so again, if I is it better for me to look stupid or to just bow out and be like, oh fuck, when you're wrong, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? So do I. I wish to, but thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. Shout out to Angry Amputee, Monkey of Zealandia, Infamous Luigi, Section 230, and our sponsor of the stream, Bucket Button. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. I'm passing out, but if you guys would like to go hang out in the Discord server and you have the permissions, go and do it. Stop waiting for me to be your daddy and just go do shit. It's a community. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right. Thank you, guys. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lech, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys. We are out of here. Peace.